In the realm of Xuantian, on the continent of Zhenwu, a man clad in a purple, gold, and black robe, with a square face, stood amidst the swirling dust of a deep pit. His aura was profound and vast, instilling a sense of oppression that resonated deep within the souls of those who beheld him. In a moment of irritation, he barked at the dozen or so individuals in black robes surrounding him. "What are you standing there for? Go and search!" In an instant, the black-robed figures scattered in all directions. "Master, I have found one of the young master's arms. Master, I have located an eye of the young master. Master, I have discovered the young master's left leg, and the heart is intact and still beating. Master, I have found." Within a mere quarter of an hour, each of the black-robed figures held various body parts of their young master, as they called them. "Where is the head? Where is it?" the purple-gold-robed man shouted. With a wave of his hand, the collected body parts began to levitate, gradually assembling into a makeshift headless corpse, resembling the human form. He then summoned a blue bubble that enveloped the headless body. Gazing at the mangled remains before him, the purple-gold-robed man wore a grave expression instead of easing. His frown deepened. "I have found the head." At that moment, a black-robed figure rushed in from the distance, cradling a lifeless head with closed eyes. The face belonged to a strikingly handsome young man in his late 20s, yet his complexion was as pale as death. "Place it inside." "Yes." The newcomer carefully positioned the head within the blue bubble, finally rendering the body seemingly whole again. The purple-gold-robed man called back the others, and as they stared at the silent young man encased in the bubble, a heavy silence fell upon them, their expressions somber as mountains. Some could not suppress the flicker of fear in their eyes. The young master's heart is still beating, and his soul consciousness remains intact. However, his spirit is currently missing, one of the group stated. "We must first restore the physical body, allowing it to regain vitality. Should the young master's primordial spirit be nearby, it will surely sense the body and return." The unease among the surrounding individuals did not go unnoticed by the purple-gold-robed man, who sought to reassure them. Encouraged by his words, a glimmer of hope emerged in their hearts, leading them to nod in agreement, albeit with a sense of desperation. The group poured forth immense power that surpassed the limits of this world into the young man encased within the bubble, utilizing various rare materials and healing elixirs to aid in his recovery. "Come on, whether I can lead a life above others or below is entirely in your hands." Within the depths of his consciousness, Di Jiu pounded against the walls of his own cell, shouting fervently. He was acutely aware of everything transpiring outside, yet regardless of how loudly he called, his voice went unheard, and even his soul could not be sensed. Just moments ago, several soul consciousnesses had swept past him, yet none had detected his presence. This led him to question whether they were intentionally ignoring him. However, from the memories of his predecessor's soul, he believed it unlikely. These individuals would rather perish than allow their young master to meet his demise. Indeed, Di Jiu was a transmigrant, accurately described as a book traveler having crossed over into a fantasy novel he once read. This identity filled him with both joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from his opportunity to escape the shackles of his former lowly existence and become a second-generation rich kid, the legitimate heir of the Jiu Divine Mountain, one of the ultimate powers in the demon realm. Jiu Divine Mountain was a sacred place that many in the demon realm longed to reach, where countless ancient clans and immortal demon cities sought to send their offspring, even if it was just to serve as servants. Failing to enter Jiu Divine Mountain, they would seek to join its affiliated forces. These were known as the Jiu 18 domains, each comparable in size to a vast world in the lower realms. In the original novel, Di Jiu, the young master, was a character who had only a name and was never portrayed. Having been deceased and was not even considered cannon fodder, he merely served as a backdrop to the narrative. He was a significant catalyst that incited the protagonist's enmity with Jiu Divine Mountain. This was precisely the source of Di Jiu's concerns. According to the plot, following the predecessor's death, the demon realm erupted in fury, issuing a decree to cleanse the Xuantian realm in blood, which led to the destruction of the protagonist's family. Fortunately, the protagonist, blessed with fortuitous destiny, managed to evade the massacre by seizing his first chance for a reversal in a hidden location. It was due to this that the seeds of disaster were sown for the downfall of Jiu Divine Mountain. After emerging, the protagonist sought vengeance for his fallen kin, rapidly growing stronger, soaring from the lower realms to the higher realms in mere thousands of years, ultimately obliterating Jiu Divine Mountain. Moreover, he vanquished the Lord of Jiu Divine Mountain, the demon emperor Di Jiu, who happened to be Di Jiu's stepfather and the primary antagonist of the story, serving as a stepping stone for the protagonist's ascendance to higher dimensions. No one would have anticipated that an ultimate power existing for over 1,000,000 years could be annihilated by a mere youth who had only trained for a few thousand years. Such a tale would be met with disbelief. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern was that after the protagonist slayed Di Jiu, other factions in the demon realm seized the opportunity to occupy the Jiu 18 domains, dividing the treasures and resources of Jiu Divine Mountain, enslaving, raising, and trading the direct descendants of Jiu. As the legitimate heir of Jiu Divine Mountain, Di Jiu would undoubtedly become a focal point for special treatment from other factions. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency surged within Di Jiu that I hope it is not too late to prevent all this. Having come this far, I cannot suffer before I even enjoy my newfound life. As days turned into weeks, Di Jiu's once fragmented body gradually began to mend. The missing portions of his wounds regenerated with fresh flesh, and his life essence, vitality, and foundational energy surged back to life. "Commander, it should be about time," one of the observers remarked, unable to contain themselves upon witnessing Di Jiu's improving condition. After all, if they continued expending their hard-earned resources, they would deplete their lifetime's worth of rare materials. "Cease," the purple-gold-robed man concurred, sensing it was sufficient. "At present, we are uncertain of the young master's primordial spirit's condition. You should use his body as a medium to employ the soul-summoning techniques you possess." "Yes, wait, look, what is happening? Hurry, use your immense power to maintain it." "Commander, there's a formidable force of rules at the wound, impeding its restoration. It is devouring our strength." Di Jiu's body, which had appeared whole moments ago, suddenly became marred with intricate cracks resembling a spider's web, blood gushing forth from these fissures. "Commander, this rule power is too formidable." Boom! Before a black-robed figure could finish their exclamation, a thunderous sound erupted, and Di Jiu's body shattered into countless pieces, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. The torrential blood rained down upon each individual, chilling them to the core. Soon, only a head remained, quietly suspended within the blue bubble. "Commander, it seems that the power at the wound was the unique power of the Emperor's rules. Could it be that the young master was injured by an Emperor weapon? How could a mere lower realm possess such a weapon? If it truly is an Emperor weapon, then even if we restore the young master's body, it would be futile. We would be utterly powerless to eliminate the Emperor's rules." Upon the utterance of these words, a brief silence enveloped the scene, as expressions of fear re-emerged on their faces, all eyes converging upon the figure clad in a purple-gold robe. "What do you gaze upon? There is no means to erase it, yet must be retrieved otherwise. Do you wish for death?" At that moment, a relatively younger figure in black robes, panic etched across his visage, exclaimed loudly, "Commander, what good will it do us to retrieve it? Returning with a heap of shattered flesh only leads to death, perhaps even a fate worse than death. We shall all be buried alongside this arrogant fool. Impudence, to speak in such a manner, to dishonor the young master, and to display disloyalty, deserves punishment." The purple-gold-robed figure's gaze turned icy, merely sweeping over the offender, who then erupted into a violent explosion, a soul figure soaring into the heavens, hastily fleeing into the distance. Yet, before it could traverse 1,000 miles, it was ensnared in midair. "Ha ha ha, Roger, even if you kill me, it merely means I depart a few days early. I shall await you on the road." Bang! With a soft sound, the soul figure's words were cut short as it was obliterated. "Do you also wish to defy my command, to betray the young master? Dare not." The remaining figures in black robes responded in unison, dispersing to gather the scattered remnants of bodies. Once all had departed, the commander named Roger retrieved a formation plate from his storage ring and quietly laid it upon the ruins. The array extended over a radius of 1,000,000 miles, encompassing the suspended head of Di Jiu. Having completed this task, he approached Di Jiu's head, his gaze wavering for a moment before solidifying as he silently intoned within, "Forgive me, young master, I wish to live well."
Chapter 2. Have you been given face? Are you really asking? What does this old fellow intend to do? A sense of foreboding arose within Di Jiu. Hey, can you hear me? I am here. I am alive. Do not do anything rash. I can still be saved. Just give it another try. Damn it. Can you even hear me? You don't need to flee. Just save me once more. At that moment, a dozen figures clad in black robes returned after gathering the scattered remnants of the body. They cast the fragments back into the bubble, barely forming a semblance of a complete body. Leader, what should we do now? All eyes turned to Roger. Roger's gaze swept coldly over each black-robed figure as he spoke. It is time to pledge our loyalty to the young master. With his words, everyone instinctively took a step back, regarding Roger with guarded expressions. One person could not help but inquire, "Leader, what do you mean by that?" "Huh, what do I mean? You would rather return to the demon realm and suffer than stay here and die a swift death? I can still assist you." As he spoke, a crimson barrier illuminated from all directions, enveloping an area of 1,000,000 miles. This spectacle prompted the black-robed figures to draw their weapons, eyes darting warily around. An elderly man cried out in terror, "The demon calamity annihilation formation? What?" The others exclaimed in unison. Although they were unfamiliar with the formation, they had heard its name. The demon calamity annihilation formation was specifically designed to target demon cultivators, invoking a heavenly calamity. This was no ordinary breakthrough tribulation. It was a cataclysmic force that annihilated everything. And once triggered, it would not relent until death claimed all. Roger, if you wish to be loyal, no one will stop you. What gives you the right to decide our loyalty? Indeed, I would rather return with the young master to face punishment. Yes, I would prefer to suffer than endure this. Roger, we have been brothers for so many years. Why are you doing this? The chorus of accusations did not sway Roger in the slightest. Instead, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He offered no explanations and simply vanished from sight. Boom. At the moment Roger disappeared, dark clouds gathered overhead. Rumbling thunder echoing through the skies. Red lightning flickered amidst the clouds, glaringly bright. The individuals within the formation felt an immense pressure descend upon them, a primal fear of death rising from their depths. The formation was suffused with a bloody, dark aura, cold winds, and the wails of countless tormented souls. Roger, may you meet a miserable end. Roger, you cannot escape. Roger, the demon queen will not spare you. You underestimate the Nine Nether. The cadre of black-robed figures hurled curses while desperately assaulting the formation's barrier, but it merely rippled, showing no signs of damage. Boom. The red apocalypse thunderstorm in the clouds seemed to have reached its zenith, unleashing countless bolts of lightning, as thick as a thigh, raining down upon all within the formation and upon Di Jiu's head. The cries of despair echoed. The demon realm's black-robed figures were torn apart by a single bolt of lightning, blood, and flesh scattering. After the second bolt struck, their bodies were reduced to mere skeletal remains. With the third strike, the skeletons were transformed into a cloud of ash. Above the azure skies, Roger observed as Di Jiu and his subordinates turned to dust, revealing a satisfied smile as he murmured, "If you do not perish, how can you buy me time? How can I leave in peace?" With that, Roger turned and vanished beneath the cerulean sky. 3 days later, the red apocalypse thunderstorm dissipated, and the demon calamity annihilation formation vanished without a trace. All that remained was a charred, deep pit spanning 1,000,000 miles. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a hunched, white-haired elder appeared in the sky, followed almost simultaneously by a burly middle-aged man. They exchanged a glance, but did not acknowledge each other, both gazing in astonishment at the vast deep pit. Is this the heavenly punishment? Even the lingering aura left them feeling a chilling trepidation. I recall that a world-ending battle erupted here 3 months ago. The old man had thought that this was the pinnacle of the world, only to discover many other formidable beings still existed. There are always greater forces than oneself. He coughed. A group of ancient figures, representing the top-tier powers of this world, gazed at the deep pit with reverence. This old man is nearly at his end, yet he still exudes such confidence. It is quite normal to surpass you. A voice suddenly resonated around them. Who? The ancient figures unleashed a terrifying aura, their senses heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Having heard the voice close by yet finding no one else present, this compelled them to a peak of vigilance, a tinge of anxiety long buried in time resurfacing. Can you hear my voice? Di Jiu's tone was filled with surprise. In the moment his head was reduced to ash, he had thought he was doomed, only able to mentally curse Roger's ancestors. Yet, as the dust settled, he discovered he was unharmed, still ensconced within this wondrous cell. Who are you? The hunched white-haired elder asked, his voice grave. He was perhaps the most anxious person present, for Di Jiu had just revealed his most deeply hidden secret. The news of his impending demise was a catastrophe for the force he protected. For centuries, various factions had sought to uncover his lifespan, yet none succeeded. Now, before so many top powers, his secret had been exposed. If possible, he would have liked to eliminate Di Jiu and everyone else present. Who am I? I am the creator of this deep pit, the very participant in the battle 3 months ago. At this declaration, all the powerful beings present momentarily froze, their expressions turning increasingly vigilant, although a few remained skeptical. They could not simply accept whatever the other claimed. I am Li Huayu, the master of Hundred Flowers Palace. Paying my respects to you, senior. Might you reveal yourself for a moment? I am Luo Tianfeng, the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Sword sect, paying my respects. And I welcome you to visit our sect, allowing me the chance to witness your grandeur. Countless individuals showered Di Jiu with flattery and invitations. Yet their ultimate desire remained the same, to have him reveal himself. I have no time. Di Jiu's words rekindled the cunning minds of the old foxes present, the previous tension in their eyes easing somewhat. Some even began to suspect Di Jiu was merely putting on a facade or was gravely injured. Humph. You dare not even reveal your form yet boast of being such a powerful being? That is hard to believe. At that moment, the burly dark-skinned man intentionally provoked him, eager to see if Di Jiu was truly as formidable as he suspected. Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence to me. However, you are the first person in this world to dare question me. As his words fell, a hand formed from clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, striking the burly man across the face. Bang! The burly man, devoid of any reaction, spun forth like a top, soaring into the sky until he vanished at the horizon. Do you have any further inquiries? Naturally, Di Jiu was well aware of the scheming minds of these old foxes. His earlier indifference was merely a test of his ability to unleash a formidable assault outward. Feel free to inquire boldly. I am a person of principle, certainly not of an oppressive nature. The current leader of the Ice and Snow Sword sect, Shibuwei, a regal beauty clad in palace attire, appeared to be in her 30s, though her true age remained a mystery. Before she could finish her words, she found herself utterly immobilized, her mouth and body rendered unresponsive. A colossal palm of white clouds grasped her form, tightening its grip until her lovely visage turned a shade akin to that of liver. Bang! In less than 3 breaths, her body erupted into a mist of crimson. Have you been granted face? You dare to ask? The scene fell into a profound silence. All the formidable beings present paralyzed with fear. The sensation of being an ant, long buried in the depths of memory, was abruptly rekindled. Do you possess any further doubts? None dare to question. If there is anything required, we humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder. Should you desire rest, I shall take my leave forthwith, unwilling to disturb your peace. At that moment, the white-haired old man respectfully clasped his hands in a lowly gesture towards a specific direction. This matter had only just concluded, and yet you, old man, have arrived. You seem to relish in the chaos, then let it be you. Observing your impending demise, nothing could be more crucial than prolonging your life in this moment. Here is the proposition. Should you assist me with a task, I shall grant you an extension of life. An extension of life? The heart of the white-haired elder, which had just begun to cool, suddenly surged with vitality, his murky eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Please, esteemed elder, command me. I am willing to serve as a humble dog or horse. Chapter 3. Seizing the opportunity of the protagonist with your prowess, you could have long ascended from this realm. Why do you choose to remain? The elder revealed a bittersweet smile and replied, the successors are lacking. To prevent our lineage from being obliterated by other factions, I must suppress my cultivation and remain here. Indeed, it seems that the individuals present here are among the elite of this world, their strengths closely matched. Di Jiu glanced around at the gathered crowd, pausing momentarily before stating, the elder's faction will be upheld by all of you together. It will not take long, 500 years. After 5 centuries, I shall return to see if his faction still exists. If not, I regret to inform you that all of you, including the forces behind you, shall be eradicated. Does that sound acceptable? The others present could not suppress their twitching lips. What do you mean by acceptable? Could we possibly say no? Rest assured, esteemed elder, our Tianyin sect will fully support Elder Tianxin's Tiangmen Pavilion. Anyone who dares to harm the disciples of Tiangmen Pavilion shall be considered an enemy of our Tianyin sect. I, from the Luotian sect, second that. Our Tianhuang Holy Dynasty is willing to stand united with Tiangmen Pavilion, forming an alliance to aid each other. One by one, the remaining individuals began to swear oaths, with some even making vows to the heavens, prompting those who had not yet done so to repeat their oaths. Excellent. Fear not. Your assistance will not be in vain. Should any disciples from your factions ascend, I shall shield you in the higher realms. Joy illuminated the eyes of all present. Rather than targeting a lower realm faction, having someone in the higher realms to protect them was far preferable. At that moment, excitement surged among them. Thank you, esteemed elder. Let us proceed to the Ascension platform of the demon realm, Di Jiu said to the white-haired elder. He was eager to return to the demon realm, for within his current condition lay an opportunity for recovery awaiting him. More precisely, it was the chance that the original protagonist had to infiltrate the demon realm, and he intended to seize it. Perhaps he could even delay the protagonist's entry into the demon realm. However, Di Jiu did not harbor overly optimistic expectations. The child of destiny, being favored by the heavens, would surely encounter other opportunities to compensate for this loss. Demon realm? Ascension platform? Suddenly, the previously elated crowd felt their spirits plummet. They were not demon cultivators. Their future ascensions were to the celestial realm. Yet, upon further reflection, they realized this was still a potential path forward. Esteemed elder, the passage to the demon realm is right here. The elder led Di Jiu to a towering stone platform inscribed with intricate runes, pointing to a particular spatial node. He could not see Di Jiu's position and could only speak into the air. Esteemed elder, are you still there? I see it. Di Jiu, with his consciousness affixed to the elder, gazed up at the ascension platform. From that spatial node, he sensed the aura of the demon realm. Upon confirming it, he instructed the elder, step onto the platform and unleash all your suppressed power. We shall depart from here. Yes, esteemed elder. The elder dared not resist and obediently released the power he had long suppressed. As he approached the ascension platform, others followed from a distance. They all cupped their hands in salute, saying, "We bid you farewell, esteemed elder, and congratulate Elder Xuantian on his ascension to the higher realms." Boom. The elder's aura soared, creating a terrifying force that caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. After 3,000 years of suppressed cultivation, it was finally unleashed. His once stooped figure straightened. His hair darkened from white to black, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out, transforming him into a commanding middle-aged man. Boom, boom. Above the azure sky, at the node leading to the demon realm, a massive vortex appeared, radiating a rainbow of colors. A staircase of black jade extended from the vortex down to the elder's feet. As the elder stepped onto the black jade staircase, his emotions were a complex mix. He had not anticipated that Di Jiu's method of prolonging his life was to allow him to break free from his constraints and ascend directly. Fortunately, the integrity of his lineage was assured, allowing him to depart with peace of mind. Just as he neared the vortex, he turned back to the elite forces below and clasped his hands, saying, "I entrust Tiangmen Pavilion to you all. In the future, Elder Xuantian shall repay your kindness abundantly." In the demon realm, within the azure demon domain, at the ascension platform, 26 demon soldiers stood rigidly around the platform, their dark armor glinting with a chilling sheen. Each of their black helmets bore an inverted black sword at the forehead, indicating their rank as first-level demon soldiers. On a nearby elevated platform lounged a figure clad in black armor, lazily reclining on a chair, appearing utterly at ease. His helmet was adorned with 3 inverted swords arranged in a fan shape, signifying his status as a third-level demon soldier and captain among the ranks. Suddenly, the intricately inscribed ascension platform erupted with a blinding blue light that soared to a height of 1,000 feet. The previously relaxed captain sat up straight, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable intensity. Boom. The 26 first-level demon soldiers felt the ground tremble beneath them, astonished expressions dawning on their faces. "Captain, a genius has arrived from the lower realm," one of the soldiers exclaimed excitedly. According to the rules of the demon realm, any individual who ascended at a particular faction's platform belonged to that faction. Whether the individual remained for training or was sold off was entirely at the faction's discretion. Naturally, rival factions often attempted to disrupt or eliminate ascending individuals. I did not expect such a bountiful harvest today. The captain stood up, commanding, "Send word to the commander, and everyone else should remain vigilant." Yes, all the demon soldiers became alert. If a genius truly arrived at their ascension platform, the rewards would be immensely appealing. Boom. The previously towering blue light continued to surge, reaching heights of 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000 feet. "Quick, notify the clan immediately." The captain was no longer his former self, barking the command with urgency, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. At the same time, a copper hammer appeared in his right hand, and in his left, a demon pill capable of amplifying his power tenfold for a duration of 15 minutes. However, once that time elapsed, he would be left with little more than half his life remaining. If his clan members arrived in time, they might save him. The sky-high blue light was too conspicuous and dazzling. From a vantage point above, one could see that every 1,000 miles featured an ascension platform. Within a radius of several tens of millions of miles, there were hundreds of thousands of such platforms, all located in this one area. At this moment, the individuals at the surrounding ascension platforms were rushing towards this direction, frantically wielding communication talismans to send urgent messages back to their respective clans. No one wished to see their once equal rivals or adversaries possessing such a prodigious talent. It was utterly unacceptable to them. Chapter 4. The Nine Nether Command Niufeng. What are you planning to do? The first to arrive at the ascension platform was a towering minotaur, standing a full 10 feet tall. His bovine visage was adorned with 2 massive horns that shimmered with peculiar runes, emanating an aura of peril. However, after bringing along a dozen or so companions, he chose not to strike immediately, standing at a distance of 100 feet as if awaiting something. "Lidachui, do you really not know my intentions?" The last time you dared to slaughter my kin. Today it is time for you to repay that debt. TSK, such brilliance. I wonder what it tastes like to consume such a genius, haha. The captain, known as Li Dachui, wore a grave expression, his anxiety palpable. He understood that Niufeng was waiting for reinforcements to arrive for a swift resolution. The notion of snatching away a genius was not even a consideration. Capturing a person was far more challenging than taking a life. Moreover, attempting to seize someone could invite disaster upon oneself. No one would be foolish enough to attempt such an act. In mere moments, as Niufeng spoke, the air around the Ascension platform buzzed with the arrival of a multitude of demonic beings, swarming like a hive of wasps from every direction. In less than the span of a breath, the platform was surrounded, rendering any escape impossible. As the blue light gradually dimmed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. With all eyes fixated on the Ascension platform, Commander, Clan Leader. At this critical juncture, the Clan Leader and Commander from Li Dachui's side appeared before the platform. With a whoosh, Li Dachui had not yet exhaled in relief when the crowd began to stir, voices rising from various leaders and elders of different factions. The powerful figures from other clans soon followed, and the ambience plummeted to a freezing point, signaling an imminent clash. Clan Leader, what should we do now? Faced with the throngs of formidable forces, Li Dachui was utterly flustered. Even if he consumed 10 demon elixirs, it would be of no use. Everyone retreat. We need not concern ourselves with what unfolds here. The clan leader of the Li family, an elder with graying hair clad in a brown robe embroidered with skulls, grasped a skeletal cane. He sighed inwardly at the scene before him, recognizing that the Bone Clan was far too weak to withstand such a prodigy's arrival. Thus they had no choice but to abandon the situation. Withdraw? Are we really retreating? Li Dachui thought he had misheard. Clan leader, what about the genius? Upon receiving a nod from the commander, he could only acquiesce. It wasn't that he valued the genius. He simply did not wish for his rewards to vanish today. Very well, clan leader. With resignation, Li Dachui waved his hand, leading 26 demonic soldiers alongside the clan leader away from the throng. Clan leader, commander, what if other clans attempt to seize the genius? Li Dachui remained somewhat unconvinced. The commander, sensing his apprehension, whispered telepathically, your reward will not diminish. If you utter another word, I will have you fed to the skeletons before the clan leader. Thank you, commander. Li Dachui sighed in relief, a relaxed smile emerging on his face. If anyone dares to snatch, we shall kill. If the Li family cannot obtain him, then no one shall leave alive. At that moment, the Li clan leader led his group to the edge of the crowd. The members of other clans parted to create a passage, and not a single soul mocked the Li family's decision. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. As the magnificent blue light dissipated, Xuantian's figure emerged upon the Ascension platform, his expression brimming with excitement and curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. Yet, the next instant, he was taken aback. So many people. He realized that even the weakest individuals in the crowd appeared to possess greater strength than him. Moreover, standing at the forefront were several beings whose auras resembled vast oceans. A dreadful shadow loomed over him, and the hostility directed at him was almost palpable. Predecessor, are you there? Why do I feel that they seem intent on killing me? You are not mistaken. They indeed wish to take your life, Di Jiu replied nonchalantly. Xuantian, now engulfed in panic and disbelief, felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He believed these individuals were not after him, but rather pursuing Di Jiu, and he was merely an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Attack! Someone in the crowd bellowed. And without a moment's hesitation, the throng launched a relentless barrage of assaults towards Xuantian. Predecessor, what do we do now? Xuantian could not help but voice his panic, feeling all the training he had cultivated in the lower realms evaporate in an instant. His composure, built on strength, crumbled, leaving him feeling like a mere insect facing a torrent of powerful assaults, as terrified as a 3-year-old child who still wished to live. Di Jiu remained silent and did nothing. As Xuantian gazed in despair at the oncoming attacks, he felt the last vestige of resistance dissipate in the face of such futility. He resigned himself to fate, closing his eyes as fleeting images of his life flashed before him, ultimately settling on the moment he encountered Di Jiu amidst the ruins. He regretted it, regretted ever wanting to join the fray. With a thunderous bang, a golden barrier surged around the Ascension platform, repelling all weapons, spells, and energy attacks beyond its shimmering confines. A pentagon-shaped golden talisman rose from Xuantian, deflecting a multitude of weapons as it ascended skyward. As the talisman ascended, its form gradually expanded, radiating golden light further and further. What is that? A talisman manifestation. It appears to be the legendary life talisman. Golden light? When did our demon realm possess such a sacred object? This is the life talisman of the gods, the identity talisman bestowed upon the offspring of first-rate, elite, and even ultimate factions. It is imprinted upon their innate spirit from the moment of birth. Clan leader, do second-rate factions not possess such talismans? Second-rate factions may desire them, but they lack the strength to obtain one. Isn't this person from the lower realms? Look, the front of the talisman bears the character 9, while the back seems to inscribe Nine Nether. What did you say? Nine Nether? Nine Nether? What? Nine Nether. A stir erupted within the crowd, a cacophony of astonished exclamations filling the air. Clan leader Xuantian, accompanied by members of the Bone Clan, pays homage to the ninth young master. Elder Xuantian of the Demon Bull Clan, accompanied by members of the Demon Bull Clan, pays homage to the ninth young master. Clan leader Shifeng of the West Blood Clan, accompanied by members of the West Blood Clan, pays homage to the ninth young master. Elder Shibuwei of the Corpse Demon Clan, accompanied by members of the Corpse Demon Clan, pays homage to the ninth young master. Thousands fell to their knees in unison. Unaware of the ninth young master's arrival, please forgive us. Tianqian's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings, his mind momentarily short-circuited. One moment he was in hell, and the next, he had ascended to paradise. This jarring transition left his heart racing, while an exhilarating sense of fortune began to swell within him. Where is the clan leader Shibuwei of the Corpse Demon Clan? Di Jiu's voice boomed, echoing with authority. Chapter 5. The enigmatic cells. The revered elder of the Corpse Demon Clan, Shibuwei, humbly approached the ninth young master. The clan leader had been dispatched by the Crimson Flame Demon Lord to undertake a mission and had yet to return. An elderly man clad in a purple robe, his face devoid of color, stepped forward, bowing deeply after taking 9 paces. Do you possess the authority to enter the forbidden grounds of your clan? Forbidden grounds? Shibuwei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Di Jiu would pose such a question. The Corpse Demon Clan was essentially a realm dedicated to the rearing of corpses, relying on the control of these bodies or utilizing them as secondary avatars in battle. If one's original body met an unfortunate demise or was damaged, these corpses could temporarily serve as a substitute for action or combat until a new physical form was cultivated. However, both in action and combat, their efficacy was significantly diminished. No matter how well-matched or compatible, they could never compare to one's own body. Moreover, the innate potential of these corpses was rather limited, and even if one were to adopt them as their primary form, their accomplishments would be meager. As soon as Di Jiu spoke, Shibuwei discerned that the ninth young master must be facing some predicament, which led him to contemplate the clan's forbidden grounds. Yet, even he was barred from entering these sacred areas. How could Di Jiu possibly know that something within them was of necessity to them? Cease your distractions and answer my inquiry. Yes, yes, in response to the ninth young master. Only the clan leader possesses the authority to enter the forbidden grounds. I, a mere subordinate, have only a modicum of access. Then relay my message to your clan leader. I wish to meet him. Additionally, send a message to the Crimson Flame Demon Lord, informing him that I am still alive and that there is no need for vengeance on my behalf. Remember, I implore you, do not seek revenge on my account. Yes, I shall attend to this at once. Having conveyed his instructions, Shibuwei sent forth 2 messages. Lead my brother to your Corpse Demon Clan. As for how to serve him, that is for you to determine. Yes, please follow me, young brother. Shibuwei regarded the newly ascended Tianqian with utmost respect, both due to Di Jiu's stature and the potential that lay ahead. A flicker of envy crossed his eyes as he recognized that this recently elevated individual, after binding himself to the ninth young master, would likely surpass him in both strength and status in no time. Yet, in the next moment, he perceived this as perhaps his own opportunity, even that of the entire Corpse Demon Clan. Though he might not rival the merits of the one before him, he felt content. In his heart, he resolved that, regardless of what lay within the forbidden ground, if the ninth young master required it, he would unhesitatingly persuade the clan leader to acquiesce. Over 10,000 years ago, their Corpse Demon Clan was merely an inconspicuous tribe on the fringes of the Nine Nether 18 domains. It was only through the relentless efforts of recent clan leaders over millennia that the Corpse Demon Clan had the chance to ascend to a third-tier power. Particularly, the current clan leader, Shibuwei, was exceptionally gifted and ambitious, having achieved numerous accolades under the banner of the Crimson Flame Demon Lord, propelling their clan toward a promising trajectory, almost rivaling that of second-tier powers. Nevertheless, Shibuwei did not believe that the treasures within their forbidden grounds could compare to those found upon the Nine Nether Divine Mountain. To be acknowledged by the ninth young master was both an honor and an opportunity. It was said that the Crimson Flame Demon Lord's patron was the Azure Sky Demon Sovereign, whose influence was intertwined with that of the ninth young master's mother. As such, they were, in essence, vassals to the ninth young master. Young brother, we have arrived. Arrived? Thank you, esteemed elder. Upon ascending to the demon realm, Tianqian found himself unable to fly, as the laws of this realm were far more profound and weighty. Moreover, as Tian Min Pavilion was not a sect of demonic cultivators, the dense demonic energy and laws rendered his movements exceedingly cumbersome. Haha, young brother. There is no need for formality. If you do not mind, you may address me as Brother Sure. He understood the intentions of the elder of the Corpse Demon Clan quite well and was pleased to comply. Simultaneously, he was even more determined to cling to Di Jiu's formidable influence. Having ascended from humble beginnings in the lower realms, he was acutely aware of the importance of leveraging every available resource to expedite his rise. Haha, may I ask how I should address you, young brother? In response, you may call me Tianqian. Haha, splendid. Come, this way, Tianqian. Xuantian was escorted to an opulent guest hall. No sooner had he taken his seat than an invisible pressure enveloped him, causing his entire being to tense instantly. Before he could react, the previously empty hall suddenly filled with a dozen individuals. The leader, clad in dark golden armor and a blood-red cape, cast a fleeting glance at Xuantian, and he felt his vision blur as his legs began to tremble. An overwhelming impulse to kneel surged within him. Elder Shibuwei, I pay my respects to the Demon Lord. Shibuwei, standing beside him, did not fare much better. However, recognizing the individual before him, he offered no resistance and knelt without hesitation. The Demon Lord? Xuantian was unaware of the significance of a Demon Lord in the demon realm, yet witnessing Shibuwei, who was vastly superior to him, bow in reverence, he grasped a fragment of the Demon Lord's might. From the lower realms, I, Xuantian, pay my respects to the Demon Lord. Despite the oppressive force, Xuantian managed to respectfully incline his body and clasp his hands, refraining from kneeling. For he believed that Di Jiu's status was above that of the Demon Lord, taking a gamble on his assumption. Impudent. At that moment, a middle-aged man in black armor, with narrow eyes and a face as pale as death, resembling Shibuwei, bellowed at Xuantian. How dare you enough? The Crimson Flame Demon Lord raised his hand to interrupt Shibuwei and turned to Xuantian with a gentle gaze. Is the young master present? He was here to confirm whether the individual mentioned in the message was indeed Di Jiu. If so, he would immediately relay the information to the Nine Nether Divine Mountain. 3 months prior, upon discovering that a significant portion of Di Jiu's divine token had shattered, the Nine Nether Divine Mountain had been thrown into a frenzy, sending shockwaves throughout the demon realm. In a bid to curry favor with the Nine Nether 18 domains, countless demonic factions surged forth, ostensibly to seek out Di Jiu in the lower realms, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to plunder. I am not certain of the elder's whereabouts. Big cousin, what brings you here? Di Jiu spoke, having just assimilated all memories pertaining to the Crimson Flame Demon Lord. He endeavored to engage in conversation using the tone of his former self. As time passed, he would encounter more familiar faces, and he was uncertain whether the consciousness within him would be discerned. The Crimson Flame Demon Lord furrowed his brow, scanning the entire hall with his spirit multiple times. Young master, where are you? Big cousin, can you not locate me? Di Jiu secretly communicated through his spirit, feeling a mix of astonishment and delight. Initially, he assumed that Xuantian and Shibuwei, due to their lesser strength, had failed to detect his presence. Yet now, this was his big cousin, the Crimson Flame Demon Lord, a figure of immense power, among the upper echelons of the demon realm, who also could not uncover his whereabouts. Di Jiu gazed at the confined space around him, filled with intense curiosity. Indeed, I cannot discern your exact location, young master. The spirit transmission earlier did not reveal your precise position. Young master, can you hear my spirit transmission? The Crimson Flame Demon Lord felt a surge of astonishment. His previous transmission was based solely on the last known position of the spirit signal that had reached his mind, without any means to ascertain Di Jiu's actual location. Even tracing the path of his own spirit transmission would result in it vanishing into thin air. I can hear you. Big cousin, I have another favor to ask. In order to validate his thoughts, Di Jiu commanded the cells to settle upon a wine glass on the table. Cousin, strike the wine glass next to Xuantian, he instructed. The Crimson Flame Demon Lord glanced at the glass, uncertain of Di Jiu's intentions, yet complied and delivered a powerful blow. Bang! The wine glass instantly disintegrated into ashes. The surrounding spectators were taken aback, particularly Xuantian, who had almost doubted his wager, collapsing to the ground in fright, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Young master, are you all right? The Crimson Flame Demon Lord, preoccupied with concern for Di Jiu, conveyed his thoughts once more. I am unharmed. A surge of unexpected delight coursed through Di Jiu's usually placid heart. He noticed that the Red Flame Demon Lord's palm strike aimed at the cup had no effect on him whatsoever. Every attack effortlessly passed through his cellular space, without causing even the slightest tremor. It was as if his cells existed outside of this tangible realm. Though uncertain of the present circumstances, the duration of this state, or whether this invisibility extended beyond the Demon Lord's perception to even greater powers, Di Jiu felt secure for the moment. With newfound confidence, he shifted his focus to the middle-aged man beside the Red Flame Demon Lord, who bore a striking resemblance to Shibuwei, the chieftain of the Corpse Demon clan. Demon Emperor Shibuwei. Shibuwei, after a cursory glance around, unable to locate Di Jiu, Shibuwei respectfully addressed the area where the wine cup had shattered. Shibuwei pays homage to the Ninth Young Master. It is an honor for the Ninth Young Master to grace the Corpse Demon clan with his presence. I have heard tell of your meritorious service under my esteemed cousin, rising from a lowly soldier to become his indispensable right-hand man. Di Jiu interjected, cutting short the flattery, which momentarily stunned Shibuwei. Unsure of Di Jiu's temperament, he hastily agreed. I am grateful for the Demon Lord's recognition, which afforded me the opportunity to dedicate myself, leading to the Corpse Demon clan's current standing. Is that so? Di Jiu's tone turned icy. I find myself wondering if your capabilities would have allowed you to flourish regardless of whether you served my cousin or another faction. These words caused Shibuwei's obsequious smile to falter, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. In the room, others, including the Red Flame Demon Lord, cast scrutinizing and curious glances at Shibuwei. They detected a subtle implication in Di Jiu's tone, hinting at something amiss. This subordinate does not comprehend the ninth young master's meaning. I implore you to clarify, Shibuwei said. Indeed, you maintain composure, Di Jiu sneered. In the northern heavenly domain of the celestial realm, there should be a second-rate power known as the Azure Mystic Immortal Pavilion, correct? Upon hearing this, Shibuwei's complexion, already pale, grew even more as dread consumed him. It is said that a new holy maiden recently ascended within the pavilion. What was her name? Ah, yes, Xuantian. Am I correct? With a resounding thud, Shibuwei prostrated himself on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. This spectacle stunned the Red Flame Demon Lord and the others, their expressions hardening as they regarded Shibuwei. Beside him, the bewildered Shibuxiang followed suit, kneeling down. His mind reeled with questions. Had they not come to inspect the Corpse Demon clan's forbidden grounds? How had the situation escalated to this? And what was the connection between his elder brother, Shibuwei, and the Azure Mystic Immortal Pavilion in the Celestial Realm? It is said that this holy maiden, Xuantian, has also distinguished herself through repeated accomplishments, ascending to her position from an insignificant family background with astonishing speed, not unlike your own rise to prominence in my cousin's ranks, Di Jiu continued. The Red Flame Demon Lord, realizing the implications, his eyes blazing with anger, recalled past events and could no longer contain his fury. He stomped his foot, and Shibuwei, who was trembling beside him, was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Moments later, his airborne body crashed to the ground, and a large foot slammed down on his spine. Shibuwei, you possess remarkable audacity, the Red Flame Demon Lord said. To think you would deceive this Demon Lord. Today, I shall extract your primordial spirit and subject it to the torment of my netherworld blue flames for 10 millennia. Cousin, temper your wrath. Hold, I implore you. Di Jiu hastily intervened, seeing the hand poised over Shibuwei's crown. Shibuwei must not die, for he served a greater purpose. Young master, such a treacherous being is nothing but a liability, the Red Flame Demon Lord cautioned, withdrawing his hand. He suspected that Shibuwei held some value for Di Jiu, but he felt compelled to offer a word of advice, given Di Jiu's reputation for arrogance and recklessness. I am grateful for the ninth young master's clemency. For sparing my life, Shibuwei said, his former imperious demeanor utterly shattered as he kowtowed repeatedly on the floor. Di Jiu scoffed at the display and continued. You exchanged intelligence, and when useful information was lacking, you fabricated it. You harmed colleagues, plotted against rival factions, and eliminated dissidents to gain merit and remove obstacles. It was a win-win situation, a double-edged sword. Am I correct, Shibuwei? I dare say that most of those who remain by my cousin's side are deeply entwined with you. Shibuwei's head struck the floor with increasing force, his mind overwhelmed with shock. He could not fathom where he had erred. He had been so meticulous. Yet this ninth young master, who had never paid him any attention, had uncovered everything. Even the Demon Lord himself could not have pieced together such a comprehensive account. Shibuwei could only surmise that the holy maiden Xuantian of the Azure Mystic Immortal Pavilion had betrayed him. But why? Their arrangement benefited both of them. Why would she betray him? He could only hope that Di Jiu would spare his life, for all his plans would be for naught. He sensed that he still possessed some value, or else the esteemed young master would not have wasted so much time on an insignificant figure like himself. I beg the ninth young master for mercy. Shibuwei will never dare to do so again. If I am spared, I am willing to atone for my sins, he said tentatively, unsure of Di Jiu's intentions. Given your actions, not only should your soul be scorched, but your entire clan should pay the price, Di Jiu said. However, I am willing to spare your life. Everyone was taken aback, and the Red Flame Demon Lord was visibly uneasy. Young master, cousin, rest assured. I know what I am doing, Di Jiu replied. Thank you, ninth young master. Thank you. I am at your service, ready to lay down my life for you. Shibuwei said, secretly relieved. He would say anything to survive. For as long as he lived, there was hope. Is that so? Those are your words. If you fail to deliver, I will not only scorch your primordial spirit, but also annihilate your entire clan. Remember, I mean annihilate, not merely slay, but obliterate. Di Jiu said. What? Obliterate? Shibuwei exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The others were equally stunned. Why? The Corpse Demon clan was but a small clan, hardly deserving of such a drastic measure. The forbidden law was a double-edged sword, harming the user as much as the target. Obliteration meant erasing the Corpse Demon clan's past, present, and future from existence, leaving no trace, including the memories of those who knew of their existence. It would be as if the Corpse Demon clan had never existed. Please, ninth young master, give your instructions, Shibuwei said. At this moment, Shibuwei found himself devoid of the confidence he had just exhibited. His voice had diminished to a mere whisper, akin to the sound of a mosquito. He surmised that Di Jiu's request must be something exceedingly difficult for him to confront. Otherwise, the latter would not have uttered such a ruthless statement as extinction. But what could it possibly be? A tempest of turmoil surged within Shibuwei as an unprecedented sense of foreboding erupted within him. How could this be? Chapter 7. The Surrender of Shibuwei and the Revelation of the True Forbidden Grounds of the Corpse Demon Clan. With a thunderous impact, the revelation struck Shibuwei like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind utterly blank. Why? How could this enigmatic ninth young master possess such profound insight into his being? If the earlier plan to exchange merits had revealed Shibuwei's secrets, then the treasures within the forbidden grounds of the Corpse Demon Clan were known solely to him. Secrets he had never uttered a word about. What? You hesitate? Di Jiu's calm demeanor concealed a tempest of frustration within. You should realize that if I resort to forbidden techniques, not only will your plans crumble, but you too will vanish from this realm. In the narrative, the precise location of the core of the Corpse Demon Clan was never divulged, rendering him utterly clueless. Moreover, accessing the forbidden grounds required Shibuwei's blood, his primordial spirit, and a complex talisman he had devised. Only when all three elements converged could the true core of the forbidden grounds be unlocked. Were it not for this, Di Jiu would not squander his time here. Furthermore, the treasure within the forbidden grounds, even if successfully obtained, would only elevate Shibuwei to the supreme realm. Gasp. The mention of the supreme realm left all present, including the flame demon monarch, utterly astounded. Currently, he was merely a demon monarch, with the ranks above him being the demon sovereign and, beyond that, the supreme beings. Beside him, Xuantian was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated such formidable treasures hidden within their clan's forbidden grounds. I can offer you an opportunity to stand by my side. With the resources of the Nine Nether Divine Mountain and your innate talent, reaching the supreme realm, or even the quasi-emperor level, is merely a matter of time. Encountering me renders the treasure within your forbidden grounds trivial. The crowd, including Shibuwei, found it difficult to accept Di Jiu's assertions. If the treasures within the forbidden grounds were insignificant, then why did the ninth young master fixate on a second-rate faction's forbidden grounds? Was this not a contradiction? Observing their expressions, Di Jiu could surmise their thoughts, yet he chose neither to explain nor to deceive. Cultivating a supreme being from the resources of the Nine Nether Divine Mountain was indeed not an insurmountable task. His singular objective was to intercept the protagonist's fortunes for his own gain. The Corpse Demon Clan was not merely about the treasures within. Shibuwei had to be ensnared as well. In the original tale, Shibuwei was a remarkable talent. After aligning himself with the protagonist, he ascended rapidly, eventually reaching the supreme realm over millennia, commanding billions of corpses to breach the defenses of the Nine Nether 18 domains. Ultimately pushing to the foot of the Nine Nether Divine Mountain, Di Jiu had long contemplated that if Shibuwei could not serve his purpose, then the moment he seized the treasures would also mark the end of Shibuwei's life. He would never allow him to witness the protagonist. At that moment, Shibuwei was engulfed in turmoil, uncertain of how much the mysterious ninth young master truly knew about him. If he was unaware of secrets beyond the forbidden grounds, there was still hope. However, if the young master was privy to more of his secrets, he would find himself with no avenues of escape. Suddenly, the flame demon monarch, observing Shibuwei's silence, lifted his foot and sent him crashing against a wall, where he finally came to a halt. You betrayed the demon realm first. Yet the young master has shown you mercy by allowing you to remain by his side. Many would yearn for such fortune, and yet you hesitate? If you long for death, I would not mind granting it. With that, the flame demon monarch descended upon Shibuwei, delivering another merciless kick. Shibuwei, already grievously wounded, emitted a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The flame demon monarch delivered yet another kick, sending Shibuwei crashing into another wall. When he fell to the ground, he was a bloodied mess, his breath shallow. Enough, cousin. Even if you were to truly kill him now, he may not meet his end. Di Jiu's words reverberated in Shibuwei's mind like thunder. He finally grasped that the ninth young master was aware of all his secrets. At that moment, he felt utterly defeated. With trembling effort, he prostrated himself before Xuantian, raising his right hand with fingers pointed skyward, declaring, by the heavens above, I swear that from this day forth, Shibuwei shall be the loyal sword of the ninth young master, a blade for slaying. Wherever the young master points, I shall strike. Should I defy this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me. With a resounding crash, the heavens seemed to respond to Shibuwei's vow. The assembled witnesses gazed in astonishment at Shibuwei, unable to comprehend his sudden and resolute transformation. Such oaths were not made lightly, and no one would dare invoke them frivolously. Only Shibuwei felt as if he were a deflated balloon, experiencing both a sense of relief and an overwhelming powerlessness in the face of Di Jiu. He had never imagined that a secret he believed to be impenetrable for millennia could be known by another. The method was terrifying. Master, I shall now guide you into the forbidden grounds, Shibuwei said, after consuming a healing elixir that restored some of his strength. Lead the way, Di Jiu commanded, directing his attention to Xuantian. You remain here. The malevolent energy within the Corpse Demon Clan's forbidden grounds is beyond your current capacity to withstand. Xuantian, hearing this, could only suppress his curiosity and nod in agreement. Xuantian, the flame demon monarch, and several others followed Shibuwei into the depths of the Forbidden Grounds. The Flame Demon Monarch and his companions, while tasked with protecting Di Jiu, were also curious about the treasures concealed within the Forbidden Grounds. This is not the path to the Forbidden Grounds, Shibuxiang thought, observing that they were heading towards the usual place for raising corpses and burying clan members. Furrowing his brow, Shibuxiang glanced uneasily at Shibuwei, uncertain of his intentions. Catching Shibuxiang's gaze, Shibuwei shook his head with a sigh. The Forbidden Grounds on the surface are merely a facade to mislead others. There is nothing within. Shibuxiang's mind was left reeling, realizing he had been kept in the dark as well. This only heightened his curiosity about the true Forbidden Grounds. Before long, Shibuwei led them to a towering grove of tombstones, some reaching heights of 99 zhang, while the shortest stood at least 1 zhang tall. The sight seemed endless. Eventually, Shibuwei halted before a tombstone 9 zhang high, which appeared rather unremarkable compared to the others. The tomb of the 73rd patriarch of the Corpse Demon clan, Xixiao. The inscription gleamed prominently in the center. The tomb of our great-grandfather, Shibuxiang inquired, puzzled. Brother, could it be that the true Forbidden Grounds of the Corpse Demon clan lie within our great-grandfather's tomb? Chapter 8. The true Forbidden Land. Shibuwei did not respond to Shibuxiang's words. Under the true Forbidden Land's influence, he moved toward the 14 characters inscribed at the tomb of Shixiong, the 73rd patriarch of the Shimo clan. As the blood enveloped the 14 characters, a cracking sound echoed, and the tombstone began to tremble. A stone slab, as wide as a door, suddenly began to slowly rise. Before the crowd appeared an entrance to the tomb, Shibuwei was the first to step inside. Contrary to expectations of darkness and dampness, the interior was bright, clean, and comfortable, with only a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, a spacious stone chamber, measuring 3 zhang, came into view. Inside the chamber, there was nothing but a stone coffin placed in the center, adorned with intricate magical runes. Shibuwei approached the coffin, drew a drop of blood from his heart, and infused it with his life essence, directing the drop to fall onto a peculiar rune inscribed on the coffin's lid. The surface of the coffin lid seemed to be activated, instantly illuminating with crimson lines that radiated a dazzling red light. With a loud bang, the coffin lid flew open, hovering silently at a height of 1 zhang. Empty. How can it be empty? Shibuwei, do you dare to play tricks at this moment? Everyone, please remain calm. Shibuwei has sworn an oath to the Great Path. How could he deceive the young master? Shibuwei replied nonchalantly. Brother, where is great-grandfather's body? Shibuxiang asked, his face filled with confusion. He had witnessed Shixiong being carried into this tomb, and although he was quite young at that time, he was certain of his memory. Your great-grandfather stands beside you. He despises his own body and would not wish to keep it. Why not make use of it to fulfill his true secret? At this moment, Di Jiu's voice resonated within the stone chamber. What? Shibuxiang stared, momentarily stunned, before looking incredulously at Shibuwei. He was aware of the Shimo clan's techniques and forbidden spells, and he quickly grasped the implication of Di Jiu's words. You are. Yes. I am indeed your great-grandfather, Shixiong, Shibuwei sighed, acknowledging his identity. Simultaneously, he confirmed that Di Jiu was aware of his core secret. Then what about brother Shibuwei? Shibuxiang's eyelids twitched violently, a foreboding sensation enveloping him. Shibuwei cast a glance at Shibuxiang, unreservedly stating, he has not existed since the moment of his birth. Those behind Shibuwei, including the Red Flame Demon Lord, appeared to understand, and rather than voicing accusations, they listened with apparent enjoyment. Yet Shibuxiang stood rooted, as if struck by lightning, confronting the revelation of Shibuwei's identity, or rather, the true essence of Shixiong. It was essential for him to understand that Shixiong had led the Shimo clan to prominence as its first-generation, highly accomplished patriarch. Wait, Shibuxiang suddenly recalled something. Glaring at Shibuwei, how did father die? Upon hearing this, Shibuwei merely cast a casual glance at Shibuxiang and replied, you have already deduced it. Why ask further? Very well, I shall tell you. You, Shibuxiang, are both my grandson and my son. The entire assembly was rendered speechless. Goodness, can it be played this way? So you seized your son's body, or a grandson, and then took over your grandson's body. Are you planning to give birth to a great-grandson next, only to seize that as well? To live forever, to never truly die? Such forbidden arts warrant divine retribution. Shibuxiang stood motionless, struggling to accept this entire ordeal. The denizens of the demon realm were not fond of pretense. They preferred directness. Their cultivation favored unconventional methods, always seeking swift, effective shortcuts. Their personalities often veered towards extremes, displaying ruthlessness towards themselves and others alike. These were facts. However, this did not imply they acted without principles or lacked boundaries. This transcended mere malevolence. It was utterly sinister. You need not regard me with such disdain. Without me, the Shimo clan would continue to languish in that desolate ravine. Without me, with your talent, you would never ascend to the Demon Emperor realm. Shibuwei proclaimed with righteous indignation, as if he had accomplished a grand feat yet. While his voice still echoed in the stone chamber and everyone awaited further developments, He seized the moment of distraction to leap into the coffin. As soon as he entered, he vanished without a trace. Bang! The hovering coffin lid plummeted, sealing the stone coffin before anyone could react. A teleportation array. Young Master! Young Master! A group bombarded the coffin lid with frenzied attacks. But the lid remained immovable and unscathed, not even the red flame demon lord leaving a mark upon it, let alone causing any damage. The Shimo clan was courting death. Likuei, at your command, relay a message to the Tianqing demon sovereign, reporting everything that has transpired here. Simultaneously, send a message with the same content to the demon Empress. Understood. Others, seal off the entire Shimo clan. Entry is permitted, but no one may leave. Those who resist shall be executed. Yes. The red flame demon lord turned his gaze towards Shibuwei, particularly noting the striking resemblance he bore to Shibuwei. A wave of discomfort washing over him. He raised his hand and slapped Shibuwei across the face, caught in a daze from prior revelations. Shibuwei had not anticipated such a calamity. The slap sent him spiraling into the stone wall, plunging him into unconsciousness. What of the great path's oath? That was sworn by Shibuwei. It has nothing to do with me, Shixiong. Extinction? How could a young master of the Nine Nether resort to self-destructive forbidden methods to deal with a mere Shimo clan? Who would believe such nonsense? Do you truly think I, Shixiong, am a mere child? In an underground space spanning 1,000 miles, Shixiong stood upon a high platform, laughing wildly at the sky. You've learned of my secret, yet remain oblivious to its location. To plot against me in my own domain is nothing short of folly. Cough, cough. Shixiong's exuberance triggered a bout of coughing blood, and he wiped the crimson stain from his lips, a cold glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Red Flame Demon Lord, you shall wait. The debts of today shall be repaid personally by me in the future, and that damn Nine Nether young master. Do not let me seize an opportunity. Once I grow stronger, I shall refine you into my loyal servant. Filled with indignation, Shixiong clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. Once his emotions had stabilized, he turned his gaze toward the center of the underground space. There lay a strikingly handsome male corpse, bound by iron chains inscribed with magical runes on his wrists, ankles, neck, and waist. 8 chains in total. 2 of these chains pierced through the bones of his pelvis, while another 2 were locked onto either side of his collarbone. The scene was brutally graphic. Beneath the male corpse lay a vast pool of blood, saturating the entire underground space. Streams of blood flowed from the soles of the corpse's feet, permeating his entire being. Roar. The man, initially presumed to be lifeless, suddenly opened his crimson eyes to the heavens and let out a ferocious howl, his visage appearing exceedingly grotesque. Chapter 9. The Rebirth of Di Jiu. After the man let out a series of anguished cries, he fell into silence once more. Having been away for some time, he was astonished to discover that you had attained sentience. As Shixiong approached the man, probing his spirit, he could not help but murmur to himself. However, in the next moment, his brow furrowed, astonishment flickering in his eyes, followed by a cold smile that graced his lips. To think, you have survived, clinging to a remnant of your soul to endure until now. Had I arrived a few decades later, you, Lin Zhan, might have posed a formidable threat. The man hung his head, remaining utterly still, as if not acknowledging Shixiong's words. Observing this, Shixiong's lips curled into a sneer. So you wish to feign death? Very well, I shall ensure you truly meet your end. With that, Shixiong raised his palm and struck the man's forehead. Roar. Sensing the imminent approach of death, the man howled once more, struggling fiercely as the iron chains binding him clanked loudly. His crimson eyes, previously devoid of consciousness, momentarily regained clarity as he gazed at Shixiong's descending hand, a flicker of defiance mingling with an unexpected sense of release. Bang. Severely wounded and with a fragmented soul, he could offer no resistance as his spirit was obliterated. His lifted head suddenly drooped. From this day forth, I, Shixiong, shall live on in your stead. No longer will I be known as Shixiong or Shibuwei, but as Lin Zhan. Upon uttering these words, Shixiong slowly raised his arms, palms upward, unleashing a tremendous aura of demonic royalty. The tranquil blood beneath him roiled violently in response, surging into towering crimson waves. 7 massive columns of blood, akin to serpents, erupted from the surface, forcefully invading the man's orifices, merging with his flesh, bones, and the void of his shattered consciousness. The blood level beneath his feet visibly dropped at an astonishing rate. 2 hours later, the blood in the subterranean space had entirely vanished. With just a final 30% remaining, all bones would transform into supreme blood bones. I wonder if the blood I have recently collected will suffice. Damn you, Di Jiu. Had it not been for you, I would not have been compelled to inhabit this body so soon. Shixiong retrieved 2 reddish-brown boxes inscribed with arcane symbols from his storage ring. Upon opening them, a torrent of sanguine aura surged forth. Demon Emperor's blood, Demon Emperor's divine blood, drawn by the power, the essence rushed into the man's third eye. In the next instant, the scant remnants of the man's clothing burst apart. Beneath the skin, one could distinctly observe the bones glowing like molten iron, flickering with a crimson hue. Just a fraction more, cursed 9 Hell's sacred mountain. Today's humiliation shall be repaid in the future. Cursing under his breath, Shixiang used his hand as a blade to slice open the flesh over the man's heart. He then reached inside, extracting his own heart, refining it into droplets of essence, which he directed toward the man's brow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the essence fully integrated into the man's being, his bones ignited with an inner fire, creating a crackling sound as if they were being scorched. The flesh, having absorbed so much essence, did not turn red but emitted the distinct scent and sound of burning. Just a tad more, just a tad more. Shixiang observed that within the man's body, only the pinky bone remained untransformed. With a resolute bite of his teeth, he slapped his forehead. A spirit resembling Shibuwei emerged from his brow, turning back to cast a blue demonic flame at Shibuwei's body. In moments, it condensed into 3 droplets of essence, which he flung back into the man's brow. Boom! As all the bones radiated a crimson glow, the entire subterranean chamber began to tremble violently. The darkened skies above, thick with clouds, rumbled ominously. Within the span of a heartbeat, the clouds spread over vast distances. In 2 heartbeats, they blanketed hundreds of thousands of miles. In 3 heartbeats, they extended to millions. This ominous gathering seemed to congeal the energy of heavenly tribulation, poised to obliterate the wicked entity below. Everyone assumed that the tempest would culminate here. Their curiosity piqued regarding what entity would emerge. Suddenly, the enormous clouds expanded massively, enveloping millions of miles in an instant. 2/4 of an hour later, the regions governed by the Crimson Flame Demon City were plunged into darkness, as a torrent of demonic energy surged into the underground space. Half an hour later, the Xuantian demon domain quaked as countless powerful beings awakened from their meditations, rushing toward the territory ruled by the Crimson Flame Demon Lord. An hour prior to this upheaval on the surface, at the precise moment the man fully transformed into supreme blood bones, Shixiang's spirit floated cross-legged in the air, chanting fervently before bellowing, "Return, all souls." Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding stone walls erupted with explosive sounds as numerous sealed portals burst open, unleashing countless spirit forms that merged into his primordial spirit. When the last spirit entered, Shixiang's essence expanded, resembling a miniature plump figure. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the man before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I have awaited this day for a full 8,000 years. All plans have finally come to fruition, albeit barely. This marks the beginning of a new chapter for me." Shixiang. With that declaration, Shixiang stepped forward, excitement radiating from him. Bang! At that moment, the miniature spirit stumbled mid-stride. He touched his forehead, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he looked ahead, where nothing was visible. Yet, moments ago, he had collided with something substantial. Cautiously, he advanced once more, only to be met with another soft thud. A blue light flashed before him. "Who goes there?" he shouted, striking out with his fist, only to see a transparent blue barrier materialize before him, obstructing his path and trapping him within a radius of 10 feet. His previously gleeful expression shifted to one of unease and dread. A thought raced through his mind, causing his entire spirit form to tremble uncontrollably. "Excellent. I admire your audacious creation. Allow me to test the quality of this work. Should I find it unsatisfactory, we shall settle both new and old scores." Di Jiu's voice echoed throughout the empty subterranean chamber. Every word resonated in Shixiang's ears with the weight of 1,000 burdens, leaving him breathless. Though he could not see where Di Jiu was, he noticed the 8 magical chains binding the man stir. Bang, 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 with a series of resounding crashes. The chains shattered, flying apart. The man, who had been bowing his head, slowly began to raise it. "No, no, no. This is mine. Young Master Jiu, I beg you. Return him to me." Shixiang faltered, his resolve wavering. "I can swear anew, young Master Jiu. I desire nothing but your mercy. I am willing to serve you as your loyal servant." Chapter 10, The Cataclysmic Punishment of Heaven. The corpse tyrant wailed in madness, unleashing the utmost powers of his primordial spirit in a frenzied assault against the azure barrier before him. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. The relentless barrage of attacks, akin to a tempest of divine manifestations, merely stirred the surface of the translucent blue shield, leaving no trace of damage behind. Especially upon witnessing the moment when the man suspended in midair opened his eyes, the tyrant's gaze was consumed by a frenzied jealousy. "No, that is mine. I have toiled for 8,000 years, and you dare to take it from me." Crack, crack, crack. Di Jiu flexed his neck and shook his arms, the joints creaking ominously. Supreme Bloodbone. After a brief period of adjustment, Di Jiu meticulously assessed his own body. No matter how he looked at it, everything felt strikingly reminiscent of something from Blue Star. He could sense that his body was devoid of warmth, his heart was still, and there was no circulation of blood. Everything was as rigid as iron, not to mention the bones glowing with a crimson light. Even his flesh felt imbued with a terrifying power. The most astonishing aspect was that when he had commanded that extraordinary cell to enter the soul space of this body, the cells that had ensnared him vanished without a trace in an instant, as if merging seamlessly with the entire soul space. This resulted in his primordial spirit feeling utterly at ease in this unfamiliar expanse of consciousness, as if it had always belonged to this body. After acclimatizing to this stiffened form, Di Jiu approached the barrier, gazing at the corpse tyrant's primordial spirit through the shimmering screen. With Di Jiu's complete possession of this body, the tyrant ceased his frenzied assaults. The look directed at Di Jiu was laden with boundless hatred, a gaze that yearned to consume him whole. Not bad. I appreciate your lengthy cultivation of this incorruptible bone, a complete manifestation of the supreme undead. Observing the contents of that blood pool earlier, the least among them were the blood of kings. I must admit, both the environmental conditions and the quality of blood here surpass those of the undead supreme achieved in my homeland's era of magic decline by countless degrees. I am quite satisfied. However, due to your unsatisfactory demeanor, I can only bestow upon you a 4-star rating. 1 star shall be deducted using your memories to make amends. With that, a transparent hand formed from concentrated primordial spirit pierced through the barrier and clutched the tyrant's diminutive spirit form. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the subterranean realm. Soul-searching technique. A remarkably simple, yet excruciatingly tormenting spell. 15 minutes later, the anguished cries abruptly ceased, and the corpse tyrant's spirit became increasingly translucent, no longer solid. His expression waning into a state of lethargy and confusion. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Di Jiu, as if to etch his visage deep within his soul. Enough. It is time to conclude this. I shall send you to reunite with your son and grandson. May they not rend you asunder in the afterlife. The transparent hand gripping the spirit form trembled slightly, causing the tyrant's consciousness to begin fading until his spirit gently closed its eyes. Di Jiu's hand did not withdraw. Instead, a deep blue flame emerged from his palm, cleansing and refining the tyrant's spirit until it became entirely transparent, transforming into a pure essence of soul energy. Only then did Di Jiu draw it into his mouth. Boom. With the infusion of the magical sovereign's soul energy, Di Jiu's already formidable primordial spirit surged to new heights. Boom. Boom. The thunderous tribulation approached. Gazing skyward, he witnessed divine lightning piercing through the earth for hundreds of thousands of miles, manifesting within the subterranean space. Roar. Di Jiu could not help but unleash a primal scream towards the heavens. This was not his desire. It was as if this body were defiantly challenging the impending tribulation. The massive bolt of lightning did not relent in response to Di Jiu's roar, striking swiftly towards his brow. Sizzle. A wisp of smoke curled from his forehead, and his hair stood on end. In that moment, Di Jiu's primordial spirit was caught off guard. He had not anticipated that the tribulation would first target his spirit rather than his corporeal form, an utter violation of natural order. He had braced himself for flight. Yet upon the lightning entering his soul space, it came to a halt, hovering silently in the air. The next moment, Di Jiu was astonished to see the lightning tremble. And as he approached, he found it genuinely quivering, albeit imperceptibly, a reality that left him momentarily dumbfounded. Bang! Before he could respond, the massive bolt of lightning suddenly exploded, transforming into a million slender arcs that scattered into the void. What? Di Jiu found himself at a loss. Just then, 3 more bolts of lightning, each the thickness of an arm, surged into the soul space almost simultaneously. In under a breath, they followed the first bolt's lead, fracturing into countless tiny arcs that vanished within the realm of consciousness. A quarter of an hour later, Di Jiu lost count of how many bolts of lightning had entered his soul space. He was uncertain of what was transpiring, but knew he was safe. By the time the 9th bolt of tribulation descended upon the soul space, he had become numb, scarcely glancing at it, instead directing all his focus outward. At that moment, the entire underground realm transformed into a tempestuous sea of thunder. Except for the initial 3 bolts that entered the soul space independently, the subsequent lightning strikes alternated between entering the soul space and targeting his physical form. Suddenly, the situation shifted dramatically. The tribulation, having failed to vanquish Di Jiu, seemed provoked. In an instant, thousands of bolts of lightning erupted, a mere precursor to the deluge that would follow. For the next quarter of an hour, tens of thousands of lightning strikes manifested within the subterranean expanse, illuminating the once dim space as bright as day. The simultaneous flashes of lightning unleashed indiscriminate assaults upon Di Jiu, many merging to form more potent bolts, determined to obliterate him without relent. Witnessing the scene ignited a fire of rage within Di Jiu, stirring a rebellious impulse against the heavens. In the original narrative, the protagonist encountered far fewer tribulations upon acquiring this body. Only 9 bolts of lightning intended for ascension to demonic sovereignty had appeared, and then the matter was forgotten. Moreover, the corpse tyrant in the original story had never betrayed the protagonist, leading him faithfully into the fray, rising through the ranks alongside him. Yet here, everything had changed. The tyrant's mindless betrayal and the unending tribulation were relentless. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Di Jiu's heart brimmed with indignation, amidst the myriad of white bolts racing towards him, 3 bolts glowing red appeared. Damn it! Cataclysmic punishment of heaven. At that moment, Di Jiu could no longer contain himself. He realized that some inherent rule or individual within this world was deliberately targeting him, solely because he had seized what was never meant for him. Very well. If you do not eliminate me today, I shall not only seize your opportunities moving forward, but also seek to extinguish you and eradicate this so-called fate. Chapter 11. The arrival of the demon Empress. The three bolts of world-destroying thunder showed no signs of abating, despite Di Jiu's indignation. They intertwined with an array of white lightning, penetrating his forehead, as he beheld the crimson thunder that materialized in the sea of his consciousness. Radiating a chilling aura of annihilation, Di Jiu could only harbor a flicker of hope that his spiritual realm might conjure yet another miracle. Yet this time, he found himself sorely disappointed. The white lightning, as expected, fragmented into countless diminutive bolts, dispersing in all directions until they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the three bolts of red, world-ending punishment, thunder merely hesitated for a moment before surging toward his primordial spirit with an unstoppable force. Boom. Upon being struck simultaneously by the three bolts of thunder, Di Jiu felt his memories plunge into a void, his consciousness engulfed by darkness in an instant. Roar. In the external world, the unfeeling, bone-like body devoid of awareness seemed to have been provoked, unleashing an insane howl as it frantically traversed the subterranean space, eagerly seizing various bolts of lightning to consume. In the next heartbeat, 6 more bolts of red, world-destroying punishment, thunder manifested at the opposite end of the underground realm. No sooner had they appeared than they charged eagerly toward Di Jiu's forehead. Just as these entered, yet another wave of red, world-ending thunder emerged from the depths below. This time not 6, but 9 bolts. The sole distinction was that these 9 bolts did not rush toward Di Jiu immediately. Instead, they fused with 3 others, ultimately coalescing into a singular, terrifying bolt of thunder, roughly as thick as a waist. The aura of destruction emanating from it was so profound that a mere glance induced an overwhelming sense of despair. Consequently, the subterranean expanse, spanning 1,000 miles, was instantly transformed into a vacuum zone, ravaged by the destructive aura of the world-ending thunder. Rumbling. As the terrifying bolt of thunder penetrated Di Jiu's forehead, the underground realm collapsed in an instant, plunging everything into darkness. Concurrently, upon the surface, within the territory governed by the Red Flame Demon Lord, a gaping chasm, 1,000 feet deep, formed within a 30-million-mile radius surrounding the city of Red Flame. Countless individuals erupted from the pit, astonished as they beheld the suddenly collapsed ground. Half of the city swallowed whole, leaving them bewildered and perplexed. What transpired? Is someone plotting against our Red Flame city? A few of you. Descend with me to uncover what lies below. Quickly report to the Demon Lord. In the chaos of the half-destroyed Red Flame city, people flocked to the edge of the chasm, engaging in animated discussions. Look there. What is that? Many gazed skyward toward the cloud-strewn horizon. A lavish palace flickered into view within the clouds, with 9 colossal dragon bones, each 1,000 feet long, tethered to the palace, soaring through the sky. A bone dragon. What? The legendary bone dragon? My heavens, are 9 bone dragons pulling a chariot? Who could possibly reside within that palace? Be cautious. Those 3,000 armored figures behind are at least of Demon Lord caliber. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the crowd's anxiety escalated. Uncertain why such formidable beings would descend upon their humble locale, a portion of the onlookers, unwilling to entangle themselves in impending trouble, began to stealthily retreat. Red Flame pays homage to the Demon Empress and to the 6th young master. What? The Demon Empress? The one from the Nine Nether Divine Mountain? The Red Flame Demon Lord had, unbeknownst to him, arrived above the sunken Red Flame city. His words sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd, prompting them to kneel in unison, exclaiming, "We pay homage to the Demon Empress." In the next moment, the palace doors swung wide, revealing 7 exquisite young maidens clad in flowing gowns of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Following them were 4 strikingly handsome young men, garbed in robes of dark blue, white, and black. Trailing behind was a dashing youth remarkably resembling Di Jiu. As he stepped forward, the 12 figures parted, creating a passageway. A breathtakingly beautiful, ethereal woman, seemingly descended from the heavens, emerged from the palace. Her aura stilled the very fabric of existence, gripping the hearts of onlookers with an oppressive weight, rendering them nearly breathless. The Demon Empress, Yu Ling, with her emotionless, icy gaze, merely cast a fleeting glance at the sunken Red Flame city before directing her attention to the kneeling Red Flame. Have you found Juo? Returning to the Demon Empress? Not yet. However, the stone coffin is currently undergoing repairs. I believe we shall soon ascertain the young master's whereabouts. After the departure of Shibuwei, Red Flame and his companions had exhausted their strength attempting to open the coffin. Ultimately, they sought the aid of a formation master, who, after considerable effort, managed to unlock it, only to discover that the teleportation array within had been destroyed by Shibuwei. Upon finishing his report, Red Flame's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the sunken city below, his brow furrowing slightly. It was curious that the city collapsed neither too early nor too late, but precisely when the young master arrived at the realm of the corpse demon tribe. This led him to suspect a connection between the collapse of Red Flame City and either Shibuwei or the young master. Are you certain that the person you have yet to meet is Jiu? According to the reports from the Ascension platform, the young master's life token has indeed manifested. After arriving in the corpse demon tribe, I discreetly sensed his presence through my own spiritual life token. It is undoubtedly the aura of the young master. However, there is a peculiar element. I cannot locate the young master. Even though I can send him messages, I still cannot pinpoint his location. Red Flame reported candidly. The demon Empress, upon hearing this, revealed a flicker of confusion in her cold eyes. Jiu's strength was only at the initial stage of the monarch level, while Red Flame had reached the peak of the monarch level, just a step away from demon sovereign. Logically, it should have been easy to detect Jiu's whereabouts unless he had concealed his life token. Yet, Red Flame could sense the other party's life token, making it seem even simpler to find him. Unable to unravel the enigma, the demon Empress resolved to investigate personally. With a delicate gesture, she unfurled her slender palm, revealing a golden insignia of the Nine Nether, the size of a palm, hovering above her hand. As she murmured an incantation, the insignia shot upward, transforming into a colossal form that hung beneath the dim sky, its golden radiance radiating outward in waves, scattering the surrounding clouds for miles. Kneeling in midair, Red Flame felt the life imprint upon his primordial spirit being mysteriously summoned, detaching from him and soaring toward the outside world. In a fleeting moment, a palm-sized token, also emanating golden light, appeared above him, shining brilliantly alongside the immense golden insignia above. This token signified his status as a collateral descendant. Compared to direct descendants, it represented a significant disparity in standing. However, in the context of the 18 domains of the Nine Nether and external forces, it was the epitome of nobility. Simultaneously, hovering above the sixth young master, Di Jiu, stood a similarly sized golden insignia, emblematic of his direct lineage. Chapter 12. The zombie sovereign. The crowd remained prostrate on the ground, silence enveloping them as the demoness did not utter a word, leaving no one daring to rise. However, the blinding golden light surrounding them compelled some to lift their gazes. Upon seeing the immense golden insignia hovering in the sky, they were left bewildered, curiosity consuming them as they observed the unfolding spectacle. Golden rays also emanated from the deep pit, and someone uttered a remark that prompted the crowd to peer towards the collapsed chasm. In a matter of moments, radiant golden light erupted from the earth, transforming the previously dark pit into a resplendent golden hue. Within the blink of an eye, a towering 9-jong-high golden insignia fully emerged from the depths, slowly ascending towards the heavens. This scene elicited expressions of astonishment and joy from the demoness, the seven sisters, and the four handsome men behind her. The Crimson Flame Demon Lord's face mirrored a knowing expression, exclaiming, "Mother, look," as he pointed towards the floating golden insignia above the pit. Report, demoness. It is speculated by my subordinate that the ninth young master may be beneath, and this collapse is likely related to him and the corpse of Shibuwei. The Crimson Flame Demon Lord voiced his thoughts. No sooner had he spoken than two powerful souls swept across the crowd, probing into the depths of the chasm. The Crimson Flame Demon Lord followed suit, delving his own soul further down, traveling 1,000 miles, then 100,000, 200,000, 50,000, 60,000, and finally 65,000 miles. A completely naked youth sat cross-legged, eyes closed, beneath 65,000 miles. His body remained unmoved, as steadfast as a mountain. Linjan. Both the Crimson Flame Demon Lord and the sixth young master exclaimed in unison, "He is your brother." At that moment, the demoness gently waved her hand, causing the golden insignia to drift downwards until it reached the consciousness of Di Jiu. The two then snapped back to reality, piecing together what had transpired. Why does it feel as if the ninth young master is devoid of vitality? The Crimson Flame Demon Lord pondered, perplexed. Had he not witnessed the insignia entering the pit, he would have believed it to be a mere corpse. This state was peculiar, as if caught between life and death. Di Jiu, equally curious, attentively sensed Di Jiu's condition, suddenly astonished by his formidable physique and skeleton. The demoness regarded Di Jiu with a hint of satisfaction gracing her usually cold visage, remarking, "Xing'er, you must strive harder. The ninth young master may still lag behind you in cultivation and realm, but in terms of physical prowess, he has far surpassed you." "What? Mother, surely you jest." Di Jiu replied, incredulity etched across his face. While he indeed sensed Di Jiu's extraordinary strength, it hardly seemed to eclipse his own. Presently, Di Jiu's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the June level, just entering the ranks of the most powerful, comparable to the Crimson Flame Demon Lord. Could a mere body surpass that of a sovereign? Was there not a vast chasm between physical strength and cultivation? It was essential to recognize that he was a legitimate first-grade sovereign, a true powerhouse, standing atop the pyramid. Below the semi-emperor and the emperor, the sovereign represented the pinnacle of the demon realm. Could it be attributed to Linjan's body? Linjan, a prodigy from the heavenly domain, had reportedly vanished over 1,700 years ago after sustaining injuries, only to reappear among the corpse demon clan. Observing Di Jiu's bewilderment, the demoness elucidated, "If you doubt, you may wait for the ninth young master to awaken and then gauge his strength for yourselves." I too wish to see how powerful a zombie sovereign, transcending the 6 realms and free from the cycle of the 5 elements, can become. Zombie sovereign, Di Jiu, the Crimson Flame Demon Lord, and the 7 Sisters, along with the 4 men behind them, exclaimed in unison, clearly familiar with such a being. Regardless of whether in the demon realm, the celestial realm, or the other 4 realms, demon, nether, azura, and human, the sovereigns were classified from 1st to 9th grade. Upon entering the sovereign realm, one was considered among the legendary powerhouses. However, a unique category existed beyond these grades, the zombies, who held no rank within the sovereign realm. Once their cultivation broke through from demon sovereign to sovereign, they instantly wielded the strength of a 9th grade sovereign, a truly terrifying prospect. Moreover, the zombie sovereign possessed immunity to most magical attacks. To defeat such a being, the most straightforward method was through physical confrontations, determining the superiority of either the weapon or the zombie sovereign's body. The crowd's minds raced through the known forms of physical attack, ultimately leading them to a singular weapon, the Imperial armament. Even the substandard Imperial armaments crafted by the failed Emperor's path could inflict lethal damage on a zombie sovereign, primarily due to the unique power of rules inherent to Imperial armaments, which served as the zombie sovereign's greatest nemesis. As for other divine weapons, they could not conjure any alternatives at the moment. Yet, even with this understanding, they were left astounded. Despite Di Jiu's current limited cultivation, his physical strength alone was sufficient to categorize him among the sovereign-level powerhouses. Below the semi-emperor, he was invincible in physicality. What might transpire when Di Jiu's cultivation and realm caught up, paired with his unparalleled physique? The mere thought of challenging a semi-emperor was beyond their wildest imaginations. In the wake of their astonishment, expressions of delight illuminated the faces of the 7 sisters and 4 men. They were devoted followers of Di Jiu, themselves extraordinary talents. Initially, their allegiance was not born from admiration for Di Jiu, but rather from his connections to the living emperor, the demon emperor, and the semi-empress Yuling. Even if Di Jiu were to perish one day, they could pivot to serve under the 6th young master, ensuring they would at least retain basic resources. However, now the Di Jiu they followed had unexpectedly grown immensely powerful, with the potential for even greater strength in the future. As followers, even if their allegiance was nominal, the ensuing advantages would render their lives considerably more comfortable. Amidst their excitement, a sudden rumble resonated as the earth began to quake. A fissure, as thick as an arm, rapidly extended from the center of the collapsed pit in Crimson Flame City. After 2 hours of tumult, the ground settled, revealing a chasm 2 men wide, cleaving Crimson Flame City in twain. In the high sky, the demoness lifted her delicate finger, making a gentle stroke in the air. Below, Di Jiu's body involuntarily soared from the depths, rising before the demoness and her companions, still in a meditative state, with eyes closed. Bring your young master back to the Divine Mountain. Yes, the 7 sisters and 4 men responded in unison. Chapter 13. 300 years later, I am Di Jiu, tirelessly fastening screws in a factory. No, I am Yi Xiaochuan, delivering takeout. No, I am the impoverished cowherd, He Guzi. No, in this life, I must succeed. I, Luo Tianming, must rise above the rest. Why? I have been admitted to a prestigious institution, yet I still find myself delivering takeout. How many lifetimes have I endured? Why am I confined to the lower echelons? Why is it so arduous to transcend social classes? Di Jiu exclaimed, his eyes suddenly wide open, bloodshot with terror, his voice a frantic shout. I am neither He Guzi nor Yi Xiaochuan. I am Di Jiu, the heir of the 9 underworld sacred mountain. Di Jiu, second to none among all. No one dares to wrong me again. No one dares to conspire against me. Whoever dares to harm me, to make me bear the blame, shall face death, death, death. A quarter of an hour later, the terror in Di Jiu's eyes gradually receded, and reason slowly returned. As his dazed gaze sharpened, a strikingly beautiful face, marked with trepidation, came into view. Master, are you all right? Di Jiu blinked in confusion, peering through the rising mist at the delicate girl before him. Her skin as fragile as a flower petal. Where am I? Suddenly awakened, Di Jiu sat upright, staring in bewilderment at the mist-shrouded lake. Wasn't I in the Corpse Demon Clan? Who are you? Master, I am your maid, Ning Kaier. The girl appeared astonished, holding a fruit that resembled a cherry, waving it in front of Di Jiu. Master, are you okay? We are at the 9 underworld sacred mountain, aren't we? Indeed, Master, she affirmed. As Di Jiu gazed at the familiar yet strange Ning Kaier, his brow furrowed. At that moment, his memories felt like a tangled mess, fragments wildly reshuffling. He realized he possessed not only Di Jiu's memories, but also those of others. Yi Xiaochuan, Di Yun, Lin Zhan, Shibuwei, Shi Xiong, He Guzi, Luo Tianming. Too many memories to count. At this moment, Ning Kaier brought the fruit closer to Di Jiu's lips. Instinctively, he took a bite, and a refreshing energy surged through him, invigorating his mind as clarity washed over him. What is this? Di Jiu began, but abruptly halted, his eyes wide with shock. Kaier, why are you not dressed? The girl looked bewildered and reproached him playfully. Master, wasn't that your request to the sisters? We dare not disobey your orders. Master, you haven't lost your memory, have you? Di Jiu swallowed hard, his gaze wandering uncontrollably. I am a bit disoriented. I need to rest, just a moment. He lay back down, reluctantly closing his eyes. He needed to calm his thoughts. It must have been that crimson cataclysmic lightning striking his soul that muddled his memories. But why did he possess the memories of others? Who were Yi Xiaochuan, Di Yun, and Luo Tianming? They all seemed to belong to a life in the urban world. Had Lin Zhan truly perished, yet left memories within this body? Was he attempting to influence Shibuwei? Fortunately, his own memories as Di Jiu were dominant, with the others merely fragments. Now, he should be called Di Jiu, the heir of the 9 underworld sacred mountain. Wait, what did you just say? Sisters? Di Jiu, as if just realizing Ning Kai's words, sat up once more. Indeed, Master, you truly are incorrigible. Sisters, come quickly, Master is pretending to have amnesia. With that exclamation, a chorus of laughter echoed from the misty distance, accompanied by the sounds of splashing water. Master, are you planning to tease us again? Hee hee hee. What shall we play next? The sisters are all eager to cooperate. In the blink of an eye, Di Jiu found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 maids, some massaging his feet, others tending to his legs, while yet more attended to his hands. Ning Kai continued her routine of feeding him unknown fruits. Am I dreaming? Or have I fallen into an illusion? Di Jiu pondered, sifting through the overwhelming fragments of memory, unable to discern the truth. Slap. He raised his hand and struck his own face. Huh? Master, are you all right? Today's antics are a bit beyond my understanding. Are you feeling well? Master, you seem different since waking up. Have you perhaps been asleep for too long? Di Jiu appeared enlightened, yet when he looked at his reflection, no longer resembling Lin Zhan but restored to his original form as Di Jiu, he became even more convinced that this was merely a dream. After all, he had seized Lin Zhan's body without altering his skeletal structure. How could he revert to being Di Jiu? Observing the surrounding maidens, he scoffed. A fleeting dream is worth 1,000 gold. Once awake, nothing remains. One must seize the moment for enjoyment. With that declaration, he boldly embraced Ning Kai beside him, embarking on a shameless escapade. A month later, as Di Jiu's memories fully returned, he stood by the misty spiritual spring, astonished as he gazed at Ning Kai. What did you just say? What is it, Master? Ning Kai looked at Di Jiu, bewildered by his sudden reaction. Repeat what you just said. Ning Kai, still confused, responded. Master, you have woken up this time and remarkably managed to stay awake for a month without falling into slumber. A sense of foreboding gripped Di Jiu as he inquired. A month? Have I awakened before? Huh? Master, you don't remember? Ning Kai's expression was one of exaggerated astonishment. Oh no. Master is speaking peculiarly since waking. What should I recall? Di Jiu was certain his memories were intact, albeit with a few unfamiliar ones from different lives on Blue Star. Master, you have awakened many times before. However, each time, you would soon fall back into slumber. The longest you stayed awake was 7 days. But this time, you have lasted a month, and judging by your spirited demeanor, it seems you have no intention of returning to sleep. Di Jiu stared wide-eyed at Ning Kai, his mind buzzing with confusion. How did I return here? How long has it been since I left the Corpse Demon clan? Ning Kai, seeing the look on Di Jiu's face, confirmed, Master, it was the Demon Queen herself who brought you back to the 9 underworld sacred mountain. I came to serve you shortly after your return, which has been over 300 years now. What did you say? 300 years? Di Jiu's mind went blank. Why could he recall nothing? Over these 3 centuries, are you certain I have awakened? Chapter 14. The Bloodbath in the Xuantian realm indeed. I am utterly certain. Ning Kai nodded vigorously. So, was it one of my demands upon awakening that you all face me with such candor? Di Jiu could assert with confidence that the former Di Jiu had never requested such sincerity from his maidens. Indeed, it seems that after your first awakening, you ordered us to do so, young master. Ning Kai shot a resentful glance at Di Jiu. One maid was even punished by you for her sluggishness. What do you mean? Di Jiu's mind was muddled. He could hardly believe his ears. Are you certain you said punished and not killed? Ning Kai, observing his astonishment, silently nodded. Over the past month, Di Jiu's temperament had softened considerably, more than at any other time, including those few centuries 300 years ago. He was no longer overbearing. Nor did he exhibit tyrannical behavior, and he no longer bullied others. Instead, he projected an image of refined elegance and gentility. In Ning Kai's heart, spending this month by the young master's side felt safer than being around the hypocritical beings of the celestial realm. Yet, she could not fathom why the young master's body had grown increasingly cold, as frigid as a corpse frozen for a millennium, devoid of warmth. Suddenly, tears welled in her eyes as she murmured, Kai almost perished at the hands of the young master. Di Jiu scratched his head, observing Ning Kai's tearful demeanor, which seemed genuine. Am I truly that volatile? He pointed to himself, glancing around, beginning to doubt if he was ensnared in an illusion. Cannibalism. Is this truly me and not someone impersonating me? Once his disordered memories returned to clarity, the only thing he was certain of was that he was indeed in the 9 Nether God mountain, not an illusion. This was the blessed land within the mountain. The heavenly spring magic pool. Yes, young master. However, it was only during your first awakening that it was so. With each subsequent awakening, your temperament became increasingly stable and gentle. This time, you were the most gentle of all, not angry even once. No way. Did seizing a body lead to a split in my personality? Di Jiu recalled those dramas where a character was virtuous by day and a butcher by night. Had he become like that? Had he truly softened? Or was it simply that he feared waking from the dream and needed to cherish them while he could? Moreover, they seemed to offer no resistance, obediently complying. Why would I be angry? Will I remember what happened during my previous awakenings? Yes, Ning Kaya nodded once more. So, I do not remember the events of the past 300 years during this awakening. Indeed, that is correct, young master. Di Jiu fell into silence. He was bewildered about what had transpired and where it had gone awry. Had he truly desired to consume human flesh? The mere thought made even his undead stomach churn uncomfortably. A quarter hour later, unable to grasp any clarity, he decided to set this matter aside for the moment. When the opportunity arose, he would inquire with his maternal figure or the esteemed emperor regarding this. Oh no, Di Jiu suddenly recalled something. Seizing Ning Kai's shoulders and anxiously asking, "Has mother avenged me?" Ning Kai shook her head. Upon seeing this, Di Jiu exhaled in relief, only to hear her continue. "I do not know. We have been here with the young master for 300 years and have never ventured outside. This is the heavenly spring magic pool. Many covet entry, and we would never wish to leave, not for a moment. Next time, speak before making a move." Di Jiu said irritably. He had thought that the demon queen had not avenged him, which meant that she would not provoke the protagonist. Thus, the Nine Nether God Mountain would not become a stepping stone for the protagonist thousands of years later. He could then meticulously plan to intercept all the protagonist's opportunities, effectively leading the protagonist down a path with no escape. "Let us go, we're leaving." "Ah, young master, are we going out?" A chorus of reluctant voices echoed behind. Di Jiu turned around, momentarily dazzled by the dazzling white peaks of snow. However, his expression remained grim. "What? Do you wish to die here?" At these words, all the maidens shivered in unison, their bodies trembling. Memories from over 2 centuries past flooded back. In that moment, they remembered that this young master was no ordinary person. The years of playful camaraderie and his uniformly gentle demeanor had caused them to forget that he was a figure of danger and had even obscured their own identities. Even Ning Kai, upon seeing Di Jiu's uncompromising expression, turned pale with fright. With a thud, she knelt down. "Please, young master, do not be angry. I shall send a message to those outside to come and fetch you." "No need. Everyone, put on your clothes and accompany me outside." With that, Di Jiu stepped forward, already soaring into the air, and with another step, he reached the very edge of the sky. The 10 or so maidens dared not disobey, rising in unison to follow. Di Jiu arrived before a towering black gate, 9 zhang high. With a thought, a golden shadow of his command token materialized in his mind, floating towards a pentagonal slot on the door. Upon affixing the command token within the slot, the heavy black gate creaked open slowly from the center. 2 maidens, one clad in red and the other in green, knelt as they beheld Di Jiu at the threshold, momentarily stunned, before dropping to one knee. Xuantian and Yin Yu bowed deeply. "We greet the young master and congratulate him on his triumphant return." Their words echoed to dozens of guards further away, who also bowed in reverence. Triumphant return? Di Jiu frowned. He did not comprehend what achievement he had accomplished. He seemed to have merely been struck by lightning, plunging into darkness. One could say he had merely awakened. How could he have triumphed? Did these people believe he had been in secluded cultivation? Enough. Di Jiu, not wishing to delve deeper into this matter, turned to the 2 maidens and inquired, "Xuantian, Yin Yu, during my seclusion, did the demon realm do anything to the lower realms? Or did my mother mention avenging me?" "This?" The 2 maidens exchanged astonished glances, mirroring the expressions of Ning Kai and the others when they first beheld Di Jiu. Reporting to the 2 sword lords, "The young master has lost all memories of the events over the past 300 years since awakening," Ning Kai explained. Di Jiu observed their expressions, unwilling to linger on this topic. "Answer my question." Reporting to the young master, 300 years ago, we from the Nine Nether issued a bounty to Bloodbath, the Xuantian realm. Those who could bring the heads of Xuantian realm individuals to our Nine Nether 18 domains would receive rewards based on the number of heads collected. If anyone could locate those who harmed the young master, regardless of their talents or background, they could directly enter the Nine Nether God Mountain for cultivation. Should anyone bring the head of the one who harmed the young master, they could directly become a disciple of the demon queen. Dressed in green, Xuantian, noticing Di Jiu's impatient expression, hastily clasped her hands in respect. The maiden in a red waist-length gown, Yin Yu, glanced at Di Jiu and added, "Later, at your request, we added a clause to the bounty stating that for every 100,000 drops of blood collected, an additional head could be claimed as a reward. My request?" Chapter 15. Forcing me to kill you early. Di Jiu could hardly believe the words he had just heard. "Are you certain that it was my command? That it was I who gave the order?" "Indeed, young master." At that time, the demon Empress, the 6th young master, and all 7 of us sisters were present. Yin Yu and Xuantian nodded earnestly. Di Jiu rubbed his temples, feeling utterly disoriented. In the narrative, the massacre of the Xuantian realm was a consequence of the previous host's demise, inciting the wrath of the demon Empress and the 9 hells as they sought vengeance while upholding their authority. However, there was certainly no mention of gathering blood. Could it be an unintended consequence of my actions? Was I destined to perish in this manner, inciting further animosity from the protagonist? Or must the 9 hells mountain serve as a stepping stone for the protagonist? More troubling was the fact that he had no recollection of the past 300 years. It was as if an identical being had lived those years in his stead. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt that someone else must have been responsible for these actions, rather than his own amnesia or lack of memory. He sensed a mysterious force actively restoring the world's disrupted trajectory. Di Jiu gazed silently at the somber sky, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This is an attempt to compel me to eliminate you prematurely. The nearby Ning Kai'er and the other 10 maidservants, along with Xuantian and Yin Yu, sensed the sudden surge of killing intent emanating from Di Jiu, only to see it retract almost immediately. They were puzzled, unsure of whom Di Jiu wished to kill. Who does the young master intend to eliminate? Xuantian is willing to go. Xuantian promptly stepped forward, offering her service. Seeing that Xuantian had spoken before her, Yin Yu quickly followed suit. Yin Yu was also willing to accompany Xuantian. Their eagerness for the task was palpable. Did they not realize that they were 2 formidable demon lords reduced to guarding the gates? In the 9 hells, once loyalty was pledged, it was rarely revoked unless absolutely necessary. Sowing the seeds of disloyalty would not only render them unusable, but could also bring about dire consequences. Previously, they had wholeheartedly supported Di Jiu, offering numerous suggestions, only to be imprisoned multiple times for not aligning with his wishes, ultimately leading to their marginalization. They preferred to surround themselves with those of lesser abilities, who would flatter and placate Di Jiu. This left them, despite their considerable strength, without any significant roles. For an extended period, they had received neither tasks nor rewards, merely basic cultivation resources. Relative to the outside world, even these meager resources were envied. But to them, talented individuals, their situation was akin to living on welfare, starkly dismal. Their ascension to the lower ranks of demon lords was solely due to their exceptional talents. Had they been provided with better resources, they likely would have entered the supreme realm long ago. It is worth noting that among the 7 sisters, their talents were considered the least, yet they still surpassed that of the 9th young master, nearly rivaling the 6th young master's abilities. Due to the lack of superior resources, they remained at the lower tier of demon lords. Di Jiu looked at the 2 of them, shaking his head. You cannot kill him. Please, young master. Grant us this opportunity. We can accomplish it, we promise. The 2 immediately knelt, desperate. They feared Di Jiu's reluctance to assign them a task, thinking he intended to continue their marginalization. Xuantian was ready to swear an oath, but Di Jiu waved his hand dismissively. The opponent possesses an Imperial weapon. Can you contend with that? What? An Imperial weapon? The 2 girls looked up in surprise, stunned by Di Jiu's revelation. I know what you were thinking. Here's a task for you. You should be familiar with Roger. Find him and bring him back alive. And I will reward you with 100,000 9 hells contribution points. If you bring back a corpse, you will receive 50,000 points. Thank you, young master. The 2 maidens beamed with excitement. 100,000 contribution points were not trivial. They signified a promising beginning and an acceptance from the young master. Young master, do you intend to use the 9 hells divine ring? Yin Yu recalled the person Di Jiu meant to confront, who wielded an Imperial weapon. Thus, it would necessitate the use of the divine ring to counter the opponent's weapon. The 9 hells possessed only one Imperial weapon, the Demon Emperor's 9 hells divine ring. Indeed, this person is currently weak. If not for the protection of the Imperial weapon, eliminating him would be effortless. Di Jiu's words were resolute, yet internally, he felt a lack of confidence. In this world, countless individuals were favored by destiny, each benefiting from the blessings of the heavens or the fortunes of a powerful lineage. Such individuals were notoriously difficult to eliminate, often surviving against all odds. As the protagonist of this tale, Xuantian's fortune was beyond compare, even without comparison to others. Di Jiu understood it was unimaginable. Yet, he faced a dilemma. In order for him to survive, the protagonist must perish, and the sooner the better. The longer he waited, the more challenging it would become. Unbeknownst to the young master, he lacked the authority to wield the Imperial weapon. His ancestors would never permit it. Nor would the Imperial spirit. What do you mean? Di Jiu looked at the 2 girls, perplexed. As my father's son, must I seek the approval of those old geezers to use my father's possessions? Xuantian and Yin Yu could not help but twitch their lips, sensing the return of the arrogant young master. Here's the situation. Before the Demon Emperor entered seclusion, he intended for the 9 hells divine ring to protect the 9 hells mountain in his stead. The Imperial spirit agreed, but stipulated a condition. What condition? The Imperial spirit stated that only those recognized as Imperial heirs were worthy of wielding its true form, even if they were descendants of the Demon Emperor. Di Jiu's face darkened. It felt as though these 2 young ladies were indirectly accusing him of being incompetent. Reflecting on the treatment the 7 maidens received from the previous host, it did not seem entirely unfounded. Xuantian and Yin Yu sensed the underlying tension in their words and exchanged worried glances. To ensure the Nine Hells divine ring guards the Nine Hells mountain, the Demon Emperor established a rule. Only those recognized by the Imperial spirit may wield the Imperial weapon. Others can be denied access at the spirit's discretion. The two of them explained this to Di Jiu, who realized that he had no prior knowledge of such information. His memories were filled with trivial pursuits of pleasure. He vaguely recalled encountering the Imperial spirit when he was 3, during a time when blessings were conferred. Does this mean only my elder brother can wield it? But he has been missing for over 3,000 years, and his soul tablet has shattered. Does that mean there is no longer an Imperial heir? If one day the Nine Hells mountain faces a life and death crisis, will there be no one to use it? Well, Xuantian cannot say for certain. How could the Nine Hells mountain possibly be in such peril? How could it ever reach a point where the Imperial weapon is needed? As he awakened, did he begin to doubt the strength of the Nine Hells mountain? Servants pay their respects to the 6th young master. Xuantian and Yin Yu greeted him. From a distance, a youth clad in a brown robe, surrounded by a throng, hurriedly approached. Di Jiu, a brother born of the same mother. However, the previous host held only disdainful memories of him, primarily due to his elder brother's strict demeanor, often interfering in his indulgences, leading to a profound aversion to his 6th brother. Di Jiu felt a tinge of curiosity about the arriving individual. In the previous host's memories, Di Jiu was an obedient and filial child, embodying kindness and a strong sense of ambition. Yet, in the realm of demons, he is indeed a peculiar anomaly. He ought to have been born in the celestial realm. No, he should reside in the mortal realm. The mightier one becomes, the more detached they are from human emotions. The celestial realm is merely a gathering of duplicitous individuals, rife with intrigue and deceit, all in pursuit of power. What of skepticism? The Nine Nether divine mountain is formidable, yet it has yet to attain the invincible status of unifying the demon realm while disregarding the 6 realms. Di Jiu strives to maintain consistency with the demeanor of his previous incarnation, guided by memory. However, this attitude is undeniably liberating. One can speak freely and confront anyone without restraint. Yet, that does not justify questioning the Nine Nether divine mountain. Chapter 16. Relentless confrontation with a hint of illness. I question the situation. Di Jiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of indifference, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" If there was nothing pressing, he intended to take his leave, as he was preoccupied. Upon awakening this time, he had returned to a semblance of normalcy, yet retained the same childish demeanor as before. Di Jiu's eyes mirrored his confusion. For 3 centuries, he had believed that Di Jiu had undergone a transformation. Stop right there. Di Jiu, feeling bored and dismissive of Di Jiu's authoritative stance, was about to leave when Di Jiu called him back. Speak quickly, and spare me the pleasantries. Di Jiu's face remained stoic, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he had grown accustomed to their interactions. You have just emerged from seclusion, and in 3 months, the contest for the position of DZ will commence. Assist me in securing this title. Once I attain the position, our mother's status will rise correspondingly, shifting from a secondary to a primary role. The status of the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion will likewise ascend to become the foremost pavilion in the 9 Nether realms. In short, the title of DZ must not fall into the hands of others. Applause erupted from Di Jiu as he interrupted. Well said. Indeed, the title of DZ should not be relinquished to anyone else. But why should I assist you in claiming it? I am also a member of the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion and our Mother-S son. If I were to attain the title, the pavilion would rise just the same, and our Mother-S status would be elevated too. You wish to hold the title of DZ? What of it? Are you aware of who your competitors are? Have you assessed the strength of your siblings? Your own power does not even surpass mine. What do you intend to use to contend against others? Your Navi words? Regardless of whether you assist me or I assist you, it is merely an attempt to consolidate the overall strength of the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion to vie for the title of DZ. In terms of overall strength, it appears there is little difference, is there? Di Jiu regarded Di Jiu with a sardonic smile. You. Di Jiu's expression darkened as he pointed at Di Jiu, his sleeves swirling dramatically. You are utterly unreasonable. At a time when the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion needs unity, you choose to act petulantly. How can someone of your meager strength command respect from others? Furthermore, are you not aware of your own reputation in the eyes of others? Do not concern yourself with my reputation. Simply tell me whether you will assist me or not. Di Jiu waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Given your evident obsession with the title of DZ, it seems our fates will collide on the battlefield. Impudent. I shall teach you a lesson today. Di Jiu's words struck Di Jiu like a barrage of blows to the face. He had always regarded the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion as his duty, devoid of selfish motives. And Di Jiu's words felt like an insult. The might of a supreme being erupted like an atomic bomb, overwhelming Di Jiu with its oppressive force. With a resounding crash, Di Jiu's legs sank into the ground below. Are you serious? Di Jiu struggled to lift his gaze to meet the furious Di Jiu above him. A surge of determination welled within him. Even if he could not match Di Jiu, he longed to test his own strength. This desire was intertwined with his dreams of martial heroics and fantastical adventures, yearning to experience the thrill of soaring through the skies and traversing mountains and seas. Moreover, he discovered that he was not as weak as he had imagined. Though Di Jing's might was indeed formidable, he felt no sense of pressure, as if all the weight had been cast aside, leaving him unburdened. Simultaneously, he sensed a primal strength lurking within him, stirred by the pressure. This ignited Di Jiu's insatiable competitive spirit. How exhilarating! He chuckled, licking his lips with an odd smile. In the next moment, he shot upward like a cannonball, closing the distance to Di Jing and delivering a powerful punch. Di Jing, caught off guard, had not anticipated that his pressure would fail to subdue Di Jiu. Unprepared, he took the full force of Di Jiu's punch to the chest, sending him careening backward. The distant pavilion crumbled under the impact of Di Jing's body. Below, the onlookers, including Xuantian and Yenyu, gaped at the sight of Di Jiu, their mouths agape in astonishment. They had only ever seen Di Jiu verbally spar with Di Jing, unable to resist when faced with his superior strength. This was the first time they witnessed Di Jiu take action, revealing the stance of a true powerhouse. The two women exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. A thought, once unthinkable, began to take root in their minds. If their young master could indeed become the DZ, their status as loyal followers would soar beyond imagination. Xuantian hesitated for a moment, as if making a decision. She discreetly conveyed to Di Jiu, "Young master, becoming the DZ not only grants you access to the Imperial weapons, but also allows you to inherit the legacy of the Demon Emperor. You would be able to cultivate the Nine Nether Emperor scriptures, the only complete Imperial technique in the Nine Nether realms." Xuantian paused, considering Di Jiu's character, believing he might not find such matters compelling. Yet she continued, "Young master, once you become the DZ, the benefits extend beyond those. More importantly, your power would elevate you to a position of true authority, one beneath the heavens yet above all others. As long as you do not endanger the Nine Nether Sacred Mountain, no one can dictate your actions, and all must heed your commands. With the support of the Imperial weapons, your overall strength would ascend to the rank of Quasi-Emperor, compelling all Quasi-Emperors in the Nine Nether to obey you. At that point, none could obstruct your desires, and you would be free to act as you wish." Xuantian finished her impassioned speech, but Di Jiu remained unperturbed. His gaze fixed on the disheveled Di Jing emerging from the ruins, a faint smile playing on his lips. "How does it feel, sixth brother? Is my punch hard enough? Would you like to try again? What skill is there in ambushing? Do you think you can overturn the heavens just by seizing a body?" In an instant, Di Jing vanished, reappearing above Di Jiu, poised to strike down. Indeed, mother was right. One must strike their brother early. Is that so? Then it's a pity. You are too late. As Di Jing descended, Di Jiu instinctively attempted to evade, only to find himself immobilized by Di Jing's formidable cultivation. With a roar, Di Jiu's pale eyes glinted with a crimson light, as if on the brink of berserk fury. He threw a punch with all his might. The sound of air splitting echoing in the air. The clash resounded like thunder as fists met, sending Di Jiu plummeting downward, crashing through 7 levels of the pavilion. The sound of Di Jing's leg bone fracturing echoed as he was propelled backward, landing atop a distant hill. Is this still the 9th young master we know? It seems the 6th young master is unable to contend with him. The 6th young master did not employ his full strength, perhaps only 30%. Do you believe the 9th young master has expended all his energy? The ruckus caused by Di Jiu and Di Jing had already drawn the attention of the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion's people, and more gathered from afar. Intrigued by the spectacle, the faces of those present bore no signs of alarm. The clash between Di Jing and Di Jiu was not an isolated incident, but rather a recurring spectacle. They had grown accustomed to such altercations, fully aware that Di Jing would ultimately refrain from inflicting harm upon Di Jiu. However, today, Di Jiu's performance exceeded their expectations. With a swift motion, both Di Jiu and Di Jing surged forth from the ruins, charging at each other in perfect synchrony. The intensity of their confrontation escalated rapidly, culminating in a fierce display of true power, neither willing to concede. In less than a quarter of an hour, the surrounding landscape, spanning 1,000 miles, lay devastated by their conflict. "Cease this at once. Are you too intent on reducing my Phoenix Palanquin Pavilion to rubble?" Just as Di Jiu delivered a final kick to Di Jing's lower region, Di Jing retaliated with a powerful punch to Di Jiu's face. An overwhelming aura of quasi-imperial might descended upon them, akin to the weight of countless mountains. The two figures plummeted straight downwards, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud, leaving only their heads visible above the surface, ensnared within a seemingly impenetrable earthen cage. A majestic and ethereal figure, the Ice Queen Yuling, materialized in the sky, her countenance radiating an air of icy authority as she gazed down upon the two combatants. The entirety of the Phoenix Palanquin Pavilion lay under her dominion, and she had sensed Di Jiu's emergence from seclusion. She bore witness to the unfolding events and was curious to ascertain the extent of Di Jiu's newfound strength, particularly after he had harnessed the blood of countless beings from the Xuantian realm. propelling his cultivation from the initial stages of a monarch to that of a lower demon sovereign. To her slight astonishment, Di Jiu, upon achieving the rank of lower demon sovereign, managed to hold his ground against Di Xing, who was on the brink of ascending to the second-tier supreme level. This unexpected turn of events took her by surprise, especially at this critical juncture when the position of the young master was at stake. Such a significant enhancement in strength was indeed a rare boon. Come forth to the Zhuyu building. With the pressure of her quasi-imperial might dissipating, Di Jiu and Di Xing erupted from the earth. They exchanged a fleeting glance before Di Xing ascended into the air. The onlookers, too, dispersed, murmuring in awe at Di Jiu's extraordinary display that day. Young master, are you unharmed? Xuantian, Yin and Ning Kaya rushed over. Suddenly, with a loud thud. Just as they positioned themselves before Di Jiu, Xuantian staggered as if struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her body propelled backward in an instant. Chapter 17. The realm of catastrophe. Ning Kaya and her entourage of maidservants were bewildered by the unfolding events, yet they felt no compulsion to comprehend the situation. Instinctively, they knelt, their bodies trembling with fear. Moments ago, they had sensed a trace of murderous intent emanating from Di Jiu. Although that sinister aura was directed solely at Xuantian, it left them shaken. Yin, standing nearby, was equally perplexed, glancing between Di Jiu and the wounded Xuantian, who approached with a look of terror etched upon her face. Her frightened eyes held a mix of confusion, grievance, and bewilderment. She, too, was at a loss as to why Di Jiu was treating her in such a manner. Please, young master, enlighten me. What wrong have I committed? Xuantian had yet to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, her stubborn and aggrieved countenance now streaked with tears. Di Jiu glanced at her coldly before dismissing her with indifference, speaking to Yin instead. Yin, at your service, Yin replied, still curious about Xuantian's predicament. Suddenly called by Di Jiu, she jumped in surprise. Inform the 4 demons and 7 swords to gather at Fengming Palace. I shall convene a meeting upon my return from Zhuyu Tower. Yes, Yin bowed in acknowledgement. Only then did Di Jiu turn his gaze toward the half-kneeling Xuantian, stating, should I detect any ulterior motives from you again, you shall face dire consequences. My will is not to be swayed by others. With that, Di Jiu vanished from sight. Xuantian stood up, her heart heavy as she stared at the vanishing figure. A bitter smile gracing her lips. What have you done, Xuantian? Yin inquired, supporting her with curiosity. After a moment of silence, Xuantian sighed. Just now, I discreetly conveyed to the young master the advantages of the position of DC, hoping to ignite his ambition to claim it. Yin understanding dawned suddenly. So, you believe that if the young master were to become DZ, our status, position, and resources would differ vastly from before? Xuantian nodded in silence. If I am correct, you were not merely trying to inspire the young master. You were attempting to entice him. Xuantian remained silent once more. Oh, you have truly lost your way amidst the allure of resources. To speak of such matters in this context is plainly to sow discord between the 6th and 9th young masters. If the 6th young master learns of this, who knows how he would treat you? Furthermore, how dare you make decisions on behalf of the young master? How foolish. Yin sighed in exasperation. Were we not also like this in the past? Back then, the young master was quite pleased, and those who flattered him would say whatever pleased him, actively seeking ways to entertain him. Why is it that when it comes to me, it is unacceptable? At this point, Xuantian felt a renewed sense of grievance. Yin fell silent, gazing in the direction Di Jiu had departed. I sense that the young master now seems different from the one we once knew. She turned to Ning Kaya. What do you think? In response to the sword sovereign, this servant dares not speak ill of the young master behind his back. Please forgive me, Ning Kaya replied respectfully. I did not ask you to comment. Simply answer whether the current young master is better or worse than the previous one. In response to the sword sovereign, both are commendable, Ning Kaya answered calmly after a graceful bow. Yin eyes widened in disbelief. Do not think that just because you are the young master's confidant. Enough, Yin. Do not make it difficult for her, Xuantian interjected with a smile. Let me answer that. I believe the young master has changed. Perhaps we should treat him as we did in the beginning. Humph. Yin shot a glare at Ning Kaya, then turned back to Xuantian. If that is the case, it would be splendid. After all these years, I can hardly discern the true self amidst the facades. It has been exhausting to maintain. Let us go. We must inform others. Today, I have matters to discuss with them, Xuantian stated. Yinhu, a lake suspended in the air, shrouded in mist. At its center lay a small island, adorned with unevenly stacked pavilions. Zhuyu Tower, the residence of the demon Empress Yuling Di Jiu, departed from the peak where Fengming Pavilion was located, racing toward Zhuyu Tower. Here, suddenly, a bamboo raft capable of accommodating a dozen people appeared above the lake. At that moment, only the demon Empress and Di Xing occupied the raft. Yuling called out to Di Jiu, who was soaring through the sky. Upon landing, Di Xing, already seated at the far end of the raft with a fishing rod, calmly began to fish. Mother, have a seat. All right, mother. Di Jiu smiled, glancing at Di Xing. Mother, do you have another fishing rod? I want to fish too. Dixing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, fighting the urge to give Di Jiu a good thrashing, but alas, things were not as easy as before. Enough. Let us discuss serious matters. What would it take for you to assist your brother in claiming the position of DZ? Can I say that I would not wish to assist at all? Di Jiu shot a glance at Dixing, whose anger was mounting, and continued, Mother, you are being too biased. You let my brother hide and fish while you negotiate on his behalf. Why can't he assist me? You saw for yourself that my strength is not inferior to his. The demon Empress chuckled helplessly. Do you truly believe you are stronger than your brother? He hasn't even utilized 3/10 of his strength. Otherwise, you would have fallen in the first round. Mother, you may not know, but I only used 1/10 of my strength, Di Jiu declared with unwavering confidence. In truth, he was uncertain of his own upper limits, but he was resolute that the position of DZ would not be relinquished. It was his destiny. Watching Di Jiu's arrogant demeanor, Yuling nearly laughed in exasperation. She now regretted pampering her younger son so much. Mother, never mind. Since he is so confident in his abilities, I shall challenge him. Dixing proposed, turning to Di Jiu. The loser must assist the other in securing the position of DZ. What do you think? Oh, pray, elaborate. What shall we contest? Di Jiu asked, intrigued. If it comes to a contest of strength, I am more than ready. Dixing, observing Di Jiu's ignorance and his insufferably arrogant expression, felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good beating. The demon Empress, stifling a smile, looked at her mischievous younger son. Before I specify the nature of the contest, I must first ensure you understand the particulars of this DZ competition. With that, Dixing begrudgingly tossed Di Jiu a booklet titled Details of the Competition. Know nothing, yet boast. Di Jiu opened the booklet. The first page boldly displayed the title, The Chronicle of the Realm of Catastrophe. The Realm of Catastrophe? Di Jiu exclaimed in astonishment. Even without consulting the booklet or recalling past memories, he was well acquainted with much about the Realm of Catastrophe. In fact, he possessed knowledge that surpassed that of many in this world regarding it. The protagonist of the book had previously experienced the onset of the Realm of Catastrophe. Di Jiu had never anticipated that this competition for the position of DZ would be intertwined with the Realm of Catastrophe. The excitement in his eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. Chapter 18. The brothers bet the Realm of Calamity is a secret domain located within the 5 heavenly territories of the Celestial Realm. This enigmatic place brings disaster to its heavenly inhabitants, yet paradoxically offers boundless opportunities and treasures to the demon practitioners. It opens once every 10,000 years, during which the overall strength of the demon realm experiences a meteoric rise. Naturally, this period also heralds a time of tumultuous bloodshed between the heavenly and demonic worlds. The dilemma lies in the fact that the Realm of Calamity exists within the celestial domain, making it imperative for demon practitioners to breach the heavenly territories to access its fortunes. However, the celestial beings cannot idly stand by and allow the demons to invade their realm or witness the enhancement of their adversaries' might. The celestial realm categorically rejects and utterly abhors such occurrences. Consequently, every time the realm opens, it ignites a fierce war between the two worlds, resulting in relentless slaughter. It is evident to Di Jiu that the demon realm is likely already brimming with anticipation and preparing for a grand confrontation. What is even more intolerable to the celestial beings is that their own kind may clandestinely enter the realm of calamity, transforming into demon practitioners to seize opportunities for themselves. In the eyes of the celestial realm, demon practitioners are detestable beings, and should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Countless celestial beings await their moment to gain fame and status under the guise of eradicating demons, seeking to elevate their own positions and acquire resources to enhance their strength. Yet, despite this, the opening of the Realm of Calamity still attracts numerous talented individuals who employ various methods to secretly enter the domain and embrace the path of demon cultivation. Many of these are fallen geniuses, possessing extraordinary talents but hindered by a lack of connections, facing oppression, bullying, and resource deprivation. For them, enduring a life of subjugation is far less appealing than taking a bold leap to assume a new identity and start afresh. The demon realm is more than willing to accept these talented individuals into its ranks, even dispatching considerable support to help them fend off the relentless pursuits of the celestial realm, ensuring their safe passage into the demon world. This has led to increasingly brutal and unscrupulous measures taken by the celestial realm in their attempts to hunt down these escapees, driven by a need to deter future imitations and demonstrate their absolute intolerance of demon practitioners. As Di Jiu reminisced about the Realm of Calamity, he perused a pamphlet detailing the competition for the title of DZ, Son of the Emperor. It turned out that the selection of candidates for this esteemed position would occur during the opening of the Realm of Calamity. Those who could contribute the most to the Jiu Divine Mountain during this event would earn the title of DZ. This was a remarkably fair competitive arrangement. To bring immense contributions to Jiu, one must not only possess strength, but also rely on luck, intellect, mental fortitude, a broad perspective, and the ability to respond to unforeseen challenges. It must be said that Jiu Divine Mountain is indeed making a significant move. as many lives will be lost in this process, potentially including that of the young master. Di Jiu recalled that his predecessor, despite being exceptionally gifted and chosen as DZ by the Emperor's spirit, ultimately met an unknown fate. Having finished reading, Di Jiu closed the pamphlet and turned to Di Xing, inquiring about his brother's plans for the competition. In order to prevent any discord within our Feng Miao Pavilion during the Realm of Calamity, I have decided to conduct this contest on our way to the realm. Di Xing emphasized the word discord, casting a pointed glance at Di Jiu. Upon our entrance into the celestial mid-domain from the demon realm, each participating young master will carry multiple teleportation arrays. This is where we can initially gain a significant number of contribution points. The first to reach the mid-domain and establish a teleportation array will enable more people to teleport, thereby accruing more contribution points and securing victory. Di Jiu contemplated for a moment and asked, what if I am the first to arrive and establish the teleportation array? Yet the others from Jiu choose not to use mine and prefer to wait for the arrays of other young masters to be set up? Wouldn't that leave me empty-handed? Di Jiu's concerns stemmed from his predecessor's less than favorable reputation in the Jiu 18 domains, which many still remember, making it difficult for him to gain trust. Fear not. Jiu's Emperor Spirit will project the routes of all participating young masters onto a virtual screen, allowing everyone in the Jiu 18 domains to see clearly. At this moment, Demon Empress Yuling interjected, should anyone delay their entry into the teleportation array intentionally, the enforcers of Jiu's punishment hall will act swiftly. Those who cannot be dealt with will face the Emperor's Spirit's intervention. Moreover, our mother will not tolerate any actions that compromise fairness, especially with so many witnesses present. Di Jiu chuckled and replied to Di Xing, I believe it would suffice to declare that whoever establishes the teleportation array first shall be the victor. What do you think? Instantly, both Demon Empress Yuling and Di Xing's expressions darkened. The Empress playfully tapped Di Jiu on the head. You little rascal, do you not trust your mother? Huh. Di Jiu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. It's not that I doubt mother, but my past reputation is not stellar. If someone else sets up their teleportation array simultaneously, they will undoubtedly choose not to use mine. What can I do? You are aware of your poor reputation. Demon Empress Yuling shot him an admonishing glare. Since you are so confident, I agree, she finally conceded, while Di Xing refrained from pressing the matter further. From the beginning, he had little interest in the Emperor weapons or scriptures. If Di Jiu could truly surpass him, he would not mind assisting him, as long as it did not lead to disgrace for the Feng Miao Pavilion. Observing Di Xing's demeanor, Di Jiu sensed that perhaps his elder brother was genuinely uninterested in the Emperor weapons, or perhaps he harbored a strong self-confidence, believing he would inevitably surpass Di Jiu and thus cared little for the outcome. Ha, sixth brother, if you lose, do not resort to any tricks, Di Jiu jested. Humph, do you think everyone is like you? Feigning ignorance of Di Xing's retort, Di Jiu turned to Demon Empress Yuling and asked, Mother, how many young masters are competing for the title of DZ this time? It was essential to understand his competitors in this contest. More than 70, she replied. How many? Di Jiu exclaimed, surprised. Can collateral relatives compete as well? Demon Empress Yuling's expression soured slightly as she shook her head. Collateral relatives are not permitted to participate. Goodness, is my father breeding them like livestock? PFF. Cough, cough, cough. The spiritual tea that Demon Empress Yuling had just sipped was instantly spewed out. She shot Di Jiu an exasperated glare, waving her sleeve dismissively. Get lost. With a powerful force, Di Jiu was flung out of the cloud lake. You little rascal, you never know when to keep your mouth shut. In a moment of levity, Di Xing, who had maintained a serious demeanor thus far, could not help but burst into laughter. If Jiu truly surpasses you, would you be willing to assist him? Di Xing regained his composure, bowing respectfully to the Empress. Mother, I have no interest in the Emperor's scriptures or weapons. The path of martial arts must be forged by oneself. Whether it be our father's possessions or the relics of predecessors, they can only serve as references, never to be replicated. To replicate is to become ensnared and incapable of breaking free, forever barred from reaching the realm of the great emperor. Should Di Jiu shoulder the responsibilities of Feng Miao Pavilion, I shall then have the opportunity to immerse myself in the greater path. Demon Empress Yuling gazed at her eldest son with a mixture of satisfaction and pride. His current form, cast out from the realms of the 5 elemental paths, was nothing but a tainted being forsaken by the heavenly order. Once his cultivation reaches the 9th rank of supreme and fully merges with the body of the zombie sovereign, he will attain the pinnacle of his power, thus concluding his martial journey. Even if he could contend with the 9th layer of the quasi-emperor realm, he would remain distanced from the path of the great Tao, forever confined beneath the quasi-emperor level. Should he acquire an imperial weapon and gain the recognition of the imperial spirit, it would indeed elevate the limits of his strength. Chapter 19. The Dread of Murder at the Red Blood Peak. Within the Phoenix Ming Hall, 34 individuals gathered in small clusters, engaged in hushed conversations. At the forefront stood 4 men and 7 women, each bearing a solemn countenance, as though anticipating a significant event. Suddenly, a young man clad in a brown robe and a red cloak entered the hall. The murmuring crowd fell silent, their expression shifting to one of reverence as they clasped their fists and greeted him in unison. Young master. Di Jiu, with a rigid demeanor, nodded curtly and proceeded to the elevated position at the front. Once seated, he surveyed the 30 to 40 individuals below him, feeling a twinge of unfamiliarity, yet a surge of ambition welled within him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Di Jiu spoke. I have summoned you for a singular purpose. I intend to contend for the position of the Emperor's son, and I wish to hear your thoughts on this matter. The assembly gazed at Di Jiu with astonishment, followed by expressions of concern. Contending for the title of Emperor's son was a perilous endeavor, one that often resulted in death. Aligning with this ninth young master only heightened the risks. However, some recalled the earlier confrontation between Di Jiu and Di Xing, their expressions softening slightly. The current young master's strength indeed met the criteria for vying for the title. Yet, the collective strength of their faction paled in comparison to that of the other young masters. Are you all too frightened to speak? Di Jiu observed the apprehension in their eyes. The only ones unfazed were the 4 men and 7 women in the front row, his 11 most formidable followers, known as the 4 demons and 7 sword flowers. Young master, we believe that contending for the position of Emperor's son is fraught with danger, leading to fratricide, a grave taboo. One of the followers cautioned. The demon emperor would not wish to see you engage in such conflict with your brothers and sisters. It is unwise, indeed. Young master, the position of Emperor's son is hardly enjoyable. I previously found a place suitable for celebrating your return, the Xuantian demon sect. It is a second-rate power, and if you go, they will ensure your utmost comfort, chimed in a young girl, her demeanor overly flattering as she subtly revealed her long, fair legs beneath her flowing skirt. Di Jiu offered a faint smile, remaining silent as he shifted his gaze to the 11 individuals on his left. Xing Hun, he called. Present, replied a striking young man in azure attire, appearing as delicate as a scholarly youth. He stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. Eliminate them, commanded Di Jiu, gesturing toward the elderly man, the young boy, and the girl. In an instant, the 3 were struck by disbelief, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed up at Di Jiu. The other attendees mirrored their astonishment, unable to fathom that the 3, once closest to Di Jiu, were now marked for death. Their minds blank, they could scarcely react before the overwhelming aura of a superior demon lord enveloped them. Your command shall be executed. A swift arc of azure light flashed, and 3 heads soared into the air, only to explode into a mist of blood moments later. In the ensuing silence, the lifeless bodies crashed to the ground, resounding with a thud that jolted everyone back to reality. Fearful glances were exchanged, as if they were meeting the young master for the first time. Now, let us officially commence our discussion, Di Jiu stated. Yes, young master. He then turned his attention once more to the 11 individuals on his left, inquiring, what are your thoughts? The 11 were momentarily taken aback, recalling the accounts shared by Xuantian upon her return. Initially skeptical, they now felt a surge of ambition ignited by Di Jiu's actions. Young master, our overall strength is indeed inferior to that of the other young masters, even to the 6th young master. However, if we could ally with him, pooling the strength of the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion, we would have a substantial chance of success. Their eyes glimmered with excitement, a flicker of hope igniting within them. But what if 6th brother refuses to join me? Or if he becomes my rival? What then? Di Jiu spoke nonchalantly, as though unconcerned. Yet, his words weighed heavily on the others, even causing the 11 to frown in dismay. Young master, if that is the case, forcefully advancing into the 5 directions celestial realm based solely on our cultivation might prove exceedingly difficult. We must explore alternative strategies, one suggested. Is there truly no method to bolster our overall strength? Di Jiu reclined languidly in his seat, casting a glance at the assembly below. Does the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion not boast numerous elders, divine beings, protectors, and envoys? Can no one be persuaded to join our ranks and enhance our strength? The crowd exchanged awkward smiles, momentarily at a loss for words. Certainly, it was possible, but those individuals had long since pledged their allegiance to the 6th young master. According to the rules of the Emperor's Son competition, each young master may bring 6 elders, 18 divine beings, and 36 guardians to protect the teleportation array, Yanwei reported, stepping forward, though her expression betrayed her unease. However, these individuals must be personally invited by you, young master. If you delay, the stronger elders and divine beings may be snatched away by other young masters. Di Jiu sprang to his feet, incredulous. I must invite them myself? Wasn't this supposed to be arranged? Young master, it must be done personally. The competition has already begun. This is utterly unfair. Wait here, I shall return shortly. With that, Di Jiu darted out, only to reappear before Yanwei and the others in a flash. Are you referring to the General Affairs Pavilion on the Nine Nether Sacred Mountain or the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion? The General Affairs Pavilion, young master. With a swift motion, Di Jiu vanished once more. The hall was left in a state of bemusement, their expressions a mix of helplessness and incredulity. Thoughts of Di Jiu's unreliability surfaced in their minds. Young master, does he truly intend to contend for the position of Emperor's son, or is he merely seeking amusement? An elder voiced the collective concern of the assembly. It is only half a day since the young master emerged from seclusion. It is understandable that he lacks awareness. Xuantian explained. The second man on the left, clad in black, bore a strikingly cold expression, as if he had been wronged. His icy gaze swept over the assembly. And pointing to the decapitated corpses on the ground, he remarked slowly, "These bodies are still warm. I advise you all to refrain from harboring too many thoughts, otherwise. Next time, it will be I who wields the blade for the young master." The others fell silent, their gazes fixed on the cold-faced figure. As the atmosphere in the hall thickened with an unsettling quiet, punctuated only by the faint sounds of their breathing. Chapter 20. Return to the Corpse Demon Clan. The postures of the 4 demons and 7 sword flowers were remarkably more upright than usual, exuding an air of defiance. Despite their undeniable strength, they felt subjugated, akin to humble subordinates, by a group of sycophants. 3 hours later, Di Jiu returned, accompanied by 10 individuals. Upon their arrival, the expressions of those from the Phoenix Ming Hall turned to faint smiles tinged with bitterness. The 4 demons and 7 sword flowers sighed inwardly. Among the newcomers were a first-tier Supreme Elder, 3 upper-level Demon Lords, and 6 lower-level Demon Lords, with not a single middle-level Demon Lord in sight. This meant that, combined with the 31 members of their hall, Di Jiu's contingent for the prince's competition consisted of only 41 Demon Lords. As they understood it, the 6th young master commanded a staggering 120 Demon Lords from the Phoenix Palanquin Pavilion alone, not accounting for others from the main pavilion who favored him. With the support from the Jiu main pavilion, the number could easily reach 400 or 500 Demon Lords. In stark contrast, their own young master had merely 1 first-tier Supreme, 5 upper-level Demon Lords, and the rest were below that rank. With such meager strength, how could they hope to confront the well-prepared forces of the celestial realm? Di Jiu, observing the despondent faces around him, felt a swell of frustration. "Do you all lack faith in me?" he questioned, noting their defeated demeanor. In a crimson robe, Lung Yu parted her lips as if to speak, but hesitated. The women, including Xuantian and Yin Yu, also yearned to voice their thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. "We may be few, yet there are merits to our numbers," Di Jiu asserted, his voice firm. "With less attention drawn to us, our mobility and stealth will be significantly enhanced." He was seething with anger. The Jiu main pavilion had not been devoid of support. It was merely that these individuals harbored doubts about him. Despite his efforts to persuade them, few were convinced. He had even resorted to threatening them with the names of Di Tian and Yu Ling, only to be chastised by his mother in front of everyone, who told the elders to disregard his status and choose freely according to their own will. Ultimately, Di Jiu had to rely on the memories of his past life to seek out those with leverage, which led to the 10 he had brought back. His former reputation in the Jiu 18 domains was so tarnished that few held any faith in him. Enough dawdling. Now that everyone is present, let us devise a strategy. "I permit you to employ any means necessary," Di Jiu declared, prompting a flurry of anxious glances among the assembly. No matter how unscrupulous their tactics, they would still need the requisite strength. Without power, strategies held little value. "Young master, I have an immature suggestion," spoke a woman in a fitted purple gown from the 7 sword flowers. Di Jiu's eyes lit up. "Ah, splendid. Do share. If your idea proves useful, I shall double your contribution points." "Thank you, young master." Ziluo, initially apprehensive, quickly regained her composure. "Since our mobility is superior, we need not confront the celestial forces head-on. Instead, we can follow the familiar 6th young master and blend in. I believe that being from the Phoenix Palanquin Pavilion, we will not be overly scrutinized and can assist each other." This suggestion caused a stir among the newly arrived 10 and the hall's other occupants, who found it quite audacious. Yet, it opened a pathway for discussion, prompting Qinghun to add, "While the 6th young master may not take issue with us, others from the Phoenix Palanquin Pavilion might. If discontent arises among them, it could incite infighting within our ranks, ultimately benefiting our foes. I propose we consider other young masters. Even if conflicts arise, it may grant us time for the 6th young master, ensuring that should we fail, the Phoenix Palanquin Pavilion remains the ultimate victor. The strongest should be chosen for safety," suggested a demoness clad in green. When strength was mentioned, the 3rd and 12th young masters immediately came to mind. "As far as I know, the 3rd young master commands over 800 Demon Lords, while the 12th has over 900. However, the supreme level warriors under the 12th young master are inferior to those under the 3rd, rendering his overall strength somewhat weaker." As discussions ensued, the atmosphere in the hall grew lively. Di Jiu, seated in silence, allowed the conversation to flow. A bold plan began to crystallize in his mind as he absorbed their insights. After half an hour, the hall quieted. "Please, young master, make your decision. Given the impressive strength of my 3rd brother, we shall tentatively choose him," Di Jiu concluded. "With 3 months remaining, I shall advance each of you 100,000 contribution points, enabling you to enhance your strengths. In 3 months, I expect you to spare no effort in assisting me to enter the catastrophe realm." "Understood, young master." Excitement spread across their faces, particularly among the 4 demons and 7 sword flowers, whose ranks had long been stymied by a lack of resources. With the infusion of contribution points, They finally had a chance to pursue breakthroughs. In that moment, they felt that perhaps being shameless was not so daunting, as the risk of mockery from rivals or acquaintances paled in comparison to the threat of losing their lives. Chi-hun, stay behind. The rest may leave. Yes. Once the others had departed, Chi-hun gazed at Di Jiu, confused by his intent for keeping him. However, a spark of excitement flickered within him. Such occurrences were rare. Those who remained were typically marked for execution. Come with me to the Corpse Demon Clan. The Corpse Demon Clan? Chi-hun was taken aback, unsure why Di Jiu suddenly desired to visit. Di Jiu stepped closer, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. When others underestimate me, they inadvertently overlook my potential. Whether they be rivals or foes, they will not regard Di Jiu with any seriousness. Is this not an opportunity for me? Qinghuan's eyes gleamed with realization as he marveled at this new side of his young master. Does the young master possess other means? Di Jiu nodded ambiguously, a confident smile playing on his lips. This time, I shall present an unexpected answer to everyone. As for the Corpse Demon Clan, it holds some significance. You will understand once we arrive. With that, Di Jiu and Qinghun departed the Phoenix Ming Hall, heading straight for the long-distance teleportation array towards Qian City. Chapter 21. The overlooked Di Jiu on the expanse of Yun Lake. The same bamboo raft swayed gently as Di Xing reported the circumstances of Di Jiu to the demon Empress Yuling. Upon hearing that Di Jiu commanded only 41 individuals, she was indeed taken aback. Yes, my lady, he continued. He has bestowed upon each of them 1,000,000 contribution points, urging them to enhance their abilities within 3 months. This was nothing short of a desperate last-minute effort. It was sheer folly. Let him be. I hope he does not harbor resentment towards me for the events that transpired recently. Yuling recalled how she had intervened at the main hall to prevent Di Jiu from threatening others. It was all for his own good. If he continued on this reckless path, countless individuals in the 9 underworlds would bear grudges against him. Di Xing said, once your contest concludes, simply accept the individuals under your brother's command. There is no need for him to exert himself further, as he may likely act out of spite. Rest assured, my lady. Given his temperament, I do not expect him to be of much assistance. Let him amuse himself. As long as he is content, that suffices. Indeed. Do not be careless yourself. This time, your 3rd and 5th brothers possess greater strength than you. Exercise caution. Understood. Mother, I shall remember your words. Go now. At the opposite end of the 9 underworlds' divine mountain, upon a towering peak piercing the clouds, stood a man in a purple-black robe, reminiscent of Di Jiu, gazing at the majestic peaks of the 9 underworlds. Behind him, a man of upper demon lord status reported on matters of importance. 3rd young master, this is the situation. The 3rd young master, Di Zhe, slightly shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked. My 6th brother is rather unfortunate to have landed the 9th brother. If he could muster the combined strength of the entire Phoenix Chariot Pavilion, he might barely stand as my opponent, but with the 9th brother stirring the pot, he should count his blessings. No need to concern ourselves with him. Tell me about my 12th brother. Have we uncovered his hidden cards? Di Zhe turned to the man, his previously jovial demeanor suddenly shifting to seriousness. Replying to the young master, the 12th young master commands a demon army of 3,000, including 300 mid-level demon lords, with the rest being peak demon kings. Every 10 peak demon kings can form a battle formation capable of vanquishing a mid-level demon lord, thus contending with upper demon lords. This army is concealed within the Sand Domain. The informant swiftly conveyed the intelligence gathered. Humph, my 12th brother is quite adept at hiding, Di Zhe replied. Young master, I have learned that the 6th and 9th young masters are at odds, causing the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion to split into 2 factions. Oh, a second man, also bearing a resemblance to Di Jiu, the 5th young master Di Jin, slowly rose from a wooden seat, clad in a black robe. Though the 4 demons possess upper supreme cultivation, they can stand against first-class supremes. Those 7 sisters may lack high cultivation, yet their combat prowess is formidable, straddling the mid to upper levels. My 6th brother's strength has significantly waned. Ha ha ha, splendid. The 9th brother, whom we have never met, is indeed our fortunate star. He awakens at the most opportune moment. Di Jin mused. It seems I may freely contend with my 3rd brother. I merely need to remain cautious of my 2nd sister and 8th sister. The cloaked subordinate interjected once more, young master. I have discovered that the 15th young master possesses a hidden strength. However, the specifics are still under investigation. The 12th young master commands a concealed army of 3,000 demons, but this information was intentionally leaked to us by the 3rd young master. Intentionally? Does my 3rd brother seek to ally with us, or merely hopes to benefit from our efforts? Di Jin stroked his chin, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Yet, in the next moment, a sly smile appeared as he addressed the cloaked figure. In that case, inform our 2nd sister and all our siblings of the intelligence regarding the 12th and 15th brothers. Let us play the role of the opportunistic bystander, watching the turmoil unfold. Indeed, we must also relay this to our fortunate star, the 9th brother. There may be surprises in store. At the rear of the Phantom Peak, in a serene lake, a strikingly beautiful woman lay gracefully upon the water's surface, her long hair resembling floating algae, occasionally stirring the water with elegant gestures, sending ripples across the surface. This was the Demon Emperor's eldest daughter, Di Jiu. At that moment, a maid descended from a distance, holding a jade pendant in her hand, and approached respectfully. "Young mistress, our informants have just returned with intelligence." Upon hearing this, Di Jiu gently traced her fingers across the water's surface. The jade pendant appeared in her grasp, and her spirit swiftly merged with it. After a brief moment, she shook her head, a hint of disdain and mockery gracing her features. "How could father have sired such a foolish brood, fixating their attention on my 3rd and 12th brothers? Men, as always, underestimate women," the maid suggested. "Should we not alert them to share the burden of pressure on you, young mistress?" Di Jiu, without hesitation, shook her head in refusal. "No. My 3rd and 5th brothers possess significantly greater power than my 7th sister. In a direct confrontation, she may not prove their match. Let the status quo remain. I eagerly anticipate my 7th sister teaching this self-important cadre a lesson. Should she fail, it would serve as a valuable lesson for my foolish brothers." At that moment, another maid rushed forward, exclaiming, "Young mistress, the 13th and 18th young masters have responded. They are willing to forego their pursuit of the position of DZ and join your side to aid you in securing it. Furthermore, they have secretly arrived at the Phantom Peak." Giggling, Di Jiu's face radiated joy, her laughter illuminating the surroundings. With a playful flick of her foot in the water, she rose gracefully into the air, and a prepared azure gown flew to envelop her delicate figure as she descended before the two maids. "Let us go meet my dear sisters." It was only natural that the discord between the 6th brother and the 9th brother would arise. A girl with 2 braids sat upon a wooden swing in the forest, swaying gently while enjoying the cool breeze brushing her face. Nearby, a maid had just reported the gathered information. "Young mistress, should we not strive to win over the 9th young master? It would enhance our strength and allow us to glean insights into the 6th young master's circumstances." The girl pondered for a moment, pursing her lips and shaking her head. "Forget it. He is not to be trusted. Each time he looks at me, it seems he wishes to devour me whole. Mother advised that our strength is not formidable enough, and that I should use this opportunity of the DZ contest to gain experience rather than vie for the position itself. Besides, I have no desire to assume that role. However, I am curious about the realm of calamity. I have heard it contains numerous wonders, and intriguingly, there are no inherent dangers. One merely needs to be wary of certain individuals. I shall seek out the 16th sister and inquire if she wishes to accompany me. Her strength is comparable to mine." As the entire 9 underworld's divine mountains simmered with intrigue, with over 70 young masters harboring their ambitions for the position of DZ, Di Jiu and Qinghan were already soaring above the Corpse Demon clan once more. However, compared to their departure, a Crimson Flame Demon Lord and 3,000 Crimson Flame Divine Guards now accompanied them. Chapter 22, The Submission of the Corpse Sovereign. When Emperor 9 arrived above the territory of the Corpse Demon clan, he discovered that a fierce conflict was erupting among 3 factions. 2 of these factions were perilously close to breaching the final line of defense of the Corpse Demon clan. Should this last bastion fall, they would storm into the heart of the clan, plundering its resources. What is happening? Emperor 9 furrowed his brow as he observed the chaos below. "Tell them to cease this at once. Do not jeopardize my grand ambitions." "Yes." The Flame Demon Lord turned and bellowed downwards, commanding them to halt. However, the 2 factions, engrossed in their struggle, paid him no heed and relentlessly pressed toward the final line of defense. "I command you to stop." The Flame Demon Lord felt his dignity slipping away. He stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a peak demon lord. In an instant, all those poised to breach the defense fell prostrate on the ground. The bloodthirsty combatants, upon recognizing the Flame Demon Lord, finally regained their composure. "Where is Corpse Buxiang?" At that moment, a dozen figures burst forth from within the territory of the Corpse Demon clan, led by the long-absent Buxiang. Yet, compared to 3 centuries ago, he appeared aged. His eyes bloodshot and wearied. Over the past 300 years, Buxiang had assumed the leadership of the clan, following the actions of his predecessor, Shibuwei, which had led to the Flame Demon Lord severing all ties with the Corpse Demon clan. Other allied families and factions, hearing of the clan's enmity with the young master of the 9 hells, had also withdrawn their alliances, avoiding the clan as one would a plague. Consequently, the Corpse Demon clan had neither grown nor thrived over the last 3 centuries. Instead, it often found itself embroiled in conflicts with other factions vying for its territory and resources. Today's situation was a culmination of 3 factions uniting to deliver the final blow to the Corpse Demon clan, seeking to reap its last remaining resources. Flame Demon Lord, I beseech you, save our Corpse Demon clan. These deeds were all orchestrated by my elder brother and have nothing to do with us. Buxiang, accompanied by his companions, knelt in the air before the Flame Demon Lord. "We implore the Demon Lord for mercy. We are willing to serve you as slaves for generations." "Humph. If you seek my mercy, you must ask the young master of 9 whether he agrees." "The young master of 9? At this, Buxiang and his companions turned their gazes toward Emperor 9. "Greetings, young master." The members of the Corpse Demon clan were instantly filled with excitement. The resolution of their plight rested with this young master, yet they had never anticipated an opportunity to meet him. Please, young master, halt. The fate of your clan does not depend on me or the Flame Demon Lord, but rather on you. Bu Xiang, taken aback, struggled to comprehend. Please. Young master, clarify your meaning. First, you must return to your clan. Emperor Nine then addressed the Flame Demon Lord, cousin, instruct the other factions to withdraw. We shall remain here for several days. Yes, young master. In the assembly hall of the Corpse Demon clan, Emperor Nine occupied the elevated position, while Bu Xiang sat rigidly, barely touching the edge of his seat, trembling as he gazed at Emperor Nine. He was uncertain whether this visit from the young master heralded fortune or calamity. Oh, young master, your presence graces our humble abode. It is truly an honor. Bu Xiang awkwardly flattered. Might I inquire what our clan can assist you with? We shall do our utmost. Emperor Nine regarded Bu Xiang with a gentle smile, yet an unsettling premonition stirred within Bu Xiang. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish for your assistance in contacting the Divine Maiden of the Azure Xian Immortal Pavilion in the Northern Sky Domain, Yi Fangxue. Bu Xiang's smile faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. Young master, I am afraid I cannot reach Yi Fangxue. His expression conveyed a sense of helplessness, as you know. My elder brother handled that matter in secret. Not even I was aware of his numerous dealings, nor could I have imagined he was my great-grandfather. Is that so? The previously warm smile of Emperor Nine turned frigid, as if a 1,000-year-old pond had frozen over. The temperature in the hall plummeted. The members of the Corpse Demon clan, sensing the shift, rose to their feet in alarm, and the next moment, they fell to their knees. Bu Xiang, I think I shall continue to refer to you as Corpse Xiang. Otherwise, you might continue to evade the issue. Upon hearing Emperor Nine's words, Bu Xiang's facade crumbled, revealing his true fear. The Flame Demon Lord, newly arrived, gazed at Bu Xiang in astonishment. Young master, are you suggesting that this old fool has been possessed by Corpse Xiang? Emperor Nine nodded subtly, recalling that had he not employed a soul-searching technique on Corpse Xiang, he would have remained oblivious to Bu Xiang being a contingency of Corpse Xiang. In the past, Bu Xiang was indeed the genuine article, but the individual before them was no longer the true Bu Xiang. The moment Emperor Nine arrived, he sensed the familiar aura of Corpse Xiang. As a being of demonic supremacy, his spiritual essence far surpassed that of Corpse Xiang. A mere probe allowed him to detect it effortlessly. Emperor Nine nodded, his expression icy as he regarded Corpse Xiang. What? Do you still wish to resist? Or perhaps you plan to play tricks on me? Bu Xiang's complexion drained of color, his conflicted expression displeasing Emperor Nine. He raised his hand and pointed at Bu Xiang's forehead. A character representing slave embedded itself into his brow, merging with his spirit. A customary means of coercion common in both the celestial and demonic realms. Your fate lies within my grasp. Should you harbor any more tricks, fear not. I can simply search your soul again. You have 10 breaths to comply. If you do not, you shall perish. With a thud, Bu Xiang knelt. Anguish etched across his features. 99. Young master, I agree. Boom. As Bu Xiang wholeheartedly acquiesced to Emperor Nine, ominous thunder rumbled across the darkened sky. What troubles you? Emperor Nine's expression darkened as he peered through the ceiling at the thunderous sky, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 23. Xian Immortal Pavilion. Yi Fangxue returning to the 9th young master, Shi Xiang had never intended to oppose him. There was merely an inexplicable force influencing the individual, contending against his true will. It was only after the 9th young master implanted the enslavement seal that Shi Xiang was able to suppress the rebellious thoughts that did not belong to him. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Shi Xiang explained with an air of relief. Upon hearing this, the already somber expression of Emperor Jiu grew even colder. As if struck by a sudden realization, he inquired of Shi Xiang, are you suggesting that my enslavement seal has aided you in resisting that foreign will? Shi Xiang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. 9th young master. With a skeptical gaze, Emperor Jiu scrutinized Shi Xiang. Are you certain you are not merely flattering me? Reflect carefully. Did my enslavement seal truly assist you? Recall every detail before you respond. Shi Xiang, observing Emperor Jiu's serious demeanor, found himself pondering deeply. Furrowing his brow, he meticulously recalled the sensation from moments prior. After 3 breaths, he confidently nodded, asserting, I am certain that after the enslavement seal was placed upon my primordial spirit, that foreign will begin to wane, ultimately vanishing. Emperor Jiu fixed his gaze on Shi Xiang, not missing even the slightest change in his expression. He appeared to be truthful. The icy countenance of Emperor Jiu seemed to thaw under the warmth of a rare smile, akin to sunlight breaking through a winter chill. Ha! I did not anticipate such unexpected gains from this journey. Are you willing to serve me? Emperor Jiu looked upon Shi Xiang with a smile. It must be acknowledged that this individual truly possessed talent. Simultaneously, Emperor Jiu harbored another thought. He wished to observe whether Shi Xiang would again be susceptible to that mysterious will or if vanquishing it once would suffice to prevent future influence. Shi Xiang beamed with joy, respectfully clasping his hands before Emperor Jiu. I willingly pledge my loyalty to follow the young master, even unto death. Emperor Jiu waved his hand dismissively. Do not swear fealty. The more you do, the more I feel inclined to eliminate you. Understood. Shixiang responded, bemused. He was aware of his original self's actions through the memories of Xuantian. Now, let us speak of serious matters. Do you communicate with Yi Fangxue through message talismans or in person? Replying to the young master, for trivial matters, we exchange information via message talismans. However, for significant matters, a face-to-face discussion is imperative, accompanied by a vow to the heavenly Tao. Our trust in one another is minimal. We are ever wary of betrayal. Very well, send a message to request a meeting. Mention that it concerns the invasion of the catastrophe realm by the demon realm. Catastrophe realm. Shixiang's eyes lit up, unable to suppress his excitement. He recognized that a tremendous opportunity was approaching. Indeed, young master, I assure you I will fulfill this task. Please grant me permission to depart for a brief moment. Allow me to accompany you, Qinghun interjected. Until now, he had shown little interest in the unfolding events. However, upon hearing Emperor Jiu assign Shixiang a task, he understood the true purpose of Emperor Jiu's visit. The revelation that there were insiders in the celestial realm filled him with intense anticipation, matching Shixiang's enthusiasm. Remember, I require Yi Fangxue alive. After your meeting, ensure she is brought before me. I shall await you in the Shimo clan. Understood. The two exited the grand hall simultaneously. Ninth young master, should you require anything further, feel free to command me. I am now the grand elder of the Shimo clan, Xuantian. At that moment, an equally fatigued elder approached, bowing respectfully to Emperor Jiu. His face was dust-covered, and half of his hair had turned white, as if he had just emerged from a battlefield. How many clansmen remain in your Shimo clan? And how many of the corpses have you turned into puppets? Xuantian displayed a sorrowful expression, replying to the ninth young master. We have lost all but a third of our clansmen. Not only our puppets, but our entire population has dwindled. Emperor Jiu was taken aback. So dire? Ah, no matter. Your clan leader is with me, and restoring his vitality is merely a small step. In the future, under my astute leadership, your Shimo clan shall rise to become the foremost family in the demon realm. Thank you, ninth young master. We of the Shimo clan vow to serve you faithfully. The persistent swearing of loyalty by the Shimo clan vexed Emperor Jiu. Is it customary for your clan to make such vows? Tell me, how long does it take to forge a corpse into a puppet? Replying to the ninth young master, it depends on the strength of the corpse in life. A corpse exceeding 3 major realms beyond its original strength cannot be refined. For 1 major realm, it takes 3 days. For 2, it takes a month, Xuantian explained. Emperor Jiu's brows furrowed. That will not suffice. Have you heard of the corpse god puppet technique? The corpse god puppet technique. Xuantian was astonished, unsure why the ninth young master of the Nine Nether knew of their clan's secret technique. The technique was not merely a craft. It contained powerful methods and skills for controlling corpses. Master, the corpse god puppet technique is our clan's sacred art. Only the clan leader may cultivate it. Shixiang displayed an avaricious demeanor, realizing that if they were granted the first 3 levels of the technique, the Shimo clan would rise to a first-rate power within a century. Anything associated with the protagonist was typically of remarkable quality. Emperor Jiu retrieved a blank white jade pendant from his storage ring, infusing it with 7 or 8 secret methods. These methods will enable you to temporarily control corpses below the supreme level for 7 days. For the next 3 months, your clan shall do nothing but cultivate these methods. Those who meet my requirements shall follow me in achieving great deeds, with a baseline contribution of 100,000 points. Xuantian was so enraptured by the jade pendant and its techniques that he barely registered Emperor Jiu's subsequent words. His body trembled with exhilaration. Thank you, ninth young master. I shall arrange this immediately. Wait, how many remain in your clan? Replying to the ninth young master, there are over 300,000 members left. And how many are above the true demon level? Over 50,000. Very well, go and attend to your duties. Understood, I take my leave. 6 days later, Qinghun and Shixiang returned. Qinghun holding an elder of lower-level demon prestige in his left hand and a transcendent woman in ethereal white robes in his right. Upon entering the council hall, both were rendered immobile, their eyes scanning the surroundings. The elder maintained a calm demeanor, though a flicker of anger simmered beneath the surface, not due to his capture by Emperor Jiu, but from Yi Fangxue's betrayal. He could scarcely believe that the very one he had pledged to protect had turned traitor. In stark contrast, the white-robed woman, Yi Fangxue, displayed signs of panic and fear. She deeply regretted her decision to ally with the denizens of the demon realm, realizing their unreliability. Master, this elder is Yi Fangxue's protector. And I have brought him back as well, Qinghun reported. Chapter 24. Rage erupts. I sincerely apologize for summoning you here in this manner. Di Jiu wore a warm smile reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Qinghun, please release our esteemed goddess of the Xuantian Immortal Pavilion from her constraints. With a mere thought, Qinghun activated the release, allowing Yi Fangxue to move her shoulders. Yet, even upon realizing her newfound freedom, she dared not make any sudden movements. Uncertain of the strength of those around her, she was acutely aware of the blue-robed man's power. A single glance from him had left her feeling as though she were facing the ancestor of the Xuantian Immortal Pavilion, if not more intimidating. Haha. There's no need to be tense. Please take a seat. Di Jiu didn't cast a glance at the elderly man, for he viewed guardians as individuals typically fiercely loyal to their sects, thus unworthy of his time. Yi Fengshui glanced at Di Jiu and then at Qinhan, who was a figure of immense strength within their sect, addressing this individual as young master. What kind of formidable force lay behind this young master? Could they belong to an elite or even a super elite faction? With a heart filled with trepidation, Yi Fengshui sat down, acutely aware that she had no room for choice. The only comfort she found was in the current circumstances suggesting that she was not in immediate danger. May I ask what business you have with me? Haha. I appreciate your cordial address. From now on, you and I will refer to each other as fellow practitioners. Di Jiu continued. I summoned you here primarily to discuss a transaction. He added, if our collaboration proves to be fruitful, you shall become a friend of Di Patian, a pseudonym. I am merely a goddess of a second-tier faction, with limited capabilities. What transaction could we possibly discuss? Yi Fengshui thought to herself, relieved to know that as long as her life was not at stake, she could manage. It's nothing complex, simply a matter of your former expertise. Albeit with a different individual involved. Former expertise? Yi Fengshui's clear and beautiful eyes brightened, her earlier anxiety lessening. She recalled a previous communication from Shixiang, who mentioned possessing information regarding the realm of calamity. Could it be that the true authority behind that information was this pale-faced young master before her? Given his strength, he must belong to an elite or super elite faction. If he were indeed a member of a super elite faction, the information he possessed would undoubtedly be far more valuable than what Shixiang, a second-tier faction member, could offer. Even a hint of such information would be of monumental significance to the Xuantian Immortal Pavilion, potentially propelling her to great heights for an extended period. Before Di Jiu could articulate any conditions, Yi Fengshui had already convinced herself, her heart fluttering with excitement as visions of a promising future unfolded before her. May I be so bold as to inquire if the faction behind you is indeed a super elite one? The shifts in Yi Fengshui's demeanor did not escape the notice of Di Jiu and Qinhan, who chose to allow her a moment of contemplation. After hearing her question, Di Jiu chuckled, Yi Daoist, why not be a bit bolder? Bolder? Yi Fengshui's eyes widened with surprise, her lips quivering. Could it be that you hail from a top-tier faction? Haha, let us say I belong to a top-tier faction at least. Di Jiu refrained from admitting any connection to a super elite faction, as there were only two such factions in the demon realm, the Nine Nether God Mountain and the Demon Soul Palace. Revealing his ties to a super elite faction would be perilous, as the limited scope would allow others to deduce the truth, potentially leading to exploitation. Sure enough, Yi Fengshui stood up in excitement, respectfully bowing to Di Jiu, proclaiming, I am willing to serve the young master. However, she suddenly emitted a faint sound of distress. Her expression twisted in anguish. Di Jiu's gaze narrowed as he observed her reaction, having surmised the cause of her turmoil. This was precisely why he had engaged in such lengthy discourse with her. He sought to understand if Yi Fengshui, intertwined with the protagonist, shared a similar fate as Shixiao. In the original narrative, Yi Fengshui harbored feelings for the protagonist, Xuantian, aiding him in locating Shixiao, from whom she acquired the complete body of a non-decaying bone zombie, which she then refined into a clone to infiltrate the demon realm and gradually approach the Nine Nether God Mountain. It appeared that an inexplicable force was indeed guiding those connected to the protagonist, casting them as mere pawns, aiding him on his path to martial supremacy. Without hesitation, Di Jiu pointed, inscribing a character for slave into Yi Fengshui's brow. In the next moment, her expression relaxed, her pallid face slumping into her seat. After a brief respite, she stood and bowed to Di Jiu, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, fellow practitioner. Unbeknownst to her, the mark Di Jiu had inscribed was a slave seal. When she emerged from her turmoil, she realized that the conflicting thoughts she had experienced were not truly her own, but rather an external force interfering with her decisions. To her, Di Jiu's actions seemed to aid her in overcoming that powerful foreign influence. However, as she stood to bow, the attention of those in the hall sharpened. The damp fabric of her white dress clung to her form, accentuating her delicate curves. Upon meeting the gazes of those around her, she became aware of the implications, channeling her internal energy to instantly dry her dress, while a faint blush adorned her porcelain face. Surely, this must be the guardian of Yi Daoist, remarked Qinhan. Release this gentleman's constraints. Di Jiu rose from his seat and approached the elder. May I inquire your name? The elder disregarded Di Jiu's query, instead allowing his aura to swell like a balloon. He turned to Yi Fengshui, seething. You have betrayed the Xuantian Immortal Pavilion, and you deserve death. However, you brought this upon yourself. Did you truly believe he was rescuing you? He has merely planted a slave seal upon you. A slave seal? Yi Fengshui gazed at Di Jiu with wide, astonished eyes. Qinhan, Qian, and even Shixiang regarded her with wary eyes, prepared to act should she exhibit any irrational behavior. Yet, to their astonishment, Yi Fengshui's surprise was fleeting. Her expression quickly returned to normal. There's no need for you to worry. I am willing to serve the young master. Enraged, the elder surged toward Yi Fengshui, exclaiming, Today, I shall cleanse the Xuantian immortal pavilion of your treachery. Chapter 25. Submit or perish. Why the excitement, my dear brother? Let us converse in a civil manner. Just as the elder was about to recklessly charge at Yi Fangxue, a hand from Di Jiu fell firmly upon his shoulder. The elder's furious demeanor was abruptly subdued, and his balloon-like physique began to deflate under the pressure of Di Jiu's grip. His legs trembled, and within mere moments, he collapsed to his knees. Unable to withstand the overwhelming force emanating from Di Jiu's hand, the elder's teeth ground against each other, his shoulder bones quaked violently, and his eyes were wide with terror. Submit or perish. Impossible. In an instant, the shoulder held by Di Jiu shattered into dust. I shall grant you another opportunity. No. Di Jiu then obliterated the elder's other shoulder as well. Repeat that. No. Bang. Di Jiu swiftly delivered a palm strike to the elder's face, sending him flying through the air. His skull exploded, leaving nothing but fragments. A transparent spirit figure was ensnared in the air, gazing at Di Jiu with horror. This time, Di Jiu did not pose further inquiries. Instead, he raised his right hand, summoning a flickering azure flame in his palm, lowering it beneath the spirit figure. No. Please, I shall submit. Yun Bieshan is willing to submit. Di Jiu did not relent, continuing until a quarter of an hour later, when the azure flame finally extinguished. Submit? I submit. The elder's spirit was waning, teetering on the brink of collapse. Had it been this way from the start, things would have been easier, were it not for my desire to avoid drawing the attention of the Xuantian immortal pavilion to your demise, which would incite extensive investigations and disrupt my plans. I would have left you to your own devices. Di Jiu pressed a finger against the elder's spirit, implanting a bondage seal. Now, as Di Jiu turned to face Yi Fangxue, he noticed her pale visage, her expression a mix of fear and shock. Let us discuss the specifics of the disaster realm. Afterward, Qing Han will liaise with you. Yes, young master, I understand. Yi Fangxue nodded eagerly, genuinely frightened by Di Jiu, yet cognizant that this situation presented her with an extraordinary opportunity. She had no reason to refuse. I shall remain here for the next 3 months. Shixiang, please escort this gentleman to find a suitable body. Yes, young master. 3 months later, on that day, Qing Han arrived at the courtyard where Di Jiu resided, opening the door to find Di Jiu and Tian Chun engaged in a game of chess beneath the pavilion. Master, you have lost. Is there a disciple like you? Not even a hint of concession, yet you expect me to take you flying. Fly where? No more. Di Jiu waved his hand impatiently, vexed that his formidable spirit could not best Tian Chun. This Tian Chun was the same individual who had accompanied Di Jiu from the lower realms to the corpse demon clan. To rise to greatness in the desolate energies of the lower realms, one must possess exceptional talent and comprehension. And Tian Chun not only matched this expectation but surpassed it, even eclipsing Qing Han, one of the 4 demons. After Di Jiu was taken by the demon Empress Yu Ling, Tian Chun settled within the corpse demon clan. Thanks to Di Jiu, the clan did not expel him but instead welcomed him, hoping to leverage Tian Chun's connection with Di Jiu to ascend to greater heights. Little did they know, Tian Chun himself proved to be a boon for the clan, several times employing his wits to avert crises faced by the corpse demon clan. Upon learning of Tian Chun's circumstances over the past few centuries, Di Jiu, seeking novelty, directly took him as a disciple. Over 300 years, Tian Chun advanced from the initial human demon realm through 3 major realms to the early true demon realm. The demon realm hierarchy: human demon, earth demon, sky demon, true demon, great demon, demon king, demon emperor, demon lord, demon sovereign, supreme, semi-emperor, demon emperor. Such talent left the corpse demon clan astounded. They believed that aligning with Tian Chun was sufficient to secure a glorious future without needing to reach for the Nine Nether. Of course, one individual held a different view, Shixiang. He had no desire to attach himself to anyone. Rather, he coveted Tian Chun's body. After Di Jiu implanted the bondage seal on Shixiang, he realized that Tian Chun had become the next target for Shixiang's possession, though he had yet to grow sufficiently strong for such an endeavor. Had it not been for Di Jiu's visit, he might have remained unaware of Shixiang's intentions towards Tian Chun. Young master, news from the Nine Nether has arrived. Qing Han approached. Di Jiu rose, gazing in the direction of the Nine Nether, and inquired, Are we to set forth? Indeed, young master. All who wish to participate in the contest for the title of the Emperor's successor must gather at the Cloud Heaven Sacred Realm Square. Excellent. Tian Chun, please summon Shixiang to meet with me. Understood, master. Shortly thereafter, within the assembly hall of the corpse demon clan, Di Jiu occupied the prominent seat, listening as Shixiang reported on the transformations within the clan over the past 3 months. How many can control the bodies of the demon sovereign and demon lord? Replying to the young master, there are currently over 17,000 capable of controlling the bodies of the demon sovereign. However, their souls can only endure for 1 day. After that, they will succumb to profound slumber, requiring at least a millennium to awaken without support from spirit-replenishing substances. As for the demon lord, there are 98,045 individuals able to control their bodies. Their souls can last for 3 days, after which they too will enter a deep sleep. necessitating over 1,000 years to revive. What of the Demon Emperor? Around 230,000 can control the bodies of the Demon Emperor. Their souls can sustain for 7 days, but will similarly fall into slumber thereafter. Di Jiu pondered for a moment before continuing. If we had a continuous supply of soul-replenishing substances, could they persist indefinitely? Shixiang shook his head, even with soul-related treasures. The maximum duration remains 7 days. Di Jiu nodded. This was consistent with the explanations found in the tome, Corpse God Puppet Technique. This limitation is a function of the natural laws, akin to the zombie sovereign, who reaches a terminus at the sovereign level, beyond which another path must be pursued. From this point forward, the 33,000 members of the Corpse Demon Clan must cease all activities and be on standby, awaiting my command. Yes, young master. Shixiang responded resolutely, youthful vigor shining in his eyes. He sensed that this moment could serve as a pivotal turning point in his life, an unparalleled opportunity. Qinghan, allocate a portion of the recently acquired soul treasures to Shixiang for distribution among others. Keep a close watch on any news from Yi Fengxue, should there be any developments. Inform me immediately. Yes, young master. Let us return to the Nine Nether. Chapter 26. The Imperial Weapon, the Nine Nether Divine Ring. Young Master. Here is all the intelligence we recently gathered regarding the strength of the various young masters. As Emperor Jiu stepped into the Phoenix Hall, Xuantian approached him. He accepted the jade pendant, his spirit scanning the information while he made his way to the seat of honor. By the time he settled down, he had already perused all the information contained within the pendant. Quite intriguing, a playful smile graced Emperor Jiu's lips. I wonder, since this information is presumably confidential, how did you come by it? Emperor Jiu was well aware of the situation concerning his subordinates. His previous incarnation had never invested effort into intelligence gathering, nor had it established an organization for such purposes. However, much of the intelligence within the pendant delved into the secrets shared among the young masters. If it were indeed a secret, how could one possibly glean such information without professional intelligence operatives? With a hint of embarrassment on her face, Xuantian replied, these were not sought out by us. They were voluntarily provided by the people of each young master. Young master, this could be a deception, Cold Moon. One of the 4 devils interjected. If they are willing to share this information with us, they could just as easily share it with the other young masters. They all wish to play the role of the fisherman. With a crack, the jade pendant in Emperor Jiu's hand shattered into dust. There is no need to delve deeper into this. It holds no significance for us. Let them contend amongst themselves. We need only focus on one task. At this point, Emperor Jiu suddenly paused, his gaze sweeping over the entire hall, his expression darkening. Why are there 10 fewer people? The faces of the 4 devils, 7 sword flowers, and the others from the former Phoenix Hall also darkened at his words. Young master, the 10 individuals you brought from the main hall have defected to the 12th young master's side. Yin Yu pouted, her face flushed with indignation. Defected? Why would they choose to do so? The 12th young master sent emissaries to persuade those from the main hall, resulting in many of the elders who lacked faith in their respective young masters defecting to him. The esteemed elder, along with 9 others, has been swayed to join the 12th young master. Upon hearing Yin Yu's report, Emperor Jiu's expression grew even more forbidding. If they did not support me, they had the option to abstain. Having made their choice, their departure constituted a clear act of betrayal and mockery. So they favor the 12th brother, do they? Very well. I shall ensure they regret ever entering this world. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed across Emperor Jiu's eyes. The 4 devils and 7 sword flowers witnessed this scene, and Qinghan was the first to speak up. Young master, you must think twice. Before the competition begins, the elders can make their choices anew. Besides, the contest has already commenced since the selection phase. Each elder possesses their own thoughts and motivations. It is only natural. Is it not also natural for me to have my own thoughts? Emperor Jiu countered. However, the elders have chosen the 12th young master, and should we take action against them, it is likely to create enmity with the 12th young master. Emperor Jiu rose from his seat, approaching Qinghan and the 4 devils. His voice steady. I will grant you 1,000,000 contribution points to elevate you to the first rank of the supreme realm. Has your courage been bolstered merely by this? It matters not if one is the legitimate son or the side branch. We all share the same father. I assign you a task, regardless of the means. I demand the lives of those 10 individuals. Emperor Jiu surveyed the remaining individuals in the hall, his voice low yet commanding. I hope those present here remember this. Think carefully before betraying me, Emperor Jiu. If you do, even the King of Heaven shall not spare you. Your subordinates dare not. We vow to follow the young master unto death. The remaining individuals knelt, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and respect. In that moment, not just the 4 devils and 7 sword flowers, but the other 20 individuals felt a profound transformation within their young master. Reporting to the young master. We have located Roger's hiding place. He is currently concealed within the underworld, Xuantian announced. The underworld? Yes, we have dispatched individuals to infiltrate it. I suspect he intends to erase the Nine Nether mark through the reincarnation passage. We shall address this matter once the cataclysm emerges. Understood. Are there any other matters? None. The crowd replied in unison. Very well, you have 1 day to prepare what you require. Tomorrow at this time, we shall proceed to the Cloud Heaven Sacred Realm. Yes. Chi-hun, remain. Once everyone else had departed, Chi-hun looked at Emperor Jiu with a questioning gaze. My mother has bestowed upon me 20 million contribution points. And I can overdraw an additional 10 million. With these 30 million contribution points, assist me in exchanging for some items, particularly the blood demon pills from the Phoenix Hall. Procure all of them for me. Additionally, acquire a supreme divine weapon and rent a quasi-imperial weapon. There should be some points remaining. Use the leftover contribution points to exchange for some celestial brews and high-grade magical beast meat. Also, prepare ample seasonings as listed here. They must suffice within the cataclysm, or we shall find ourselves quite bored. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jiu felt satisfied. You may go. Yes. Amidst confusion and amusement, Chi-hun exited the Phoenix Hall. Initially, he thought Emperor Jiu's requests were quite ordinary, but the more he listened, the more it seemed as if Emperor Jiu intended to embark on a leisurely journey through the cataclysm. What astounded him further was Emperor Jiu's remark about the cataclysm being boring. Such a perilous place, why would one find it dull? It was as if he had already traversed the cataclysm. The Cloud Heaven Sacred Realm had once been a secret domain, but its resources had long been depleted. Later, the Demon Emperor, Di Jiu, refined it into a vast dimensional space, situated at a spatial node outside the Nine Nether Divine Mountain. Specifically designated for the Nine Nether tournament or large-scale events, capable of accommodating millions. At present, the Cloud Heaven Square within the realm was teeming with people. A bustling sea of heads. They stood within their respective factions. Each person present was either a young master, disciple, or elder from the Nine Nether Divine Mountain, or a top-tier powerhouse selected from the 18 domains outside the mountain, destined to accompany the 9 Nether Young Masters into the heavenly realm until they approached the cataclysm. Each individual carried the mission of fortifying their families and factions. At the far end of the square stood a series of cloud ladders, with a grand total of 9,999 ladders, adorned with rows of seats. At the pinnacle of these seats hung an empty throne, the exclusive dragon head throne of the Demon Emperor, Di Jiu. Beneath this throne, 3 empty phoenix head thrones hovered, reserved for the 3 demon empresses. Flanking these thrones were over 100 seats designated for various ancestors, senior elders, pavilion masters, and hall masters. Below them were 72 thrones resembling vermilion birds, reserved for the 72 consorts of the Demon Emperor. On either side, seats were allocated for the senior elders of the Internal Affairs Pavilion and the peak masters of the 9 Nether Mountains, as well as the young masters. Beneath the vermilion bird thrones lay 8,000 black jade demon crystal thrones, designated for the 8,000 Imperial maidens collected by the Demon Emperor. The seats flanking these thrones were for various ranks of 9 Nether Divine Lords, Elders, Envoys, and Commanders of the Divine Guards. They have arrived. A voice rang out, prompting all eyes to turn towards the entrance of the Cloud Sky Sacred Realm. The sea of clouds surged, infused with a sinister light, as a group of ethereal, icy fairies, barefooted and gliding across a bridge constructed of blood, made their way to their designated seats amidst the roiling darkness. Following the arrival of the 72 consorts of the Demon Emperor and the 8,000 Imperial maidens atop the high platform, 3 extraordinary queens, seemingly emerging from the depths of obscurity, graced the Cloud Sky Sacred Realm. The central figure, adorned in a sweeping crimson robe, was flanked by 2 others draped in flowing gowns of deep night purple. Their presence silenced the tumultuous crowd in an instant, while an icy chill and the oppressive aura of a quasi-emperor enveloped the atmosphere. They paid their respects to the Scarlet Cherry Demon Empress, the Yulling Demon Empress, and the Blood Smoke Demon Empress, as well as to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 9th Young Masters, and the esteemed ancestor Tusu, Elder Yinjin, Blood Patriarch, and Master Yufan. The formality of these greetings consumed a quarter of an hour. Following Yulling, Di Jiu experienced firsthand the sensation of unparalleled supremacy, the feeling of being above countless others. Once all were gathered, including the 3 Demon Empresses, no one took their seats. Instead, they collectively directed their gaze towards the heavens of the Cloud Sky Sacred Realm, seemingly awaiting an event of great significance. Chapter 27, Sister 8, Who is this bear-like creature? A rumble echoed as the Cloud Sky Sacred Realm began to tremble. A formidable and overwhelming pressure cascading from the heavens, seemingly capable of crushing the galaxy. Every person present felt their spines involuntarily bend forward. Crack! A section of the celestial dome above the Cloud Sky Sacred Realm appeared to be forcibly torn open, revealing a gaping maw of immense proportions. Within this aperture, a black ring radiating a ghostly blue glow slowly emerged. As the celestial dome sealed once more, the black ring hovered in the sky above the Cloud Sky Sacred Realm. Salutations, venerable Imperial Spirit. Is this the Imperial artifact, the 9 Nether Divine Ring? Di Jiu couldn't help but steal a glance, perceiving the 9 Nether Divine Ring to resemble a magnified version of a simple ring. Prior to his arrival, he had inquired with the Demon Empress Yuling, who explained that the 9 Nether Divine Ring consists of a mother and child ring. When united, they form a peak-level Imperial artifact. When separated, the mother ring serves as a superior Imperial artifact, while the child ring is a half-step Imperial artifact. The mother provides defense, while the child specializes in offense, allowing for a harmonious blend of attack and defense, a veritable hexagonal Imperial artifact. Regardless of whether it is necessary to confront the protagonist, such a magnificent treasure must be acquired. Di Jiu resolved silently in his heart. Youngster, your abilities may be modest, yet your ambitions are grand. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man clad in black robes emerged from the Nine Nether divine ring, seemingly attuned to the thoughts of the crowd, casting a meaningful glance toward Di Jiu. Di Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the Venerable One is eavesdropping on my innermost thoughts? The Imperial spirit momentarily faltered, diverting his attention from Di Jiu and gesturing towards the throng before him. The Nine Nether divine ring soared forward, transforming into an enormous black light curtain that extended from heaven to earth. With another gesture, the Imperial spirit traced a line in the air, revealing a series of large-scale teleportation arrays appearing in rows before the people. Having completed these actions, the Imperial spirit turned to the millions below and proclaimed, "The Cataclysmic realm opens once every 10,000 years. Whether it brings fortune or misfortune, life or death, opportunity or nightmare, depends entirely on your own fate. I hope you all return alive to the Nine Nether." With a wave of his hand, the light curtain displayed mountains, rivers, and geographical features, resembling a topographical map. This time, unlike previous occasions, we shall select the inheritors of the Imperial canon and Imperial artifacts from among the 70-odd young lords. The position of Imperial Son will also be determined at the conclusion of the Cataclysmic realm. After stating this, the Imperial spirit raised his hand toward the light curtain formed by the Nine Nether divine ring, causing 72 glowing blue orbs to separate from the ring and fly towards the foreheads of the 72 young lords participating in the competition, merging into their spiritual seas. Di Jiu touched his forehead, allowing his consciousness to descend into his spiritual sea, where he beheld a light curtain mirroring the outer world materializing within his consciousness space. Akin to a replica, the light curtain within your minds and that formed by the Nine Nether divine ring share a similar purpose. Not only can you observe your own locations, but also those of other young lords. The sole distinction lies in the fact that you cannot glean any information about the individuals, only their positions. Next, I ask all young lords to enter their respective factions, leading everyone through this light curtain into the teleportation arrays. These arrays will take you directly to the Heaven Demon Well, which serves as your gateway to the 5 directions celestial domain and the battlefield that awaits you. I, the Imperial Spirit, shall await you in the Cloud Sky Sacred Realm. Best of luck to you all. A hush fell over the crowd, only to be broken by a growing cacophony. Not a single one of the 70-odd young lords descended from the high platform. They remained seated, unmoving. Instead, numerous clandestine messaging talismans were discreetly cast into the crowd. They certainly had no intention of genuinely joining their factions, as that would only expose their strategies and hidden cards. In reality, among the divided factions below, several may belong to the same young lord, with individuals separated by considerable distances. Even upon entering the light curtain, they would not proceed together, instead entering in separate batches. Some young lords had already vacated the Nine Nether Sacred Mountain through other teleportation arrays prior to their arrival in the Cloud Sky Sacred Realm. At that moment, millions began to pass through the colossal light curtain in groups. With each individual that crossed, a light point appeared in the curtain, displaying the name of the person represented by that point. Time passed steadily, and only after millions had departed did the 70-odd young lords rise in unison, preparing to traverse the light curtain into the teleportation arrays. Di Jiu, should circumstances prove unfavorable, you may seek out 6th brother in the Eastern Celestial Domain. Losing is inconsequential. Do not miss the opportunities within the Cataclysmic realm, Di Xing advised as he prepared to leave. Di Jiu smiled, assuring, "There is no need for 6th brother to worry about me. Prepare yourself to assist me in achieving the title of Imperial Son." Upon hearing this, not only Di Xing but also several nearby young lords couldn't help but twitch their lips. They were all too aware of Di Jiu's circumstances. With merely 31 individuals, he still aspired to the title of Imperial Son. Such naivety was laughable. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, 9th brother. You truly are. Ha ha ha." Di Jiu glanced at the girl sitting beside him, her hair styled in 2 braids, who was laughing so hard she was nearly doubled over. "Sister 8, why not join me? I promise to treat you to a life of luxury. While I cannot bestow upon you the title of Imperial Son, I can certainly share some treasures from the Cataclysmic realm." "Oh." The girl halted her laughter, hastily waving her hands. "No, following you, I might end up as nothing more than a pile of bones. Keep your distance. I remember clearly how you deceived me last time, and your gaze when you look at me, believe me, next time I'll give you a beating." "Ah. But today your stare seems less dubious. It appears a good thrashing was effective." The girl triumphantly waved her fist. In Di Jiu's memories, this Sister 8, Xinu, was the only one he could truly enjoy spending time with. Her mind was quite simple, unlike the cunning individuals of the demon realm. She was playful and disinterested in cultivation. It sent a chill down Di Jiu's spine to recall the peculiar thoughts he once harbored toward her in his previous life. Ninth brother, you truly are confident. Even at this moment, you maintain a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the danger. To an outsider, it might appear that he was composed and prepared. At that moment, an unpleasant voice intruded. Di Jiu's calm expression darkened as he turned his gaze to the left, where a man with a striking resemblance to him, yet exuding an air of arrogance, bore a hint of disdain in his gaze. Sisterate, who is this bear-like creature? Upon hearing Di Jiu's words, Xuantian was both surprised and amused. She quietly introduced, 12th brother, Di Chun. With a sudden surge, Di Jiu sprang to his feet. So it is you, you foolish rascal who has taken away my people. It seems others possess discernment, recognizing the potential of following me. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded in this endeavor. Unlike certain individuals, who, when others refuse to follow, resort to threats, truly a disgrace to our Nine Nether. Di Jiu's eyes narrowed, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing beneath. If he had been emulating his predecessor's temperament moments ago, his current gaze directed at Di Chun was distinctly his own. Regardless of the circumstances, I am your elder brother. Are you not being overly dismissive of my position as your brother? Oh, do you believe yourself worthy to be my brother? Merely a few decades my senior, and you take it so seriously. Being the son of someone like you is nothing short of a disgrace to me. Bam! As Di Chun's words lingered in the air, a colossal foot suddenly collided with his left cheek, sending him soaring through the air and crashing down onto the plaza below. Di Jiu swiftly followed, descending rapidly towards the square. Chapter 28. Apologizing to brother. The scene of Di Jiu making his move left everyone on the high platform utterly dumbfounded. Xuantian, standing beside him, stared wide-eyed, her mouth forming an O shape. As she watched Di Jiu chase after Di Chun down to the square, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The various sect leaders and hall masters on the platform turned their gazes toward the commotion, their expression shifting from surprise to a glimmer of amusement. The struggle for the title of DZ was bound to be fierce, with inevitable conflicts arising among siblings. They were eager to witness the unfolding drama and assess the potential of each young master to determine whom they should favor in the future. However, they had not anticipated that the one to ignite this spectacle would be none other than the infamous Di Jiu. While some relished the unfolding drama, others wore expressions of discontent. Among them was the Empress Mo, Fei Ying, seated beneath the Imperial throne, watching her most cherished son being kicked away so mercilessly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, a flicker of unbridled fury flashing within. This anger was swiftly directed toward Yuling, who sat beside her. Your sister has indeed given birth to an admirable son, Yuling remarked blandly, but Di Chun, in terms of appearance, talent, or temperament, far surpasses my rather lackluster younger son. Her calm demeanor made her words all the more biting in light of Di Jiu's actions. Just moments ago, Di Chun had crashed onto the square, still reeling from the impact when Di Jiu's foot descended from the heavens, forcefully pushing his head back to the ground. How dare you act so arrogantly before your brother when you were merely a peak demon lord? Do you not realize that when your brother was being arrogant, you were not even born yet? Apologize to your brother, now at once. Admit your mistake and concede, and I shall let you go. Di Chun's eyes blazed with fury, a look of pure hatred emanating from him. Yet, he could not mask the shock within. He recalled that not long ago, Di Jiu was merely at the initial stage of Demon Lord. How could he have ascended to the realm of Demon Sovereign in just over 300 years? One does not become a Demon Sovereign without a millennium of effort. Even a prodigy would require several hundred years. Moreover, Di Jiu had leaped over 3 minor realms and 1 major realm in one bound. What, if you are not a Demon Sovereign? What do you intend to do to me? Di Jiu pressed down harder, nearly crushing Di Chun's nose, mouth, and eyes together. Will you acknowledge your mistake? I will not. Very well, if you refuse to concede, hand over my 10 men, and as your brother, I shall overlook the past. Impossible. Huh, my temper. With a swift kick to Di Chun's chest, Di Jiu sent him flying again. Enough. Just as Di Jiu prepared to stomp on Di Chun's face once more, a booming voice resonated from the high platform. Fei Ying had risen from her seat, her expression dark enough to drip water. The pressure of a quasi-emperor surged toward Di Jiu like a tidal wave. Children fighting. Why should my sister be angry? Yuling's own quasi-emperor aura radiated outwards, dissipating Fei Ying's oppressive presence before it reached Di Jiu. Jiuer, do you not intend to enter the light curtain set up by Elder Di Ling and prepare for departure? What mischief are you causing? At that moment, Di Jiu found himself completely immobilized, compelled to approach the high platform. Di Chun rose from the ground, his demeanor calm, as though nothing had occurred. He walked step by step toward the light curtain, concealing the tightly clenched fist within his sleeve, his eyes directed at the ground, filled with endless murderous intent. Di Jiu, your demise awaits you within the realm of calamity. As Di Chun passed through the light curtain, he casually selected a teleportation array, disappearing with several hundred people into the sacred realm of Xuantian. Upon returning to the high platform, Di Jiu felt the restraints on him vanish. The few remaining siblings around him gazed at him with a mixture of astonishment, as though they were meeting Di Jiu for the first time. Haha. Dear brothers and sisters, please forgive me. I could not contain myself. Di Jiu rubbed his hands together, feigning embarrassment, eliciting a chorus of incredulous silence from those present. Jiu, it seems you have changed. As Di Jiu settled down, Xuantian leaned closer, her sparkling eyes fixed on him like a rare treasure. Ah, Sister 8. Do you have designs on your younger brother? Would you care to form an alliance and take down our siblings together? Not a chance. Xuantian shook her head vigorously, whispering, You have offended 12th brother. You can forget about living in peace from now on. What do you mean? Is it not right to teach my younger brother a lesson? Surely, his mother should not hold a grudge against me, a mere junior. Xuantian glanced at Di Jiu, realizing he truly appeared oblivious to the situation. She conveyed in secret, Congratulations, you guessed right. His mother will indeed hold a grudge against you. Do you not know how 12th brother came to be? Di Jiu looked at her in confusion, shaking his head, curiosity filling his heart. Fei Ying, for some unknown reason, was unable to bear children for a long time, and eventually, in desperation, resorted to external cultivation. External cultivation? What does that mean? A test tube? What is a test tube? Oh, never mind. Sister 8, please continue. Later, in order to fulfill Fei Ying's desire for a child, the Demon Emperor crafted a magical embryo disc specifically for her, combining their essences along with various heavenly materials to cultivate the now exceptionally talented 12th brother, who ranks just beneath the eldest. As a result, 12th brother has been spoiled since childhood, indulged and unchecked, able to command the winds and rains. He is the Achilles heel of Fei Ying. By bullying him and trampling his face, do you not think you are courting disaster? Cut it out. As if no one else has a mother. Indeed, Fei Ying and Yuling have always been at odds, and now, with your antics, Fei Ying likely despises your mother even more, and you, too, have caught her attention. Di Jiu pouted, not taking the matter to heart at all. Upon exiting the realm of calamity, he would not need Yuling's intervention. He held no fear of the demon Empress Fei Ying. If provoked, he would not spare even the face of the father he had never met. Gods slay gods, demons slay demons. Seeing the disdainful look on his face, Xuantian felt her effort was in vain. She stomped her foot in frustration, turning her head away, unwilling to engage with Di Jiu any longer. Ah, there's no one left. As they both looked up, they realized the surrounding seats were entirely vacant. Only the two of them remained, engrossed in their whispered conversation. The vast square below had become desolate, with only Di Jiu's 31 companions and Xuantian's 300 or so still present, observing the two of them. Let us depart. Di Jiu approached the square, leading his 31 companions, including Qing Han, toward the light curtain. With most people having left, Di Jiu's small group stood out starkly against the backdrop of the earlier throngs. Those elders, sect masters, and ancestors who had initially been unaware of the situation looked on in astonishment at this small band. Who is this little fellow? It seems to be the youngest son of the alluring demon queen. What can such a small number of people accomplish? They may merely be here for amusement. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to breach the foremost line of defense in the celestial realm. Di Jiu and his companions traversed the luminous barrier, their collective presence manifesting as 31 radiant points upon it. Qing'an, at your service. Convey a message to the Corpse Demon clan. Di Jiu surveyed the numerous teleportation arrays surrounding them and inquired once more, which teleportation array did Di Chun enter just now? Young master, it was this one. Qihun indicated one of the formations. Di Jiu approached the array and asked the elder attendant nearby, to where does this teleportation array lead? The elder, standing guard by the array, bowed respectfully to Di Jiu and replied, Young Master Jiu, this formation leads to the Dark Forest. Qinghan, send word to the Corpse Demon clan to assemble in the Dark Forest. Understood, young master. Chapter 29, Eliminate them all. Look over there. Who is that? Standing at the forefront with a group of true Demon Realm and Great Demon Realm individuals? Keep your voice down. The forces that can stand at the front are not ones we can provoke. No, brother, look at the other forces in the front row. The lowest among them is a Demon Lord. Indeed, brother, those in the front row are also curiously observing this group, indicating they do not recognize them either. Huh, isn't that right? They must be a bunch of rogues sneaking in. Quick, someone is approaching. It seems we are in for a spectacle. Above the dark forest, a multitude of people congregated, standing in groups high in the air. The already dim ground seemed to plunge into complete darkness. Overhead, a colossal vortex loomed. Shrouded in deep blackness, a gateway from the demon realm to the celestial realm known as the Heavenly Demon Well. After uniting with the Corpse Demon clan, Di Jiu led everyone to the forefront of this vast assembly. This was the territory of their supreme forces, the Nine Nether Divine Mountain and the Demon Soul Palace. Standing prominently before all, here, Di Jiu encountered Di Chun and his younger brother, Di Xiao, along with two other brothers and a sister he did not recognize. However, at this moment, Di Chun and Di Xiao, accompanied by their subordinates, stood 10 zhang away, clearly delineating their stance, seemingly reluctant to associate with Di Jiu. The reason was evident. Behind Di Jiu stood hundreds of thousands of low-tier Corpse Demon clan members, individuals who could be easily dispatched with a single blow. To them, these were mere ants, inferior even to the miscellaneous disciples of the Nine Nether Divine Mountain. Yet they dared to stand in the same vicinity. It was nothing short of a farce and a disgrace. Indeed, they were the subject of ridicule. The elite and super forces nearby were keenly observing, pointing fingers, and openly laughing at the absurdity. Those closer whispered among themselves, their discontent palpable, feeling that such a group did not deserve to stand before them. "Are you from the Nine Nether Divine Mountain?" A man with sword-like brows, draped in a dark red cloak, strode forward with the group. His eyes were narrow and proud, speaking to Di Jiu with disdain. A dark brown flame marked his forehead. Di Jiu glanced at the newcomer, indifferent, and made no effort to engage. Xuantian, Yue, and Xuantian immediately positioned themselves in front of Di Jiu. So what if we aren't? Xuantian retorted coldly. "You didn't hear the surrounding voices? You're not embarrassed. I, Soul 7, am embarrassed for you. If you are not from the Nine Nether Divine Mountain, I wouldn't mind helping you eliminate that group behind you." He pointed disdainfully at the corpse demon clan members. "A first-rate force has no right to be here. And yet a group of true demon realm and great demon realm individuals has infiltrated. What is this? Oh, if we are indeed from the Nine Nether, what of it?" Di Jiu stepped forward, pushing past the crowd. Soul 7 narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is, what do you intend to do?" Di Jiu replied. What do I intend to do? Considering you are from the Nine Nether Divine Mountain, I might overlook this. But I ask that you send those people to the back. They do not deserve to stand alongside me." Soul 7 gestured contemptuously at the group behind, his expression one of disdain and superiority. "What if I refuse?" Di Jiu asked, amusement flickering in his heart. He noted how Soul 7 had mirrored his tone. Yet, Di Jiu would not coddle him. He discreetly signaled to Xuantian and Yin Yu to take action. Boom. Both Xuantian and Yin Yu unleashed their upper demon lord auras, their swords slicing through the air like phantoms, leaving arcs of light. The two Soul Palace demon lords, taken by surprise, were swiftly dispatched without a chance to react, their heads soaring into the air as their bodies plummeted to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone in attendance stunned. No one anticipated that Di Jiu, despite being at a disadvantage in both numbers and power, would act first. Soul 7 was equally taken aback. He had come here merely to assert dominance over the Nine Nether Divine Mountain, never intending to engage in combat. After all, above the Nine Heavens and Azure Void, prominent figures were observing the scene, as this was the alliance formed for the Demon Realm's assault on the Celestial Realm. The powerhouses of the Celestial Realm relied on them to hold the line. As long as the Demon Realm's powers could restrain the Celestial ones, the younger generation could fight freely. Thus, during such times, regardless of grievances, everyone would generally endure until they reached the Calamity Realm. Once in that realm, anyone could be slain without consequence, even the entire Nine Nether Divine Mountain, without anyone knowing who was responsible, and certainly without inciting the wrath of the powerhouses. However, Di Jiu appeared unconcerned with such matters, boldly initiating an attack. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Soul 7's rage boiled over, his blood surging as he bellowed. Eliminate them. Chapter 30. 4 Demons and 7 Sword Flowers. With a furious roar from Soul 7, the many demon lords of the Demon Soul Palace surged towards the 4 demons and 7 sword flowers, sensing that these were the 11 strongest individuals by Emperor Nine's side. Simultaneously, 2 first-grade supremes chose to rush towards Emperor Nine, intent on capturing the king before the thief, the essence of Soul 7's strategy. At this moment, he was shielded by 2 second-grade supremes, his enraged gaze fixed on Emperor Nine, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. His aim was to seize Emperor Nine and subject him to a torment worse than death. As the 2 first-grade supremes approached Emperor Nine, they were intercepted by the Cold Moon and Tianzi, the second of the 4 demons. The 4 demons, Qinghan, Yue, Tianzi, and Yuyuan, had long since established their foundations as high-ranking demon lords, having remained at this level for over 1,000 years, waiting for the right opportunity to break through to supreme level. The million contribution points advanced by Emperor Nine were like a timely gift, enabling them to exchange for the rare treasures necessary for their ascension. During the past 3 months of seclusion, all 4 had successfully reached first-grade supreme status. Qinghan, with exceptional talent and a solid foundation, not only broke through to supreme, but also ascended to second-grade supreme, on the brink of reaching third-grade supreme. Meanwhile, the 7 sword flowers, bolstered by the million contribution points, all entered the realm of high-ranking demon lords, with Xuantian achieving first-grade supreme status. However, they concealed their true strength, maintaining their original cultivation levels as one of Emperor Nine's hidden trump cards. Emperor Nine, upon hearing this, dismissed their ploys as inconsequential. After all, they numbered only 31, and a coordinated attack from others would expose them entirely, rendering their advantage fleeting. For instance, Xuantian and Qinghan remained by Emperor Nine's side, while Yue and Tianzi confronted the 2 first-grade supremes, their powers laid bare. The only fortunate turn of events was that Yuan and the 6 sword flowers swiftly dispatched the demon lords and demon monarchs from the Demon Soul Palace, catching them off guard, resulting in a brutal massacre. Among the remaining 10, the lower-ranked demon lords and several peak demon monarchs were taken aback by the turn of events, joining the fray with fervor, utilizing their overwhelming advantage to crush the opposition. In a single encounter, half of Soul 7's forces were decimated. By the time he regained his composure, only a fifth of his demon lords and demon monarchs remained, retreating in terror. In this initial round, Soul 7 nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood in his fury. "Young master, they have concealed their strength. We must not let the demon lords and monarchs fall into their hands," a nearby second-grade supreme suggested in a hushed tone. Soul 7 gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage, and retorted, "What realm do you suppose their strength resides in? Those 6 women must be high-ranking demon lords. The black-robed and blue-robed men confronting our 2 supremes likely do not conceal their strength, merely first-grade supremes. 5 first-grade supremes. Do you think they are formidable?" After absorbing the analysis from the second-grade elder, Soul 7's anger subsided somewhat as he assessed the remaining 5 first-grade supremes and 3 second-grade supremes at his back. A cruel smile crept onto his face. He believed he could prevail. "I too can bully the weak," he declared to the elder beside him. "Elder Gua, you will capture Emperor 9. Blood Elder and Elder Jiang, you shall deal with the blue-robed man and the woman in the purple gown beside Emperor 9. As for the black-robed man, one of the first-grade supremes should entangle him. Once we capture Emperor 9, we will eliminate them all. Elders Li and Feng, take some demon lords and annihilate that group of ants behind us." "Understood, young master," came the obedient reply. The 3 second-grade supremes and 1 first-grade supreme charged towards Emperor 9 in an instant. "Young master, be careful." Qinghan Ziluo and Ye Yuan unleashed their supreme powers to confront the 2 second-grade and 1 first-grade supremes. The second-grade supreme, named Elder Guo, rushed directly towards Emperor 9. Young master, Qinghan and the others glanced back at Emperor 9, yearning to retreat, but were thwarted by their opponents. Ziluo, a mere first-grade supreme, found himself overwhelmed by a second-grade supreme, forced to defend himself while retreating. "Focus on yourselves. A second-grade supreme is hardly a match for me," Emperor 9 communicated silently to everyone, his pale eyes gleaming with a hint of crimson. A confident and devilish smile graced his face. As the second-grade supreme reached out to seize his neck, Emperor 9's blood surged forth, and he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the outstretched hand. Boom! The second-grade supreme, caught off guard, had his entire right arm severed from the shoulder, blood gushing forth as he was sent flying by Emperor 9's strike. Emperor 9 himself was propelled away by the force of the second-grade supreme's power. It was unclear how long he flew or how far he traveled, but he found himself amidst a crowd of onlookers, where cries of anguish echoed and casualties were numerous. Clambering to his feet, Emperor 9 wore a grin that nearly reached the back of his head, assessing his body and feeling his lifeless organs intact, without even a hint of discomfort. "Ha! An invincible physique is indeed remarkable." With a resounding thud, Emperor 9 stood upright, his foot crashing into the ground as he launched himself back towards his original path. As Emperor 9 was sent flying, the members of the Corpse Demon Clan, upon seeing others approach, witnessed Xuantian swiftly produce the super formation disc prepared by Emperor 9, activating it in an instant. Over 30,000 members of the Corpse Demon Clan were enveloped within a blue barrier of formation. This was a carefully selected array from the treasury of the Phoenix Carriage Pavilion, designed to defend against attacks from those below the 3rd tier of the Emperor level, specifically to protect this group of relatively weaker Corpse Demon Clan members. It was crucial to safeguard them. Even the slightest leak of energy from battles between demon kings could decimate the ranks of the Corpse Demon Clan, comprised of those in the True Demon Realm and the Great Demon Realm. Without a formidable formation for defense, they could end up becoming a liability rather than assistance to Emperor 9. The 2 first-grade supremes, along with countless demon lords and monarchs behind them, immediately unleashed their magical weapons and unleashed their powers against the blue barrier. They bombarded it relentlessly. Yet how could a formation capable of withstanding attacks from the 3rd tier of the Emperor level be shaken by them? The blue barrier only rippled slightly, and those within the formation, initially worried, soon relaxed completely, sitting down to watch the spectacle unfold. Occasionally, they would express astonishment at the peculiar and powerful techniques employed by certain demon cultivators, as if they were mere spectators. The 2 first-grade supremes were incensed, their faces turning green. "Go fetch old Tan. I demand he dismantle this tortoise shell." Chapter 31. The Supreme Strike with a thunderous roar. Emperor Jiu appeared above the throng of demon lords in the Demon Soul Hall, unleashing his prowess as a lower-level demon lord. Taking advantage of the disparity in strength, he immobilized a group of demon lords, rendering them utterly motionless. He then retrieved a blood-red mountain-splitting axe from his storage ring and swung it down upon the crowd, sending magical runes swirling and a formidable aura of slaughter sweeping across the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a multitude of demon lords was transformed into a thick mist of blood. Raising his axe, Emperor Jiu prepared to strike another group of demon lords. However, before he could bring it down, 2 supreme presences bound him in place. It was truly effortless. Not only did they not evade him, but they had also come to deliver themselves. The 2 first-grade supremes were furious, The previous strike had reduced their number of demon lords by a third. They had not even entered the celestial realm, yet they had already suffered such losses. Nevertheless, capturing Emperor Jiu, the young master of the Nine Hells, made those deaths worthwhile. With such arrogance, they resolved to first cripple his powers, and then the young master would decide his fate. One of the first-grade supremes struck toward Emperor Jiu's purple palace, aiming for his dantian. The pressure of a quasi-emperor would not intimidate him. Two first-grade supremes attempting to restrain him was nothing short of ludicrous. As the hand approached, a crimson glint flashed in Emperor Jiu's eyes. The binding pressure dissipated in an instant, and he unleashed the full might of his physical form, striking with the axe. With a sickening sound, the hand of the first-grade supreme aiming for Emperor Jiu's dantian was severed entirely. In agony and disbelief, the supreme glared at Emperor Jiu. Without granting him a moment to recover, Emperor Jiu propelled himself like a cannonball toward the nearby first-grade supreme, swinging his axe upward from below, cleaving through the groin and up to the head, leaving no time for the soul to escape before being split in two. Blood sprayed across the sky, and the severed halves of the body plummeted to the ground. With a sinister grin, Emperor Jiu retracted his bloodied axe, resting it upon his shoulder as he regarded the distant first-grade supreme with a triumphant sneer. Standing at a distance, the supreme could still attempt to restrain him. Even if that failed, he could escape in time. But being so close was akin to serving his invincible physique on a platter. Instinctively, the distant first-grade supreme took a step back, a mix of shock and rage in his gaze as a rare flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. Especially with Emperor Jiu's eerie grin, a chill ran down his spine. Young Master Jiu, magnificent. Young Master Jiu, invincible. From within the protective formation below, an unknown voice shouted. The members of the Corpse Demon Clan, shielded by the formation, all rose, raising their right hands in unison to cheer. The commotion had drawn the attention of everyone present. Those who had previously whispered and gossiped in the crowd now fell silent, fearful that their careless words might invite disaster. Of course, while some rejoiced, others despaired. Within the Nine Hells' divine mountain camp, the 12th young master, Emperor Chun, who had initially watched the spectacle with anticipation, secretly hoping that Emperor Jiu would be slain by Soul 7, now felt a mix of astonishment and anger as he witnessed Emperor Jiu's display of might. His previous impressions of Emperor Jiu were completely overturned, especially given that a first-grade supreme was indeed a first-grade supreme. Emperor Jiu was merely a lower-level demon lord. How could his physical strength exceed that of a lower-level demon lord? Emperor Chun's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with cold light. Lost in thought, a murderous intent emerged. Should we help Brother Jiu? A young man in an orange robe voiced his concern. He had observed Soul 7 from the Demon Soul Hall, whose murderous intent had surged to its peak, commanding the Supremes and Demon Lords behind him with an air of relentless determination. However, this statement only served to darken Emperor Chun's already grim countenance. Emperor Kai, do you know what you were saying? 12th brother, did you not see how Emperor Jiu was bullied previously? A seemingly 16-year-old girl admonished Emperor Chun, pouting. Remember, you are one of 12th brother's people, not Emperor Jiu's. But we are all of the Nine Hells. Now that there is an external enemy, should we not unite against them? Emperor Kai furrowed his brow, lost in his thoughts. He felt that it was wrong to handle internal strife behind closed doors when there was an external threat. There's no buts. Emperor Kai, have you lost your mind? What are you even thinking? The girl jabbed a finger at Emperor Kai's forehead. 26th sister, have you considered that if the Nine Hells' divine mountain were to face an invasion, and we maintain this attitude, we would be nothing but a scattered force? It would only provide the enemy with an opportunity to strike us down one by one. Ugh, you infuriate me with your dense head. The little girl shot a glance at Emperor Chun, whose dark expression seemed ready to drip water, and stomped her foot. 12th brother has not spoken yet. Why are you so eager to voice your opinion? 12th brother, what do you think? Emperor Kai looked up at Emperor Chun, only to find him gazing back with a chilling stare, causing him to shiver. Brother Kai truly cares for our future in the Nine Hells and has given it considerable thought, Emperor Chun said, walking up to Emperor Kai and placing a hand on his shoulder, speaking ominously. Since Brother Kai has said so, how could I, Emperor Chun, dare to refuse? If word gets out, people will say that I lack foresight, only caring for personal grievances while ignoring the safety of the Nine Hells. Is that not unjust? Emperor Kai rubbed his nose, feeling embarrassed. That won't happen. 12th brother is not that kind of person. Besides, if I go to help in your stead, they will not say such things. They will see that 12th brother is wise and magnanimous, putting aside old grievances. Perhaps Brother Jiu will even be grateful to 12th brother and reconcile. Believing that Emperor Chun had genuinely agreed, Emperor Kai joyfully gathered his followers and rushed toward Emperor Jiu. Watching him disappear into the distance, Emperor Chun's face turned green with rage. He glared at Emperor Kai's retreating figure, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. 12th brother. Please do not be angry. Emperor Kai is just a fool. His mind is as stubborn as a mule. He simply cannot comprehend. The little girl awkwardly chuckled, pointing at Emperor Kai's back. I will go fetch him back. With that, the little girl hurried after Emperor Kai, bringing her own followers along. Chapter 32, Kai's determination stop. The little girl, flanked by her followers, stood resolutely in front of Kai. Kai's expression darkened as he replied, Yao Mei, are you truly going to block my path? With hands on her hips, the little girl huffed angrily. What? Are you planning to act against me? If you bully me, I will tell mother. Kai's stern demeanor instantly crumbled, and he pleaded helplessly. Come on, I beg you, let me pass. Are you truly unaware? Or are you pretending not to know? Regardless of your intentions, Brother Nine will harbor resentment. He might even come to despise you, she admonished. Of course, I understand. Kai sighed, but a man must choose his battles. The conflict among the D-Sons is merely an internal competition for position. However, Brother Nine now faces external threats. In the face of such adversaries, we should stand united. Without factions, we cannot allow outsiders to bully our 9U clan while we stand by idly. At that moment, the ground trembled, and a thunderous sound erupted from the direction of Di Jiu. In a fit of rage, Hun Chi mobilized all his forces, issuing an unrelenting order to annihilate Di Jiu. Thousands surged toward the formation above the Corpse Demon clan, with dozens of Supremes charging at the 31 under Di Jiu, igniting a cataclysmic battle. The strongest among Di Jiu's ranks, the 4 demons and 7 sword flowers, found themselves in dire straits, each facing 2 or 3 first-tier Supremes. Qing Hun, a second-tier Supreme, was besieged by 2 others of the same rank. The forces of Di Jiu were at a distinct disadvantage, teetering on the edge of collapse. Meanwhile, Di Jiu himself was entangled with a first-tier Supreme, who, recognizing Di Jiu's physical strength far surpassed his own cultivation level, opted to attack from a distance with various divine abilities, repeatedly sending Di Jiu flying. Although Di Jiu remained unscathed, the disparity in cultivation left him looking somewhat disheveled. More critically, once the first-tier Supreme ensnared Di Jiu, the Demon Lords and Demon Monarchs under Hun Chi surged toward the protective formation of the Corpse Demon clan. Several formation masters emerged, analyzing the formation while simultaneously assaulting its vulnerabilities. The once impregnable array began to tremble violently, creating an ominous sense that it would soon collapse, instilling dread among the previously nonchalant members of the Corpse Demon clan. Kill. Just when everyone anticipated Di Jiu's demise, a thunderous roar erupted as Kai, accompanied by his Elder Supremes and Demon Lords, charged into Hun Chi's ranks. Moreover, the little girl, Di Yao, who had previously obstructed Kai, now led her own cadre of female Elder Supremes, Demon Lords, and Monarchs into the fray against those dismantling the Corpse Demon clan's formation. Although the combined forces of Kai and Di Yao may not have matched the sheer numbers of Di Chun or the 15th Young Master, Di Kong, together they still commanded over 600 Demon Lords and Monarchs. Their timely intervention proved to be a boon for Di Jiu's beleaguered forces, transforming a precarious situation into one of hope. The 4 demons and 7 sword flowers, previously on the brink of disaster, found their momentum restored. Enraged, they struck back fiercely against Hun Chi's forces. Meanwhile, Di Jiu, who had just been sent sprawling by the first-tier Supreme, rose from the ground, brushing off the dust. He regarded Kai and Di Yao with a look of astonishment. If memory served, these 2 unfamiliar siblings belonged to the camp of the 12th brother. Has Di Chun such grand aspirations? Even after I kicked him in the face, he would repay me with kindness? Di Jiu chuckled, shaking his head with a warm smile as he turned toward Di Chun to express his gratitude, only to find Di Chun glaring at him with a fearsome intensity, seemingly wishing to devour him. In that moment, Di Jiu discerned a hint of hidden animosity in Di Chun's gaze. What? Di Jiu squinted, confirming his suspicions about Di Chun's ill intentions. He then glanced at the pair of combatants wreaking havoc, realizing something. His finger, which had been suspended in midair, gradually bent, leaving only his middle finger raised, as he directed an expression of utter disdain toward Di Chun, exclaiming, Di Chun, you are truly worthless. With that, Di Jiu disregarded Di Chun and shifted his focus back to the first-tier Supreme, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I cannot hold back any longer. It seems this day will not conclude without revealing some cards. Thus, Di Jiu withdrew 7 blood demon pills from his storage ring and swallowed them all at once. The blood demon pill, a treasure from the Feng Yin Pavilion, could amplify the cultivation of a demon monarch or lord tenfold for a brief duration of 15 minutes. However, the side effects of this pill were exceedingly severe, ranging from regression in cultivation to total bodily collapse and death. Generally, one would only resort to such substances in life or death situations. The members of the 9U Mountain would typically carry only 1 or 2 of these pills for emergencies. Yet, Di Jiu had taken all the several thousand blood demon pills from the Feng Yin Pavilion before departing 9U Mountain. For others, the terrifying side effects were daunting. But for his body, they posed no threat. Moreover, he possessed a vast number of contribution points, having exchanged them for many forbidden items that risked self-damage. Just one of these items would instill fear in the hearts of many. Boom. After consuming 7 or 8 blood demon pills, Di Jiu's aura surged from a low-tier demon lord to a mid-tier, then to a high-tier, finally plateauing at the pinnacle of Demon Lord. At this peak, further advancement was impossible. Though a Demon Lord, without sufficient cultivation, one could never attain the supreme level. However, for Di Jiu at this moment, it was more than enough. He regarded the first-tier supreme with the look of a predator eyeing its prey. Upon witnessing Di Jiu's rapid surge in power, the first-tier supreme's expression shifted, fear creeping into his eyes. Having previously felt a sense of helplessness against the seemingly indomitable Di Jiu, the prospect of facing an adversary nearing supreme status filled him with trepidation. A first-tier supreme could easily crush any ordinary demon lord, even one at the pinnacle of their rank. Yet now, faced with Di Jiu, he felt not only a lack of confidence, but also a whiff of impending doom. Whoosh! Di Jiu vanished from sight, reappearing directly above the first-tier supreme. Stop! Just as Di Jiu prepared to strike down with his axe, a force emanating from a quasi-emperor descended from the heavens above, enveloping the dark forest in an oppressive aura, compelling Di Jiu, the supremes, and the demon lords to halt their actions. Their synchronized stillness was not by choice, but a result of the overwhelming power exerted by the presence above. Chapter 33. Farewell to the power of rules. The current task demands your attention, yet you engage in internal strife. Such audacity is intolerable. A voice, resonant and thunderous like a celestial bell, reverberated through the dimly lit forest. In the next moment, from the horizon behind the crowd, a multitude of colossal warships materialized, floating in the void and advancing toward them. Behind these vessels marched rows of dark-armored demonic soldiers, their armor glinting with a chilling sheen, moving in precise unison, accompanied by the ominous sounds of clashing metal. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of bloodshed, sweeping through the forest like a winter gale, uprooting frail trees or snapping their branches mercilessly. As the fleet loomed above the heads of Emperor Jiu and his companions, it cast a shadow over the land, dimming the very essence of daylight. The aura of slaughter was palpable, stinging their faces. From the deck of the largest warship, an elderly figure clad in a black robe emerged, his head obscured by the hood, save for the vibrant seven-colored flame at his forehead, which stood out conspicuously. It was a member of the Hall of Demonic Souls. Upon recognizing the flame, Emperor Jiu's heart plummeted. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, strategizing for the impending confrontation. Why did this old man choose this moment to appear, just when he was about to slay a first-class supreme being? Without a doubt, he harbored nefarious intentions. Emperor Jiu twisted his neck. The pressure of the quasi-emperor could not deter him. He gazed past the countless forces of the demonic realm, looking toward the heavens above. Relief washed over him when he spotted the elders from the Alliance still present in the Nine Skies. The Demonic Realm Alliance, led by the Nine Nether Divine Mountain and the Hall of Demonic Souls, was a coalition of top-tier forces aimed at confronting the Celestial Realm. Countless members formed the vast demonic army, including elite disciples nurtured by the Nine Nether, protectors, and various officials. Over a century ago, the demonic forces had commenced their assault on the Celestial Realm. The reason why these young lords were only now dispatched was due to recent intelligence from the demonic army stationed in the Five Directions, which reported their foothold and establishment of stable territories. These young lords could use this base as a springboard to enter the Five Directions, progressing toward the calamity-ridden central domain. Great Elder, it is not my intent to provoke trouble, Soul 7 expressed with a barely concealed fury. But this Emperor Jiu from the Nine Nether Divine Mountain is arrogant and brazen, having slain my underlings and a guardian of mine who was a first-class supreme. I cannot let this transgression go unpunished. I must capture Emperor Jiu and demand an explanation from the Nine Nether Divine Mountain. Upon recognizing the quasi-emperor from his side, Soul 7 felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained one of barely contained anger. The elder from the Hall of Demonic Souls remained impassive. Turning to Emperor Jiu, is your surname indeed Di? Indeed, it is Di. And your esteemed mother? Yuling. The demon Empress, Yuling. The elder's pupils constricted slightly as he scrutinized Emperor Jiu's features. A fleeting glimmer of fear crossed his eyes, but was swiftly masked. Is this true? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, including Soul 7, who had not anticipated such a question from the elder. Yet, no one believed that the elder was acting out of fairness. This could only imply that the youth's mother held significant influence. Most were unaware of the name Yuling, knowing only that the Nine Nether Divine Mountain was home to 3 formidable demon empresses. Those ignorant of the truth turned their gazes toward Emperor Jiu, seeking valuable information. However, Emperor Jiu's subsequent actions astonished all. Instead of responding to the elder immediately, he unleashed an axe toward the first-class supreme being below him the moment his restraints were lifted. The unsuspecting supreme being never anticipated that, even at this juncture, Emperor Jiu would seek to eliminate him. Caught off guard, he was cleaved in two by Emperor Jiu's axe, and as his soul attempted to flee, it was swiftly obliterated by a spinning strike from Emperor Jiu. The quasi-emperor was momentarily stunned, as was Soul 7. Emperor Chun's pupils narrowed abruptly, while Di Kai swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. Little lowly Di Yao covered her mouth, nearly gasping in shock. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the crowd, who dared not breathe, casting anxious glances at the elder on the deck. Part of what I stated is true. I indeed beheaded one first-class supreme being. Oh no. Now it is two. As for who instigated this conflict, I believe all present can discern the truth. Had you not sought trouble, your two first-class supremes would not have met such a fate. As Emperor Jiu spoke, he descended to the ground, collecting the corpses of the previously slain first-class supremes. He looked up at the elder from the Hall of Demonic Souls, who wore a grim expression and offered a radiant smile. In light of our previous acquaintance, I shall take it upon myself to handle the matter of collecting their remains. With that, Emperor Jiu stored the two bodies in his storage ring. Impudent. The elder struggled with his inner turmoil for a brief moment before retaliating. If he failed to act today, not only would he lose face, but the entirety of the Hall of Demonic Souls would hold grievances against him. As the quasi-emperor unleashed his wrath, the skies darkened, and the very fabric of the earth seemed to shift. The space above the dim forest contorted, as an invisible force surged forth, twisting the air and converging upon Emperor Jiu. Emperor Jiu's eyes narrowed. A familiar sensation overwhelmed him, accompanied by an acute sense of crisis. This was the power of rules. Such an entity was all too familiar to him. Was it not this very power that had tormented his previous existence, rendering it unhealable? Yet, this version of the rules was significantly weaker than the Imperial rules that had plagued his former body. Even so, it was beyond Emperor Jiu's ability to contend with at this moment. In that instant, he realized that his current body seemed to harbor a fear of this power of rules. Emperor Jiu was astonished. This was the first time he had sensed emotions emanating from his physical form. What on earth? My body possesses emotions? He was certain he could recognize the immense and terrifying strength of the rules, but he had not yet reached the point of fear. This fascinated him, leaving him uncertain as to whether it was his audacity or a result of previous experiences. Suddenly, Emperor Jiu felt as though his body had been provoked, instinctively letting out a primal roar toward the heavens. Chapter 34. It is time to enter the arena of competition. What is happening? In the realm of the soul, Di Jiu gazed in bewilderment at his own zombie supreme body, which had inexplicably moved. Di Jiu had no intention of even lifting an arm. Yet his body let out a roar and not only raised its arms, but also began to grow in size. 1 zhong, 2 zhong, 3 zhong. He felt within him the heart that had never beaten, the blue blood that had always been confined within its veins, and the seemingly indestructible organs. They appeared to be activated, awakening to life as if they were functioning like those of a normal human being. As the blood coursed through him, he observed the cells in his palms seemingly coming to life, bursting forth with tremendous energy, an energy that felt familiar yet strangely foreign. Roar. Di Jiu's body let out another thunderous roar, now towering 6 zhong high, as it propelled itself like a cannonball towards the quasi-emperor on the battleship. As his form pierced through the laws of reality and the distorted space, Di Jiu experienced pain for the first time. He felt the sting of wounds as if countless blades were cutting through his flesh. The agony was so intense that it made him grit his teeth, and his soul recoiled in shock. It was excruciating, akin to 1,000 cuts. The lacerations oozed streams of blue blood, swirling in the air. Di Jiu was inexplicably compelled to retrieve this precious essence, as if it were a vital part of his being that should not be lost. Thus, he commanded his soul to draw back the blood that had splattered away. Bang! Di Jiu's form materialized on the deck. Yet the figure of the quasi-emperor merely flickered and vanished, leaving Di Jiu to strike nothing but air. His fist crashed against the mast, which splintered under the force. Roar! Bang! Bang! Frustrated by his failure to strike the elder, Di Jiu unleashed his fury, pummeling the deck with relentless fists, eventually leaping off the deck to strike the hull of the battleship. The entire vessel was sent careening away. As it flew, a multitude of armored figures erupted from within, each exuding an aura as deep as the abyss, none weaker than a quasi-emperor. The elder from the Demon Soul Palace, astonished by Di Jiu's state and physique, continued his actions without pause, raising his hand to unleash invisible forces of the rules, akin to 1,000 swords, converging upon Di Jiu's back. Enough! Called the elder with white whiskers, who stood at the forefront among the quasi-emperors, fanning himself with a peculiar feather fan crafted from an unknown beast fur. With a mere wave, the forces vanished without a trace. In the realm of his soul, Di Jiu observed the miniature ring tattoo on the elder's finger and surmised that he was likely a quasi-emperor from the Nine Nether. Feeling a sense of relief, Di Jiu attempted to control his physical form and found that upon his will returning to it, the body immediately calmed, the blood flow once again stilled, reverting to its previous lifeless state. What is going on? Di Jiu pondered, engulfed in confusion. He realized he had never truly understood this body, having always treated it merely as an indestructible armor. He had never regarded it as a living entity. Its hardness was akin to iron, devoid of warmth, its organs resembling stones. Yet today, the circulation of blood and the emotions inherent in the flesh had piqued his immense curiosity. This is bizarre. The body seems to have gained sentience, Di Jiu murmured, but upon reflection, he acknowledged that in this fantastical world, such phenomena were not impossible. Even objects he deemed lifeless, like weapons and stones, could possess spirits. Thus, it was not entirely inconceivable for this zombie supreme body to develop intelligence. However, in the original narrative, there was no such development. At most, the protagonist utilized this body as a vessel in the demon realm. He only knew that this zombie supreme body would become incredibly powerful in the later stages, capable of contending with the quasi-emperor at the ninth heaven once its cultivation reached the ninth grade. This was also the primary reason Di Jiu opted for this zombie physique instead of seeking rare treasures to reconstruct his body. At this moment, Di Jiu sensed a gaze upon him. Following the direction of that feeling, he found the elder with the feather fan observing him. Di Jiu smiled slightly and bowed his hands in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Jiu. Please refrain from causing trouble that could jeopardize significant matters of the demon realm. Even the demon Empress cannot bear such consequences. With that, the elder waved his hand, and the battleship that had taken flight returned. Everyone, including the elder from the demon soul palace, re-entered the cabin. What can I do? I have consumed 7 pills. I cannot let them go to waste. Di Jiu regarded the battleship with a mixture of helplessness and innocence. Set sail. A thunderous voice resonated from within the cabin, echoing towards the distant army. The colossal battleship, along with the forces, entered the boundless whirlpool above, vanishing from sight. After the vast army departed, Di Jiu returned to the sky above the formation of the Corpse Demon clan, glancing at the remaining members of the Demon Soul Palace, and shouted, "What? Do you wish to continue? Do you believe I will cleave you all with a single swing of my axe?" As he spoke, Di Jiu raised the axe in his hand and waved it menacingly. The members of the Demon Soul Palace recoiled in fear, stepping back 3 or 4 paces. Each pair of eyes bore a hint of trepidation as they regarded Di Jiu. It was difficult for them to fathom the audacity of Di Jiu, who not only killed one of their own before a quasi-emperor but also boldly provoked the quasi-emperor himself. This suicidal behavior led everyone to conclude that Di Jiu was either a fool or a ruthless individual. However, Di Jiu was still alive, whether by coincidence or not. He had indeed survived and thrived, confirming him as a formidable character. Moreover, it was impossible to overlook the fact that Di Jiu, at the early stage of the Demon Sovereign, could slay a first-grade supreme. This revelation shocked everyone present and raised their vigilance, especially Di Chun and Di Kong, who for the first time truly regarded Di Jiu as their primary rival for the position of the Emperor's child. Brother 12, should we share Di Jiu's true strength with our other siblings? Pondered the 15th young emperor, Di Kong, after a moment of contemplation. This suggestion caused Di Chun to raise an eyebrow, glancing at Di Kong. Brother 15, have you begun to feel pressure, or are you afraid? Whether I feel pressure or fear seems to be of little concern to you. Brother 12, Di Kong replied, a knowing look in his eyes. Is that so? Our alliance is temporary. Your pressures are also mine. Sharing this information with our siblings to alleviate the burden is not out of the question. In addressing Di Jiu, we might even garner some allies. Di Kong, observing his prideful brother, chose to remain silent, nodding in agreement. He then turned his gaze towards the immense whirlpool above, stating, "It is time for us to enter the arena of competition." Chapter 35. The first among the emperors beneath wait for me, 12th brother, Di Chun and Di Kong, accompanied by their followers, swiftly ascended towards the towering vortex above. Observing this, Di Kai resolved to follow suit, bringing along Di Yao and their respective companions. Ninth brother, I just aided you. Why are you obstructing me? Before they could take 3 steps, Di Jiu's figure appeared, blocking their path. I am detaining you to prevent you from placing your warm visage against their cold indifference. Are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? Can't you see they have already forsaken you? That is an external alliance. I will still assist him in our internal rivalry. I believe 12th brother would not reject me over this trivial matter, Di Kai proclaimed, yet his gaze, which lingered on Di Chun and the others who had vanished into the vortex, betrayed a hint of sorrow and loss. Having followed Di Chun since childhood, he was intimately aware of his character. However, emotionally, he felt a twinge of sadness, believing that his past words still held the potential for redemption. Di Jiu, observing Di Kai's anxious demeanor, silently chuckled to himself. Such a splendid opportunity, he would not allow Di Kai to return and bolster Di Chun's strength. You asked for 10 men, yet I require hundreds. Is that unreasonable? Since you claim he would not reject you over this matter, there is no need for haste. Come, you have aided 9th brother, and he must express his gratitude. Let us indulge until we are inebriated. With that, Di Jiu stepped forward, draping his arm around Di Kai's shoulder and drawing him into his faction. 9th brother, perhaps we should postpone this. I will first speak with 12th brother. Postpone. The moment you depart, we become rivals, and then it shall be a clash of blades. I am not one to owe favors without repayment. If I do not repay you, 9th brother, I shall find no peace. Surely you would not deny this favor to 9th brother? It is merely a meal, a drink. Besides, 12th brother may not urgently require your presence at this moment. Upon finishing his words, Di Jiu gestured to the distant 4 demons and 7 swords. Qing Hun, bring forth the celestial brew I prepared. We must properly express our gratitude. By the way, what is your name, and what is your rank? Uft. The little girl, Di Yao, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain her laughter at Di Jiu's awkward demeanor. Ninth brother, how disheartening that you do not recognize us. Moreover, my sister has aided you, yet your attention is solely on Brother Kai, completely disregarding me. Humph. The little girl pouted, turning her face away in displeasure. Di Kai, torn between glancing at the vortex and Di Jiu, then at the crowd setting up tables, finally sighed deeply, conceding, Ninth brother, let us hasten. My name is Di Kai, rank 25th. This is my younger sister, Di Yao, rank 26th. Our mother is one of the 72 concubines, Hua Shaoling. Having introduced themselves, Di Jiu gazed at Di Kai in astonishment, his eyes darting over him. What did you say your name was? Di Kai. Feeling the intensity of Di Jiu's gaze, Di Kai felt a chill run down his spine. Ah, so it is you. And you are Di Yao. Di Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his enthusiasm uncontainable, causing Di Yao to feel a creeping unease. Ninth brother you. Suddenly recalling some unsavory rumors about Di Jiu, particularly regarding his inappropriate intentions towards eighth sister, Di Yao shivered at the thought. Di Jiu suddenly burst into laughter. Previously, he had considered it respectable that if these two insisted on leaving, he would honor their choice. However, that was no longer an option. In the original narrative, the protagonist battled the Demon Emperor Di Tian for a millennium. Upon the Demon Emperor's demise, the protagonist, Xuantian, was gravely injured and vanished from sight. Yet, the protagonist's group did not cease their assault on the Nine Nether Divine Mountain, leading half of the demonic realm's forces, along with infiltrators from the celestial realm and the ultimate powers backing them, in a 2,000-year-long siege. Throughout these 2 millennia, the protagonist group launched countless attacks, each culminating in failure. The Nine Nether Divine Mountain resolutely repelled them, with 2 individuals being pivotal in this defense, Di Kai and Di Yao. These 2 millennia represented the most illustrious period of their lives, their names echoing throughout not just the realms of heaven and demon, but across all 6 realms. They were hailed as the 2 closest to the title of emperor. Their cultivation reached the 9th heaven of the semi-emperor stage, yet their prowess surpassed that level. When united, their strength rivaled that of an emperor in the flesh. Regrettably, with the protagonists awakening after 2 millennia, their peak era was destined to conclude, culminating in a self-detonation atop the Nine Nether Divine Mountain. Come, take your seats. Xuantian, Yin you two take good care of my sister Di Yao. Today, as her elder brother, I shall showcase my skills in roasting a whole sheep. With that, Di Jiu produced an array of tools and various homemade seasonings from his storage ring, finally unveiling a 2-meter-long level 8 magical beast, the canine demon sheep. This level 8 magical beast was comparable to a peak demon lord in strength. Thankfully, during his 3 months with the Corpse Demon clan, while everyone else was occupied, he had busied himself with a plethora of entertainment programs, including beauty contests, go competitions, culinary contests, and football tournaments. As Di Jiu displayed his culinary skills, the prodigies from surrounding factions began to enter the vortex. A day passed, and the dark forest returned to its usual tranquility, save for the occasional sounds of merriment emanating from the forest's edge, where Di Jiu and his companions celebrated. Meanwhile, within the 2-realm passage of the towering vortex, Di Chun gazed at the spatial passage behind him, his countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot, cold and frightening, his eyes ablaze with fury. It seems they shall not return. Di Kong cast a sidelong glance at Di Chun, deliberately provoking him. He found it amusing that Di Chun, who desired Di Kai and Di Yao to return, would feign indifference while genuinely seething in anger. If they do not come back, then let it be as if they never existed. Their meager strength holds little consequence for me. So what is there to be angry about? I am incensed by their betrayal. Perhaps Di Jiu wishes to express gratitude for their assistance, preventing their departure? If they held any regard for me, their 12th brother, would they allow themselves to be detained? Is that so? It sounds somewhat plausible. When we exit, I will wait a day for them. If they do not appear, then from henceforth, we shall be strangers or enemies. Di Chun's gaze turned to the bizarre 2-realm passage ahead, a cold determination flashing in his eyes. Di Kong observed Di Chun and teased, why not extend it a few days? A single day feels rather rushed. Humph. Di Chun snorted. I am here to vie for the position of the emperor's son, not to entertain 2 children. Di Kong shrugged his shoulders, chuckling. Very well, you are my elder brother. Your word is law. Chapter 36. Heartfelt conversations between siblings 3 days later, in the dimly lit forest. Brother Jiu, we cannot drink any longer. It has been 3 days. We must head to the celestial realm. Huh, the celestial realm? What for? To drink. Let us continue drinking. Kai, do you know? In this lifetime, I have never been regarded with esteem. Everyone looks down on me, either mocking, chastising, belittling, or suppressing me. No one has ever cared for my feelings, let alone offered assistance. No one has ever helped me, except for you. Yes, you and Sister Yao. You are the first to extend a helping hand. And I am so very grateful. I wish to forge a bond of brotherhood with you. Brotherhood? Brother Jiu, stop pushing the alcohol on me. You are drunk. We are already brothers, no need for formalities. Yes, we are indeed brothers. Let us drink to that, for the bond we share. Oh wait, It is different. We are sworn brothers, friends as well as siblings. Drink. Let us continue to drink to celebrate our friendship and brotherhood. 7 days later, Brother Jiu. It has been 7 days. Aren't you vying for the title of Emperor's son? 7 days? Di Jiu sprang up from the grass in surprise. Indeed, Brother Kai? Let us depart. Di Jiu, with a broad smile, remarked, I must say, Kai. The phrase you have uttered most often over these 7 days is let us go. Are you truly intent on contesting for the title of Emperor's son? I do not wish to. With my limited abilities, what can I contend for? Di Kai shook his head, a shadow of worry crossing his brow as he gazed at the towering vortex above, his thoughts adrift. I am not anxious about vying for the title. So why are you in such a hurry? But no buts. Look at the virtual map in your mind. All the light points have advanced significantly. No one remains stagnant. Especially not Di-chun. Di Jiu, noticing the hint of disappointment on Di Kai's face, pointed toward the towering vortex. Look at our current position. And compare it to the passage leading to the celestial realm. It should correspond to the southern celestial domain among the 5 celestial regions. And do you see the light points of our 9 hells young master at the forefront of the southern celestial domain's defenses? Oh. All have surpassed the first line of defense. At that moment, the little girl, Di Jiu, approached with a look of surprise. Noting that 2 light points were nearing the second line of defense. Di Jiu was correct, and aside from the 12th and 15th brothers, I could not imagine anyone else possessing such strength to advance so swiftly. Di Jiu gazed at Di Jiu, increasingly fond of his younger sister. Over these 7 days, it was often this little girl who provided unexpected support, delighting in his roasted lamb, roasted pig, and braised magic cow, savoring every moment with an insatiable appetite. With no other concerns, only Di Kai, steadfast and single-minded, thought daily of reuniting with Di-chun. Brother Jiu, what shall we eat today? Di Jiu stood before Di Jiu, licking her adorable lips, rubbing her growling belly, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Di Jiu affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. Today we must set off. I will prepare something for you at our next destination. Ah. Di Jiu's face fell, realizing they were about to leave. In contrast to Di Jiu's disappointment, Di Kai seemed invigorated. Brother Jiu, are we leaving? I will go gather them at once. Without waiting for Di Jiu's response, he turned and hurried towards his subordinates. His steps quicker than usual. Brother Jiu, if you head to the 12th brother's place, will Di Jiu no longer enjoy roasted lamb? As soon as Di Kai departed, Di Jiu looked at Di Jiu with a pitiful expression. Hearing this, Di Jiu revealed a helpless expression, saying, Is it truly so unbearable here that you cannot remain? Not at all. Di Jiu shook her head. If it were up to me, I would prefer to stay with you, Brother Jiu. Oh. Di Jiu was somewhat surprised and inquired, Is it because of the roasted lamb? Certainly not. Di Jiu cast her gaze toward Di Kai's departing figure and continued softly. Here with you, we both feel warmth in the sense of being siblings, a family. How so? Doesn't the 12th brother see us as family? Well, how should I put it? With the 12th brother, all I feel is fear. My brother and I resemble his subordinates. In the eyes of the 12th brother, there is only his will, his direction, his status. We are merely pawns to his goals. Di Jiu gently patted Di Jiu's head, saying, If that is the case, then why still send your brother to the 12th brother? But my brother, he can be quite stubborn, just like when he came to assist you. Knowing full well the 12th brother would be displeased, yet he still believed that regardless of any disputes within the 9 hells, we should stand united against outsiders, rather than allow others to bully our people without resistance. Did your brother truly say that? Di Jiu's eyes sparkled with intensity. Indeed. Di Jiu nodded. I tried to stop him, but he insisted. After pondering, I felt he had a point, so I came along with him. Then he should not be allowed to suffer at the hands of the 12th brother. Would you be willing to help me keep your brother here? Di Jiu's gaze toward Di Jiu was filled with fervor. Ah. Di Jiu shivered. Brother Jiu, do not look at me like that. It is quite frightening. Do you wish for US to stay and assist you? I thought so before, but not anymore. I, Di Jiu, need brothers like your brother. These words from Di Jiu were spoken with utmost seriousness and sincerity. Di Jiu was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Di Jiu so earnest in these few days. So, Brother Jiu admires my brother? To some extent. Then I shall give it a try. Thank you. How can one express gratitude without action? Shouldn't Brother Jiu prepare a few more roasted lambs and cows for my journey? Haha, very well. Who are these individuals? Why are they still lingering in the dim forest? Yes, young Master Jiu. And the 25th and 26th young masters. How did those 3 come to walk together? In the sacred realm of Xuantian, remaining on the high platform were the 72 concubines, 8,000 maidens, and numerous peak masters and pavilion heads, observing the immense virtual light map transformed by the 9 hells divine ring. Many were engaged in fervent discussion regarding the light points of Di Jiu and his companions. Among the 72 concubines, a rather delicate-looking young woman furrowed her brows, gazing at the light points of Di Jiu and his companions with confusion and perplexity. Unbeknownst to her, this woman was the mother of Di Kai and Di Jiu. Hua Xiaoling. She discreetly glanced at the cold-eyed figure of her sister, Fei Ying, who was staring intently at her. A chill ran through her. So, it turns out my sister has arranged for her children to act as spies under my son. Sister, this is absolutely untrue. There must be a misunderstanding. Allow me to inquire of them and return to explain. The two communicated secretly in an instant. However, their expressions did not escape the eyes of the demon Queen Yuling and the Bloodsmoke figure. Demon Queen Yuling, with a flicker of cunning in her eyes, addressed Hua Xiaoling, "Sister, please do not worry. If the children have such an affinity, let them be. In the future, I shall treat your children as my own. I hope you will often visit Fengnian Pavilion and maintain our connection." Chapter 37. 3 lines of defense. What do they amount to? Upon hearing these words, Hua Xiaoling felt a bitter smile rise within her. Truly, this was a clash of celestial beings, with mortals caught in the crossfire. She had no choice but to respond. Xiaoling thanks her sister. "Dear sister, you must contemplate carefully. A person who fears for their life, hiding away and shying away from the battlefield, has no future. The repercussions may extend to one's children, which would not be favorable." The demon Empress, Fei Ying, squinted disdainfully at the demon Empress, Yuling, her eyes brimming with contempt and mockery. Yuling's face darkened upon hearing this. As the Empress of the Nine Nether, her words carried weight, yet they sounded more like the grievances of a jealous mortal woman. "Ha!" Fei Ying suddenly burst into laughter. "Sister, your confidence is truly astonishing, speaking such nonsense with your eyes wide open. In the 4 cardinal directions of the heavens, there exist 7 lines of defense. Your 2 children, one who dares not set foot on the battlefield, and the other who has only just breached the 1st line, while Emperor Chun has already crossed the 2nd line and is advancing towards the 3rd. Pray tell, what is there for you to envy about me? Perhaps it is you who, seeing your children's lack of ambition, feels envy towards me, clinging to your pride." Yuling glanced at the positions of Emperor Xing and Emperor Jiu on the screen, her expression growing increasingly grim. However, she retorted, "The position of the Emperor's son is determined by contributions to the Nine Nether, not by mere speed. Sister, you may be celebrating prematurely. Humph. We shall see how long you can maintain that bravado." Fei Ying ceased her quarrel with Yuling and quietly observed the virtual map. Xuantian and the surrounding lords and leaders stood like statues, their expressions inscrutable, seemingly deaf and blind to the unfolding events. "Look, the 9th young master has taken the initiative. They have vanished. They did not head to the southern heaven domain. Could it be they are returning to the Nine Nether?" Listening to the discussions around her, Yuling wore a helpless expression. She could only console herself by focusing on Emperor Xing, who still had one son striving valiantly, nearing the 2nd line of defense in the heavenly realm. Overall, being ranked 5th was not too shabby. As for Emperor Jiu, Yuling had completely given up on him, allowing him to indulge in his whims. The 9th young master had not returned to the Nine Nether nor entered the southern heaven domain. He was in the northern heaven domain. Below, a steward from the Phoenix Chariot Pavilion pointed towards the northern heaven domain and shouted, instantly capturing everyone's attention, including Yuling, who now wore a look of curiosity. Is the 9th young master planning to enter from the northern heaven domain? But the defenses there seem no less formidable than those in the southern heaven domain. Look, who is that? My heavens, they have breached the 3rd line of defense. Faster than the 2nd young master, 5th young master, and 12th young master. A glowing point sped forward. Emperor Chun had just crossed the 2nd line. Yet this light had already surpassed the 3rd and was rapidly approaching the 4th. On the platform, the demon Empress and others were equally captivated by this light. Their souls entered the point to gather information about the individual. It turned out to be the 7th young master, eliciting expressions of disbelief from all present. The demon Empress, Fei Ying, and Yuling exchanged astonished glances with the silent Xuantian beside them. "Sister, you have concealed your capabilities exceedingly well," Fei Ying remarked, her gaze lingering meaningfully on her reticent sister. Xuantian smiled lightly. "Sister worries too much. I too was kept in the dark by Qingyao's child, and I must admit, I was somewhat surprised." Fei Ying and Yuling regarded Xuantian's words with skepticism, though no further comments were made. Only Fei Ying scrutinized Xuantian and Yuling, her eyes sharp with awareness. It was clear that whoever claimed the position of Emperor's son would ascend as the rightful empress, and maternal lineage would dictate status. Xuantian and Yuling were both her rivals, each striving to usurp her from her current position. In her preoccupation with Yuling, her longtime adversary, Fei Ying had almost overlooked this silently observing contender. With this thought, the demon Empress Fei Ying discreetly sent a message to Emperor Chun, who was far in the heavenly realm. Simultaneously, Yuling stealthily communicated with Emperor Xing. She did not reach out to Emperor Jiu, having firmly concluded that he was merely indulging himself, and his earlier claims of vying for the Emperor's son position were merely a gambit to provoke his 6th brother. As all eyes began to focus on the 7th young master, Emperor Qingya, Emperor Jiu stealthily arrived at the cross-boundary teleportation passage leading to the northern heaven domain. This was a desert, beneath which loomed a vast, swirling vortex. Enough with the forlorn demeanor, Emperor Jiu chided as he patted Emperor Kai's shoulder. "Come, cheer up. After this meal, we must be ever ready for battle. For a long while, you want to have the pleasure of my exquisite culinary creations. Brother 9, are you deliberately keeping me from meeting Brother 12? What are you saying? How could your Brother 9 be such a person? This is precisely the direction your Brother 9 had planned all along. It was merely a misstep earlier due to unfamiliarity. While busy cooking, Emperor Jiu's words flowed freely. You thick-headed fool. Brother Nine is not like that. He has meticulously planned this from the start. Emperor Yao, munching on a roasted monster-esque leg, smeared grease across her cheeks, yet she did not hesitate to defend Emperor Jiu. Emperor Kai eyed both Emperor Yao and Emperor Jiu with suspicion. Sister Yao, have you and Brother Nine come to some sort of agreement? Since departure, whatever Brother Nine says, you agree with. What agreement? How could I possibly have an agreement with Brother Nine? Then how do you know his plans? Brother Nine told me. Then tell me. What plan did Brother Nine share? I want to tell you. I knew it. You wish to stay here and feast at Brother Nine's expense. As if you didn't want that. Others may not know you, but your sister does. If you wish to leave, you could have done so in 3 days at most. Even the 10-headed bone dragon could not bring you back. Yet you have not left, always clamoring to go. Simply because you feel a twinge of guilt and conflict towards Brother 12. Emperor Kai felt a bit embarrassed as Emperor Yao laid bare his thoughts before Emperor Jiu. Enough with the awkwardness. What is there to be embarrassed about? A grown man, hesitating like this. Brother Nine wishes for you to stay. He says he needs a brother like you. Emperor Yao declared boldly, revealing both their sentiments. Need a brother like me? Emperor Kai's gaze shifted to the busy Emperor Jiu, as if something within him had been stirred. He had observed Emperor Jiu over the past few days and was well aware of his intentions. He realized that Emperor Jiu's demeanor was entirely different from the rumors that surrounded him. There was a stark contrast. Here, he felt at ease, unburdened by goals, tasks, or the weight of expectation. From the moment he was born, his mother had instilled in him the richness of resources within the Nine Nether, outlining the sacrifices she had made for their current standing. She had urged him to cultivate diligently, to not squander his talents, to cherish the resources at hand, and strive to become a formidable force. Before their departure, she had cautioned him to stay close to Brother 12, for when Brother 12 ascended to greatness or secured the position of Emperor's son, both he and his mother would rise in status and reap unimaginable rewards. This person is the seventh sister. At this moment, Di Yao, holding the cross-boundary communication talisman, expressed his astonishment. Brother, ninth brother. Mother just inquired why we are following ninth brother and conveniently sent us this information regarding the individual who breached the third line of defense. It's seventh sister. Seventh sister? Di Kai also appeared somewhat surprised. Di Jiu lifted his head and smiled, then fell silent, focusing intently on grilling the delicacies. As if this matter bore no relevance to him. Ninth brother, aren't you the least bit surprised? Your ninth brother is the one who astonishes others. No one has yet managed to astonish him. TCH, ninth brother is boasting again. Dio waved his hand and returned to his task of preparing dried meat. What? You don't believe me? Once this grand feast concludes, I shall ensure that everyone is left utterly astounded. 3 lines of defense. Mere trifles. Chapter 38. The fortuitous encounter of Emperor Jiu. Young master, be cautious. Emperor Jiu and his companions traversed the towering vortex above the desert, officially entering the northern celestial domain of the 5 directions in the celestial realm. However, as several hundred individuals emerged from the interdimensional passage, they were met with an overwhelming sight. The entire sky was shrouded by the celestial and demonic armies. A host of colossal war beasts wielding immense demonic mountains engaged fiercely with the fortifications of the celestial realm. When the demonic mountains shattered, the debris burst apart like fireworks, scattering in all directions. A massive boulder, engulfed in flames, hurtled towards Emperor Jiu. Qing Hun and Lung Yu drew their broadswords and ascended into the air, striking the descending boulder with their blades. With a resounding crash, the stone was obliterated in an instant. Boom. Above Emperor Jiu, dark demonic energy roiled as ominous clouds were torn apart by rows of warships, trailed by millions of soldiers. A third-tier supreme, clad in dark armor with a scar marring his visage, stood before the vast army, his gaze fixed upon the defensive line of the northern celestial domain. His expression dark and menacing, the scar appearing even more grotesque. Simultaneously, within the northern celestial domain's defenses, war fortresses rose into the sky. At the forefront stood a golden-armored third-tier supreme, wielding a gleaming silver spear, his face etched with unprecedented solemnity. This was his last contingent of troops. How long they could hold out remained uncertain. Should they falter, he would have no choice but to retreat to the second defensive line, a fate he wished to avoid at all costs. Both sides were in a state of urgent preparation, amassing their forces, waiting for the previous wave of troops to return before launching another offensive. The atmosphere was thick with tension, poised on the brink of a great battle. What shall we do now, young master? Do we need to break through the defenses? Qing Hun inquired. Emperor Jiu remained silent, his gaze drifting beyond the armies above, towards the tumultuous battlefield where a cataclysmic clash unfolded, the battle of demonic lords against celestial lords, and supreme beings against supreme beings. The conflict between the higher-tier supremes, 7th to 9th tier, was so intense that it warped the very fabric of space. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, the third-tier supreme at the forefront of the demonic army unfurled a pair of iron wings, each spanning 9 zhong, their scales glinting like sharp steel blades. Raising his 3 zhong demonic spear, he issued a command. The demonic forces surged forward like an unstoppable tide against the celestial army. In response, the third-tier golden-armored supreme raised his spear, unleashing an unparalleled radiant light, leading the celestial troops to meet their foes. In that fleeting moment of collision, the bodies of celestial and demonic soldiers plummeted from the sky like dumplings, while the ground was suffused with the stench of blood, intertwining with the relentless aura of slaughter, rendering the battlefield a veritable hell on earth. What news from you, Xuantian? All preparations are complete. We await your command. Emperor Jiu surveyed the ravaged earth and the corpses strewn about. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Let her wait a while longer. Do you not think this is the perfect place to accumulate our corpses? Qing Hun's eyes brightened in realization. Indeed, there is no better place to find bodies. I understand. I shall make arrangements. Young master, what is happening? Suddenly, Emperor Jiu's eyes appeared bloodshot, and a terrifying aura erupted from him, sending Qing Hun, the 7 swords of the demonic flower, Di Kai, Di Yao, and the others flying away. Roar. Emperor Jiu held to the heavens, his body swelling, rapidly growing to a height of 9 zhang. In an instant, he leaped forward, covering hundreds of zhang, leaving Qing Hun and the others in shock. Just moments before, they had detected no fluctuations in his cultivation, yet he had leapt such a great distance solely with his physical prowess. Young master, Brother Jiu. The group rushed after him. But after just a few dozen zhang, Emperor Jiu leaped again and again, each bound taking him farther. His final leap carried him thousands of zhang away, until he vanished without a trace. While the others were bewildered, Qing Hun and the others heard Emperor Jiu's voice echo in their minds. Do not follow. Obey Qing Hun's orders and gather our strength. I cannot say when I will return. Await my message. Upon receiving this message, the group halted, confusion etched upon their faces. What just happened to Brother Jiu? It was terrifying, Di Yao exclaimed, her small face filled with astonishment as she gazed in the direction of his disappearance. Meanwhile, Emperor Jiu's spirit observed his body, which had taken off on its own accord. Curious to witness the intentions of his corporeal form, he refrained from interfering. He soon realized that it was the overwhelming bloodlust and aura of slaughter on the battlefield that had triggered his body's aggressive mode. However, he was perplexed as to where his body intended to go. He sensed his nose twitching, drawn to an enticing scent as he leaped swiftly in that direction. Splash! Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a vast lake of blood came into view. Without hesitation, Emperor Jiu jumped into the lake, his 9-zhang form sinking to the bottom. As he steadied himself, the blood surrounding him began to churn violently, surging into his body through every orifice and pore. Emperor Jiu's spirit radiated joy as he felt his cultivation within his dantian stir with newfound vigor. This was an unexpected boon for a demonic lord. Advancing in cultivation was a monumental challenge. Each minor realm felt like scaling a mountain. Even a protagonist endowed with extraordinary fortune would require a century to ascend a small demonic realm, and that was with rare treasures. For average talents, like Yenyu or Xuantian, it would take hundreds, if not thousands, of years, barring the extraordinary opportunities found in the realm of calamity. Emperor Jiu's spirit swept the area, discerning that this lake was not a natural formation, but rather a depression left by a great battle. As his body continued to absorb the blood, the water level dropped, yet the blood continued to flow towards him incessantly. Looking up at the celestial and demonic armies above, along with the corpses raining down and the torrents of blood cascading through the air, Emperor Jiu's spirit could not contain his delight. How did I not realize before that the battlefield itself is a treasure? The distinction between my human form and my undead body has yet to be fully embraced. I wonder if this will elevate me to the mid-tier demonic lord. The joy on his spirit's face was uncontainable. Should he ascend to the mid-tier demonic lord, he would not need to wield a weapon. With his innate strength, he could likely contend with a third-tier supreme. Whether he would prevail, however, would remain to be seen. Chapter 39. Breaking Through 2 Realms Boom. The moment Di Jiu's anticipation of breaking through to the mid-level demon sovereign settled, his body trembled violently, and he directly ascended to the mid-level demon sovereign. Had he truly broken through? Di Jiu's primordial spirit gazed at his body in astonishment, feeling utterly disconnected. It was as if he were an observer witnessing an object advancing in rank rather than experiencing the transformation himself. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of bloodthirsty energy flooded his spiritual space, startling Di Jiu's primordial spirit. Before he could comprehend the situation, his entire spiritual realm began to expand rapidly. Nourished by the bloodthirsty essence, he had never paid much attention to the size of his spiritual space, primarily because he was unaware of its exact dimensions. It felt akin to a miniature world. Now, however, the edges of this spiritual microcosm were stretching outward at an alarming rate. Time passed unmeasured. And when Di Jiu finally emerged from his focus upon reaching the 6th layer of the corpse god puppet technique, he noticed an unusual shift in his dantian, now filled with blood essence. Rumbling, he had unexpectedly ascended to the upper-level demon sovereign. Di Jiu's face radiated joy, a delightful surprise indeed. At that moment, he sensed the influx of blood essence beginning to wane, and his consciousness swiftly dispersed, revealing that the blood in the lake had receded to below his knees. the entire pit came into full view. Looking up, he found the sky a brilliant blue, devoid of the once overbearing demonic army. Had the battle concluded? Di Jiu's spirit extended further, discovering that aside from the corpses strewn about, there was no ongoing conflict above. The first line of defense in the heavenly realm was deserted. He glanced upward towards the nine heavens, where the high-ranking sovereigns who had fought fiercely were now nowhere to be seen. Had the first line of defense in the northern heavenly domain been breached, Di Jiu's will descended into his physical form, and his towering frame gradually diminished until it reached the stature of an ordinary person. With a stomp of his foot, he soared into the air, racing back along the path he had come. Meanwhile, within the other defensive line, Qing Hun and his companions were besieged by a host of celestial soldiers. Leading them was an elderly figure with hair as white as snow, exuding the aura of a fifth-tier sovereign, yet lacking the corresponding strength. His presence felt hollow. He relentlessly pursued Qing Hun, Lung Yu, and Tian Zhe, launching deadly strikes that forced them to retreat in desperation, on the brink of severe injury. Hand over the corpse of our sect leader, or face death. The old man sneered. Humph, if you have the ability, then come and take it. If you don't leave, your body will soon be ours as well, Cold Moon retorted defiantly. The trio sensed the elder's waning vitality, realizing he was nearing his end. As long as they remained vigilant against his desperate attacks, they would endure until Di Kai's reinforcements arrived to relieve them. You seek your own demise. The old man, enraged, hesitated momentarily before resolutely calling to the heavens. Elder Lu, I entrust my useless disciples to your care. Brother Jiang, you must not. A first-tier sovereign locked in combat with Zi Luo turned his gaze, filled with sorrow and fury. Yet the elder seemed oblivious. Employing some secret technique that transformed his white hair back to black, rejuvenating his appearance from that of an old man to a vigorous middle-aged figure. His previously feeble aura surged back to its zenith, unleashing a genuine fifth-tier sovereign presence. The sheer force of his aura sent Cold Moon and Tian Zhe reeling, spewing blood and hurtling away for thousands of miles, unable to maintain their footing, ultimately crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater. Fortunately, Qing Hun, wielding the power of a second-tier sovereign, managed to hold his ground, albeit barely, feeling as if he could plummet at any moment. I will say this once more. Hand over the corpse. Haha. Qing Han, bloodied, laughed defiantly. I acquired this corpse through my own merit. Why should I give it to you? Seeking death. The elder's fury reached its peak as he vanished in an instant, reappearing directly above Qing Han, wielding a 3-foot azure blade poised to strike. The very fabric of space seemed to part under the force of his strike, the piercing sound of the blade resonating throughout the skies. Qing Han, be careful. Kill. Kill. Cold Moon and Tian Zhe struggled to rise from the depths of the crater, witnessing the terrifying sword strike aimed at their injured comrade, unable to contain their cries as they summoned their remaining strength to charge at the elder. Qing Han, frail and battered, appeared like a mere floating reed amidst the relentless tempest of sword intent. Assessing his grievously wounded state and the undeniable force of the three-zhang white sword light, he slowly closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Young master, farewell. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Qing Hun's eyes snapped open to see Di Jiu, having appeared at the location where the elder had been moments before. The elder, however, was flung away like a projectile. Yet the confrontation was far from over. Di Jiu took a decisive step forward, following closely after, and with a mighty kick, sent the elder crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Boom. Another deafening roar shook the earth, creating a massive crater spanning 1,000 miles. Dust swirling chaotically. Di Jiu, relentless, plunged into the pit, seized the elder by the neck, and unleashed a barrage of punches upon his chest until the elder's breath ceased. Reverting to his original frail form. Brother Jiang. The elder engaged in battle with Zi Luo cried out in despair. Yet this outcry drew Di Jiu's attention. Instantly, he vanished. And in the fleeting moment of his disappearance, the elder's expression shifted, feigning a strike before fleeing at breakneck speed into the northern heavenly domain. As he escaped, his subordinates abandoned their opponents, scattering in all directions. Xuantian, Yin Yu, and others began their counterattack, launching a frenzied pursuit. Chapter 40. The bountiful harvest of Di Jiu. Di Jiu's comprehensive strength surpasses that of a 6th-grade supreme, yet his cultivation remains at the level of a high-ranking demon lord. In terms of speed, he cannot match the swiftness of a 1st-grade supreme. As he pursued, he soon realized that the distance between him and his target was steadily increasing. A prize that was nearly within his grasp seemed to be slipping away. He halted atop a mountain peak, his gaze fixed on the elder's retreating figure. His eyes tinged with a hint of red. His legs began to bend, and a formidable aura erupted from his body. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself like an arrow released from a bow, obliterating 1/3 of the mountain peak beneath him. The sheer velocity of his movement caused friction with the air, igniting flames that enveloped him, transforming him into a blazing fireball hurtling towards the elder, who was almost out of sight. Initially, the elder had felt a momentary relief upon seeing Di Jiu stop, but before he could fully relax, he noticed a fiery figure rapidly closing in. I shall evade, he exclaimed, Just as Di Jiu approached, the elder managed to dodge to the side. Di Jiu's body crashed into the spot where the elder had stood moments before, distorting the very fabric of space, and flames erupted from his form in every direction. The elder had no time to linger. As soon as he evaded, he dashed forward without pause. However, barely 100 miles into his escape, an axe struck him squarely in the back, sending him tumbling through the air, blood spraying forth. Ignoring his injuries, he rose and ignited his cultivation, continuing to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, he halted. His face etched with terror as he beheld Di Jiu before him. Choose a dignified death, Di Jiu offered. The elder's brows furrowed, and a flicker of determination crossed his fearful eyes, now laced with a hint of murderous intent directed at Di Jiu. A sickening sound of flesh being severed reached his ears. The elder's eyes widened in horror as he slowly looked down to find an axe blade embedded in his heart, cleaving his body in two. You hesitated, displaying indecisiveness and even hostility towards me. With such convoluted thoughts, I can only assist you, Di Jiu declared. In an instant, he closed the distance and struck the elder's head, shattering his soul. Retrieving his axe, Di Jiu infused it with blood essence, mending the elder's severed form. Once the restoration was complete, he collected the elder's remains and began his journey back. On his way, he encountered Di Kai, Di Yao, and others from the 4 demons and 7 sword flowers, who were returning. Brother Jiu, your strength seems even more terrifying now, Di Yao remarked in astonishment as she circled around him, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from his blood essence. Not only was Di Yao amazed, but so were Di Kai and Qing Han, particularly the 30 or so members of Feng Yao Pavilion, who were most astonished. They remembered the unparalleled genius and young master who had once vanished 300 years ago. Now, having ascended from the initial stage of Demon Lord to a high-ranking Demon Lord in merely 300 years, especially after his recent emergence. Having attained this level in just 6 months, his power had reached a level capable of overwhelming even 5th-grade Supremes. Is he even human? They pondered. Di Jiu merely smiled, choosing not to respond, instead turning to Qing Han. How many corpses have you collected? Upon hearing Di Jiu's inquiry, despite their injuries and pale complexions, Qing Han, Yin Yu, and the others could not conceal their excitement. Qing Han presented a list with pride. Young master, we have gathered 7 Supreme corpses, 5 1st-grade Supremes, 1 3rd-grade Supreme, and 1 5th-grade Supreme. As for Demon Lords, there are 14 corpses, 2 high-ranking Demon Lords, 7 mid-ranking Demon Lords, and 5 low-ranking Demon Lords. The number of Demon Lords is vast. These are the high-ranking generals from the 2 realms of the celestial demons. Among them, there are 783 peak Demon Lords, 890 late-stage Demon Lords, 568 mid-stage Demon Lords, and 965 early-stage Demon Lords. Regarding Demon Emperors, as mid to low-ranking generals within the vast armies, their numbers are simply too great for us to catalog meticulously. We have been collecting as we go, and my preliminary estimate is no less than 5 million. Di Jiu listened with great satisfaction, his smile unwavering as he examined the list. Good. When it comes to numbers, let us see who can rival Di Jiu. Brother Jiu, Qing Han is lying. Those supreme corpses weren't found by him. They were stolen from another sect's tomb, Di Yao remarked with a haughty expression towards Qing Han. Her gaze accusing. Di Jiu turned to Qing Han, who sheepishly rubbed his nose, and admitted, I heard that the sect master of the Luotian sect perished in this battle. Knowing it was a supreme corpse, I followed them and managed to retrieve it during their burial. Unfortunately, I accidentally triggered their formation and was pursued by that elder from the coffin. Di Jiu erupted in laughter. You sparked an idea in me. Qing Han, Lang Yu, and Xuantian seemed to have anticipated his thoughts, their expressions betraying their eagerness before Di Jiu even spoke. It seems you all had deduced my intentions. Observing their expressions, Di Jiu understood their thoughts and promptly instructed. We shall split into 2 groups. Qing Han, Zi Luo, along with the elders from Kai and Yao's teams, you will accompany the demon army to collect corpses. How you gather them is up to you. As for myself, along with Kai and Yao, we shall take another route and breach the defenses. We will rendezvous in the Middle Heaven domain. After issuing his orders, Di Jiu retrieved the corpses he had collected from his storage ring. Corpse King. From the back of the crowd, Corpse King stepped forward. These 5th-grade Supremes, 3rd-grade Supremes, and 1st-grade Supremes are entrusted to you. Your task is to use them to ensure the safety of Qing Han and his group if they encounter formidable foes. Understood. I shall obey, Corpse King replied, his body trembling with excitement. He had never imagined that as a demon emperor, he would work alongside a group of Supremes. Now, he was tasked with protecting them. And if he excelled in this mission, his future promised to be exceptionally bright. Kai and Yao, are your people willing to heed my commands? Di Kai jested. Now that I'm on Brother Jiu's ship, what difference does it make? Brother Jiu, tell me what you plan to do, and I'll have them follow you. Di Yao said with a proud tilt of her head, her curiosity piqued. Haha, it's not a secret. I'll explain it to you on the way. Di Jiu replied. All right, then feel free to use them as you wish, Di Yao said cheerfully. Qing Han, at your service. You shall command and organize all. If a situation becomes untenable, You may abandon the corpses to preserve your lives. I hope you lead back the same number of people you take with you. Yes, I will keep that in mind, Qing Han responded, and the others felt a warm current flow through them upon hearing Di Jiu's orders. Their gazes towards him shifted significantly. In the demon realm, the powerful held no compassion for the weak, and in everyone's eyes, the lower ranks were merely tools for the upper ranks to achieve their goals. The celestial realm is akin to this. However, it does not overtly reveal its intentions. Instead, it employs grandiloquent facades to conceal its innermost desires. Qing Han, connect with Yi Fangxue. Indeed, Di Jiu gazed at the ethereal map illuminated in his mind, chuckling. Sixth brother, I eagerly anticipate the moment of your capitulation. Chapter 41. By what right? Oh, it turns out that those of lower realms can manipulate the corpses of those from higher realms. After Emperor Jiu explained the purpose of these corpses to Emperor Yao, her delicate face was filled with astonishment. Brother Jiu, can we cultivate this? The thought of controlling billions of supreme beings sent a thrill through her. Who could possibly rival me then? You have already chosen your primary cultivation method. Unless you were to renounce your cultivation and start anew, he replied. Start anew? Emperor Yao shook her head. In that case, I shall continue cultivating my own method. Brother Jiu, is it possible to control those corpses? Emperor Kai inquired. He had long sensed the peculiar nature of Emperor Jiu's body. Additionally, he had heard whispers about the shards of the Nine Souls tablet and how Ling Yang avenged it with a bloodbath in the Xuantian realm. Tales of Emperor Jiu collecting the blood of living beings as tribute had also reached him. These stories, once dismissed in his mind, now seemed to clash with the Emperor Jiu he had encountered, so different from the infamous and bloodthirsty figure of legend. Yet, sensing the chilling and bloody aura emanating from Emperor Jiu, he found himself uncertain. Indeed, my body is somewhat unique, akin to a rebirth. This cultivation method is quite suitable for me, though its limits are modest, only allowing me to reach the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Both Emperor Kai and Emperor Yao were puzzled. Why Brother Jiu? They could not comprehend why he would choose such a basic method when there were numerous techniques available on the Nine Nether sacred mountain capable of reaching the quasi-emperor's 9th layer. Emperor Jiu offered no explanation, merely smiling mysteriously. Your brother has his own path to tread. This is but a temporary transition. Accompanied by Soul Xuantian and Yin Yu, Emperor Jiu led Emperor Kai and Emperor Yao, each accompanied by 5 elders, to a towering peak. Atop it sat a natural lake, shrouded in mist, with a picturesque island at its center. Let us wait for her here. An hour later, a frail old man in black robes appeared on the island. Halt! My young master is resting. Leave immediately, you meddling intruders. Soul Xuantian stepped forward, her voice sharp. The old man did not leave, but bowed deeply towards Emperor Jiu. I, the servant Yi Fangxue, pay my respects to the young master. Despite the old man's masculine features, a woman's voice emanated from him. Rise. Xuantian, allow her to approach. Emperor Jiu scrutinized Yi Fangxue's disguised appearance. Were it not for the enslavement restriction revealing her identity, he would not have recognized her from mere appearance and spirit alone, unless he invaded her primordial spirit to unveil her true form. Are we prepared? He inquired. The young master can traverse the northern celestial domain at any moment. Then let us commence, he replied. Yi Fangxue swiftly set up a teleportation array in an open area. In just a quarter of an hour, a long-distance teleportation array was established. Who was on the other side of the array? Emperor Jiu asked. How many people? It is my protector, Yin Biashan. He is the only one, Yi Fangxue responded. Emperor Jiu sensed no deception in her words regarding the enslavement restriction, but he remained cautious. Let us proceed together. Yes. Yi Fangxue understood Emperor Jiu's intentions and said nothing further as they stepped into the array. As the teleportation array activated, Emperor Jiu, Emperor Kai, and the others vanished from the island. Their disappearance went unnoticed by the young masters and princesses breaching the defenses, nor by the demon queens and concubines of the Xuantian sacred realm. In their minds, Emperor Jiu, Emperor Kai, and Emperor Yao had completely abandoned the competition for the position of Emperor's son, causing them to lose interest. One exception was Hua Xiaoling, who kept a close watch on her 2 children, fueled by anger and a sense of disappointment. Particularly when she saw other children striving ahead, her heart sank deeper. She often sent messages across realms to urge them on or scold them harshly. Her frustration even spilled over onto Emperor Jiu, who she felt had misled or corrupted her children. Earlier, she had observed the 7th-ranked Emperor Qinya crossing the 4th defense line and entering the 5th, while the 12th-ranked Emperor Chun was on the verge of breaching the 4th line as well. She was deeply unsettled. The further the defenses advanced, the more challenging they became. If her children had charged forward, even if they did not achieve impressive results, they could have at least closed the gap, rather than remaining idle. Especially upon witnessing Emperor Xing, who had caught up to the 4th line, her resentment towards Emperor Jiu reached its zenith. She resolved that upon their return, she would confine them in the Abyss of Demons as punishment, intending to deliver a stern lesson. The Abyss was a place of cruel retribution used by the Nine Nether to punish traitors, with brutal tortures divided into 9 levels, the highest of which could render a quasi-emperor's 9th layer to a fate worse than death. Just as Hua Xiaoling prepared to send a cross-realm message to threaten them with the Abyss, She noticed that the light points representing her children had vanished at the first defense line. Her face drained of color, panic seizing her as she frantically searched the first, second, and third defense lines, even consulting the map of the demon realm, but found no sign of their return. Her heart raced with dread. The sudden disappearance of the light points could only mean one thing. Her children had perished. You two mischievous rascals, do not scare your mother. Hua Xiaoling trembled, her eyes darting across the vast light screen, yet her gaze never ventured beyond the sixth defense line, never contemplating that someone could suddenly appear beyond the seventh line. Had someone truly crossed the seventh defense? Just as Hua Xiaoling felt tears welling in her eyes, a steward casually glanced beyond the seventh line, suddenly freezing in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes, confirming repeatedly. Trembling with excitement, he leaped from his seat, pointing at the light points of Emperor Jiu and the others, shouting, "There! Someone has crossed the seventh defense line! Someone has crossed the seventh defense line!" His exclamations drew the attention of everyone present on the high platform. All eyes turned towards the glowing points beyond the seventh line, which stood out starkly against the surrounding darkness of the map. Many lords, peak masters, elders, and stewards could not help but rise, astonished, gazing in disbelief at the dozen or so light points. In the next moment, from the demon queens to the elder stewards, even the disciples in the plaza, all fervently focused their spirits on those light points, eager to uncover the identities of the individuals within. Young Master Jiu, 25th Young Master, 26th Young Master. Cheers erupted throughout the Xuantian sacred realm. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaoling, one of the 72 concubines, found herself momentarily stunned, her mind blank. Little better off was the demon Queen Yu Ling, who, for the first time in a millennium, displayed a hint of emotion on her otherwise icy countenance. Shock and disbelief flooding her features. Her mind was a complete blank, even when it came to her own son. This stark contrast left her momentarily stunned. As for the sorceress, Fei Ying, situated in the latter part of the scene, her face turned pale with shock, her expression chillingly cold. Her delicate fists clenched tightly within her sleeves, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the tense atmosphere. The aura of her cultivation fluctuated ominously, revealing her barely restrained fury. She could not accept such a reality. Why was this happening? How could the son of that wretched woman, so utterly worthless and insignificant, breach 7 layers of defense? By what right could he do so? Chapter 42. The sacred realm of Moku. Even the daughter of blood smoke, Di Jiu, found some solace in the presence of her old rival, the demon Empress Yu Ling. As she sensed the chill emanating from her right side, she recovered from her shock and a flicker of joy crossed her otherwise impassive eyes. She then feigned ignorance, listening attentively to the ongoing discussions from the high platform. Sister truly concealed her prowess well. It seems that Jiu is her trump card. I admire my younger sister, Bloodsmoke remarked with a smile, having also regained her composure. You are too modest, sister. My child merely possesses a touch of cleverness and took advantage of the situation. It is Qinya who truly possesses remarkable abilities. Although Yu Ling's words were filled with humility, Bloodsmoke perceived the glimmer of satisfaction in her rival's gaze. Humph. Scarlet Sakura observed their charade with an increasingly frosty demeanor, letting out a cold snort without uttering a word. Anything she said now would only reveal her own insecurities. What do you think allowed Jiu Xiaozhu to cross over? Someone mused. I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention to Jiu Xiaozhu. Another added, I didn't notice either. Weren't we just engaging with the first line of defense? How did he manage to get through? Surely he didn't use a teleportation array? The people of the 5-direction celestial region can't be that foolish. Leaving a teleportation array for Jiu Xiaozhu to find, perfectly positioned to traverse 7 lines of defense. Could someone from the celestial realm be assisting him? At this suggestion, every pair of eyes lit up. The notion of a spy within the celestial realm aiding Jiu Xiaozhu was almost unfathomable. Other young masters had considered such strategies, but their spies had been exposed before reaching critical positions. Clearly, there were events unfolding beyond their understanding. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiu Xiaozhu had succeeded, standing ahead of all the other young masters, a fact that could not be disputed. Jiu Xiaozhu has indeed given us a tremendous surprise, someone chuckled. Silence. As the discussions reached a fever pitch, a commanding voice echoed across the platform. No one turned around. They all knew who it belonged to, none other than the demon Empress Scarlet Sakura. At that moment, her expression was stormy, especially as she listened to the praises being heaped upon Di Jiu, which only heightened her agitation. While the denizens of the Cloud Heaven's sacred realm debated Di Jiu's accomplishments, the young masters and princesses stealthily infiltrating the defenses noticed a light ahead. Particularly, those from the Cloud Heaven's sacred realm received secret communications via inter-realm transmission talismans, informing them of Di Jiu's appearance beyond the 7th line of defense, leaving them all stunned in their tracks. Disguised as someone else, Di Chun was listening to music in a pavilion, awaiting news from his subordinates. However, instead of receiving information regarding the 4th line of defense, he was informed about Di Jiu's emergence beyond the 7th line. In a fit of rage, he slammed his palm onto the table before him, instantly reducing it to ashes. You are a demon cultivator. Enraged, Di Chun forgot to conceal his demonic aura, instantly drawing the attention of several individuals. In the next moment, the entire building's occupants began to close in on him. Young master, quickly leave. I will hold them off. Someone shouted as Di Chun was about to leap from the pavilion. Stop him. He is a demon cultivator who has infiltrated. As he jumped out, a voice filled with formidable energy rang out, echoing down the streets. This proclamation traveled for miles, stirring half the city into a frenzy as countless individuals surged toward Di Chun. While the commotion was largest on Di Chun's side, another equally startling spectacle unfolded with Di Xing. He gazed at the virtual map in his mind, where light points appeared beyond the 7th line of defense. Momentarily unable to believe his eyes, Di Jiu left a deeper impression on him than anyone else, and knowing him so well, he found it hard to accept the reality before him. He had confirmed with Demon Empress Yuling twice before reluctantly accepting this truth. I underestimated you, brother. I hope you truly can ascend to the position of DZ, allowing me to pursue my own aspirations. This 9th brother is rather surprising. Di Xingyue mused while swinging her feet from a tree branch. Recalling what Di Jiu had said during his invitation, his confidence raised the question of whether he had truly made preparations. Young master, should we consider allying with the 9th young master? If there are benefits, we could share in them. If not, it seems we would lose nothing, a maid suggested nearby. Let us observe a while longer. It is merely the 7th line of defense. There lies a long journey ahead in the central heaven domain. Let us see if he has other means. If he does, it would signify his thorough preparations, lending him greater credibility. Di Xingyue concluded, opting for caution. Young master is indeed wise. As the young masters and princesses from the Cloud Heaven Sacred Realm and Jiuyo were immersed in shock, Di Jiu had already exited the teleportation array. The group surveyed their dim surroundings, flanked by towering cliffs, with only a sliver of light filtering from above. And they all grew vigilant. Where is this? A sturdy young man beside the teleportation array bowed to Di Jiu, saying, Yunbishan greets the young master. This is an inconspicuous gorge at the border of the Yunlong Empire. Your disguises are quite effective. It seems the Celestial Realm is maintaining rigorous investigations, Di Jiu remarked, noting the elder's transformation into a youthful form, reflecting their caution. Indeed, young master, all forces remaining in the Northern Celestial Domain are under surveillance by the Alliance. Those unwilling to be monitored have temporarily left the Northern Celestial Domain. Please forgive us, young master. The old servant and Yi Fangxue have only a quarter of an hour. Once time passes, it will raise suspicions, and we must return. As he spoke, Yin Bishan produced a jade pendant from his storage ring, saying, This pendant contains the geography of the entire Northern Celestial Domain. The 10,000 Great Mountains hide the 8th line of defense, a top-secret line. The old servant and Yu Fangxue are among those participating in the battle. Be cautious. Beyond the 10,000 Great Mountains lies the border of the Central Celestial Domain, please. Young master, do not enter any city. All cities connecting the Central Celestial Domain to the Catastrophe Realm are equipped with quasi-emperor level killing formations and invisible arrays capable of identifying quasi-emperor level demon cultivators. Everything is under surveillance. Are there no killing formations or identification arrays within the Northern Celestial Domain's defenses or cities? Di Jiu queried, mentally calculating the light points he had observed. From the beginning until now, it seemed the young masters of Jiuyo had suffered minimal losses. There are, however, even if discovered, the Alliance would not activate the formations or expose anything. They would merely monitor in secrecy. Di Jiu's pupils constricted sharply, and Di Kai and Han Xuantian's expressions shifted dramatically. 9th brother, the Celestial Alliance is attempting to lure our demon realm's prodigies deeper, waiting for us to lower our guard before capturing us all in one fell swoop. Bah! Di Yao slapped Di Kai's head, exclaiming, You are the turtle. Don't misuse metaphors. Please forgive us, young master. Our time is running short, and we must depart. After speaking, Yunbishan and Yi Fangxue bowed to Di Jiu. Go and take care. Rest assured, I can reiterate the conditions I promised you. When the sacred realm of Moku opens, no one from the demon realm will obstruct you, allowing you to enter without hindrance. Excitement flickered in Yi Fangxue and Yunbishan's eyes as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, young master. They then retrieved 2 vials of elixirs and some garments from their storage rings. Young master, these are the celestial garments we prepared for you and the others, along with some bone alteration pills, which can not only alter one's bones but also conceal one's aura. The old servant respectfully took their leave. Upon uttering these words, the 2 vanished from sight. Wow, 9th brother, so it was you who ensured their entry into the sacred realm of Moko. What if, in the end, the Demon Realm Alliance does not consent? Chapter 43. Preparations before breaching the defense line. Emperor Jiu affectionately ruffled Di Yao's hair, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, in due time, It will not be the Demon Alliance that dictates terms, but rather I who will hold the reins. Ah, Brother Jiu is boasting again, Di Yao teased, though she found his unwavering confidence quite appealing. Observing Di Yao's skepticism, Emperor Jiu merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The Amoka Sacred Realm stood in opposition to the Catastrophe Realm. The latter was entrenched within the Demon Clan yet located in the Celestial Realm. Conversely, the Amoka Sacred Realm resided in the Celestial Realm but lay within the domain of demons. When Emperor Jiu had perused the novel, he had sensed an intentional arrangement of these two secret realms, seemingly designed to incite conflict between the celestial and demon realms. Now that he found himself deeply entrenched within this situation, that feeling was only amplified. Regrettably, he had only witnessed the fall of the Jiu Divine Mountain and the protagonist's entry beyond the six realms before being transported into the narrative. Regardless of whether the Demon Alliance agreed or not, Brother Jiu offered them reassurance, ensuring that they need not worry about any sudden changes in allegiance or covert betrayals. Di Kai remarked from the side, and others nodded in agreement. Young master, what shall we do next? Xuantian inquired, articulating the question that weighed on everyone's minds. If they could not traverse the invisible defense of the 100,000 great mountains, their current lead would be rendered meaningless. Emperor Jiu refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question. Do you think if I disclose this 8th invisible defense line to the Jiu contingent, it would earn me a significant contribution? How many contribution points might that entail? According to the regulations of Jiu Divine Mountain, this would fall under intelligence-related contributions and, given the critical timing, should be classified as a major contribution, likely yielding at least 10 million points. Di Kai, evidently well-versed in Jiu's rewards, responded without hesitation. Di Yao, however, shook her head in dissatisfaction, remarking, it feels somewhat lacking. Only 10 million? Yet Xuantian and others regarded this with envy. The young masters and mistresses were truly oblivious to the struggles of those less fortunate. Indeed, it appears somewhat insufficient. Emperor Jiu concurred, wearing a look of disdain. Nevertheless, a little is better than none. We shall see how it unfolds once I breach this 8th defense line. As he gazed at the two glowing points racing ahead in his mind, particularly those at the forefront of the southern celestial domain, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Emperor Jiu observed the e-bone pills sent by Yun Bieshan and Yi Fangxue, detecting several dozen through his spiritual probe. The two had evidently put thought into their gift. For a second-tier power to procure 6th-grade elixirs, they must have expended considerable resources. Alas, the grade was still too low, once engaged in combat. Any exertion beyond 20% of their strength would immediately reveal their presence. Brother Jiu, I possess 7th-grade e-bone pills and 8th-grade e-form pills. If you lack them, I can share some with you, Di Yao offered, assuming Emperor Jiu lacked preparations for the e-form elixirs. I require none. I have prepared ample 8th-grade e-form pills. Even if we must engage in battle, I can fully unleash 80% of my power. Do you have any elixirs or treasures for concealing one's presence or disguising one's aura? Emperor Jiu inquired, directing his gaze towards Xuantian and the others behind him. For Di Kai, Di Yao, and their direct descendants, acquiring 8th or even 9th-grade quasi-emperor elixirs posed little challenge, but for their subordinates, it was an entirely different matter. Many likely had never even laid eyes on what a 9th-grade quasi-emperor elixir looked like. Yes, everyone responded in unison. What grades? The 10 elders accompanying Di Kai and Di Yao had prepared 2 8th-grade E-form pills and 7 or 8 7th-grade E-bone pills. Only Xuantian and Yin Yu awkwardly admitted, we prepared a single 7th-grade E-form pill. The rest we exchanged for other resources instead. Their eagerness to elevate their cultivation had led them to convert most of their resources into training materials. Understanding their situation, Emperor Jiu handed them 2 vials, saying, here are 50 each of the 8th-grade E-form and E-bone pills. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. If you fail to disclose crucial matters, do not blame me for turning against you. The two quickly clasped their hands in apology. We understand our mistake. Let us commence. Conceal your auras. As long as you remain undetected, you shall witness this young master's performance. With that, Emperor Jiu's aura shifted dramatically, and his facial structure began to alter. Before long, a dashing young man, exuding an air of heroism, appeared before them, dressed in flowing white robes. The bloodthirsty aura surrounding Emperor Jiu was meticulously suppressed, revealing a celestial essence that radiated from him, unmistakably showcasing the presence of a high-ranking celestial. He retrieved a silver spear from his storage ring, brandished it a few times, and then slowly stowed it away. Linzhan, Xuantian and Yin Yu exclaimed in unison. Young master, do you intend to assume Linzhan's identity to enter the central celestial domain? Why not? Emperor Jiu replied with a subtle smile. However, we must remain prepared for battle at any moment. So this was Linzhan. Di Kai and Di Yao regarded Emperor Jiu with awe. They had heard tales of this legendary figure since childhood, only to learn later that he had mysteriously vanished. After Emperor Jiu thoroughly reviewed his memories of Linzhan, the others also began to disguise themselves. Just as they were about to set forth, Emperor Jiu halted abruptly, suddenly struck by inspiration to set up a formation to detect demonic cultivators ahead. This formation was one that Linzhan had recalled from his memories, a celestial detection formation specifically designed to identify demonic cultivators. He wished to conduct an experiment to ensure absolute safety. Step through the formation and test it, he instructed. As the group entered the formation, enveloped in a barrier of spiritual energy, they understood Emperor Jiu's intent and proceeded without hesitation. Once Di Kai, Xuantian, and the others entered the formation, nothing unusual occurred, nor did any warnings manifest. Yet, Emperor Jiu's brow furrowed in concern. Young master, is something amiss? Yin Yu inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. The others turned their gazes towards him, equally curious. While you did not sense any demonic energy upon entering the formation, as the one controlling it, I felt something amiss. There was even a subtle alert from the formation. The group's expressions shifted, their brows knitting in concern. This is merely a mid to high-level formation. Had it been a high or even top-tier formation, we might have already compromised our position, Emperor Jiu continued, stepping into the formation himself. Suddenly, he paused, realizing that the formation had not reacted upon his entry. Was it due to his role as the formation's controller? He gestured, imparting a high-level formation technique into Di Kai's mind. Kai, you shall set up a high-level formation. My materials are insufficient for such a task. A spark of determination ignited within Emperor Jiu, hoping fervently that he would not inadvertently trigger the formation's alarm. It was crucial to remember that his current form was beyond the confines of this realm, existing outside the 6 realms and 5 elements. Chapter 44, Di Jiu's solo expedition. Di Kai devoted several hours to practice, and with Di Jiu's assistance, he finally established the advanced formation that Di Jiu desired. One by one, everyone entered the formation. How is it? Di Jiu inquired. Di Kai activated the formation, gazing at Di Jiu in astonishment. All who entered the formation exhibited reactions and disturbances, with even 2 elders revealing their demonic auras. Yet, for you, Brother Jiu, the formation not only remains unresponsive, but even knowing your exact position, I cannot pinpoint you within the formation. Upon hearing Di Kai's words, Di Jiu furrowed his brow. If the lack of reaction from the formation could be attributed to his zombie-like body, not being able to locate himself was rather absurd. Regardless of transcending the 6 realms, he was indeed a tangible entity. How could it seem as if he possessed some other ability? Undeterred, Di Jiu, drawing from Lin Zhan's memories, arranged several high-level formations, ultimately using them as a foundation to set up a supreme, interconnected formation. He then entrusted the control to Di Kai, instructing him to activate the formation against himself. Through a series of validations, it became apparent that the formation was simply incapable of locating him. Even with the soul controlling the formation, it could not identify him. The only way to attack him was through visible means, and of course, the formation's assault was genuine harm. After a moment of contemplation, Di Jiu had a sudden inspiration. He pricked his finger, and with a flick of his wrist, 14 droplets of blue blood soared towards Di Kai and the other 14 individuals. Upon entering their foreheads, the blood transformed into a translucent blue robe visible solely to Di Jiu, enveloping them all. Why not enter the formation again? Di Yao and the others, puzzled yet compliant, re-entered the formation. Upon doing so, a look of delight spread across Di Kai's face as he exclaimed, Brother Jiu, there are no disturbances, nor do I sense anyone entering. Di Jiu also wore a joyful smile. His interest in his own body was growing. He wondered how many extraordinary abilities awaited his discovery. Let us proceed. Today, I shall demonstrate that I, Di Jiu, can equally breach the defenses through sheer strength. Go for it, Brother Jiu. Di Yao cheered alongside, her fists clenched in fervent support. The expanse of the 10,000 great mountains revealed nothing extraordinary, merely a collection of low-tier ferocious beasts. As they reached the periphery of the 10,000 great mountains, Di Yu scanned the nearby peaks with her soul, finding no ambushes or traps. Extending her consciousness further, she discovered no peculiarities either. Not only Di Yao but also Di Kai and Xuantian released their souls, surveying the entirety of the 10,000 great mountains. The various creatures within their domain behaved normally. Some slumbering beasts awoke, startled by the potent presence of Di Jiu and his companions, their expressions of fright strikingly genuine, devoid of any semblance of artifice. After thoroughly examining the 10,000 great mountains multiple times with their souls, no anomalies were detected. Be cautious. The more inconspicuous something is, the more vigilant we must be, Di Jiu advised. He led the group deeper into the mountains, and as they traversed 3 peaks and entered a basin, they nearly halted in unison, warily observing the flat expanse before them. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary, nor was there any sign of disturbance. Yet, an alarm bell rang within each of their hearts. Do you sense it too? Di Jiu asked, his gaze fixed ahead without turning back. Brother Jiu, I cannot pinpoint anything specific, but I have an ominous premonition that advancing further may lead to dire consequences. Di Yao was the first to voice. Indeed, I share that sentiment. It feels as if a colossal beast maw waits us, echoed a first-grade supreme behind them, casting uneasy glances at the seemingly empty expanse ahead. Observing the expressions of his companions, Di Kai suggested, in that case, let us change direction. The others concurred. If they all sensed imminent danger, it could not merely be a figment of one person's imagination. Very well, let us alter our course, Di Jiu declared. His feelings diverged from those of the others. He did not perceive any threat ahead, but sensed something amiss, unable to articulate precisely what it was. Thus, the group redirected towards the adjacent peaks, shifting from north to east. Upon crossing 2 more mountains, they encountered a majestic waterfall plummeting 3,000 feet, obstructing their path. When Di Jiu and the others drew within 3 yards of the water's pool at the waterfall's base, they paused once more, the ominous feeling resurfacing. I sense it too. It feels as though a trap lies in wait for us, Di Jiu remarked. Although this barrier was invisible, its intentions were transparent. Indeed, the very aura of danger suggests that our choices are limited to either entering and facing demise or retreating. True, Di sighed, rubbing her face. They have calculated our every move. If we wish to enter the central celestial domain, we must willingly walk into our doom. Yet we have come this far, with no alternative but to persist. Di Jiu ascended into the air, observing the route they had taken and noting that the waterfall aligned perfectly with the edge of the previous basin. Since retreat was not an option, they would have to force their way through. Gradually, he descended, hovering mid-air at the waterfall, his aura surging forth, revealing his stature as a high-ranking demon lord. Brother Jiu, should we not deliberate further? Di expressed his concern. Di Jiu shook his head, stating, if we wish to proceed, this barrier must be overcome. There is no other choice. Young master, might we traverse from above the heavens? I doubt their formation could extend its reach that high, Yin Yu suggested. The others brightened at this notion, but soon reconsidered. If they had orchestrated such a stratagem, they would surely have accounted for this possibility. Di, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He leaped into the air, ascending to the heavens, soaring even higher. After half an hour of flight, the sense of danger persisted. Ultimately, Di descended reluctantly, sharing his observations with the group. I did not sense any imminent threat, merely a feeling that something is amiss, which could lead to complications. How about this? You all wait outside while I investigate, Di Jiu proposed, noting that the others seemed at a loss. He intended to venture forth alone, given that he had not felt any danger. Young master, absolutely not. We cannot allow you to take such risks. We must devise another plan. Indeed, Brother Jiu. This is far too perilous, the group chimed in, but Di Jiu remained resolute, believing that the presence of Xuantian and the others would only hinder him. Enough. I shall make my own decisions. You all find a concealed spot to hide. None can predict what may transpire. Di Jiu retrieved a short-range teleportation array from his storage ring, saying, should I succeed, I will return through this array. Therefore, you must safeguard it. With that, Di Jiu strode towards the waterfall, and as he neared the water's pool, merely a yard away, he abruptly vanished from sight. Chapter 45, Mirror Space Desert? Di Jiu opened his eyes and beheld a seemingly endless expanse of sand. The scorching heat and the grains of sand suspended in the air left him no room for doubt about the reality of his surroundings. Yet, he firmly believed this was an illusion. During his recent disappearance, he had felt no sensation of being transported. Boom. Di Jiu's spirit instantly enveloped 1,000,000 miles. However, the vastness still revealed naught but an infinite desert. Not a single oasis or even a solitary plant could be found amid the countless dunes of yellow sand. Di Jiu furrowed his brow, feeling no danger. Since entering this realm, the unsettling feeling had vanished. Maintaining his 1,000,000-mile spiritual coverage, he cautiously chose a direction and began to tread forward. Just as he lifted his right foot to take the 8th step, something suddenly appeared to his right, mere dozens of feet away. Without a moment's hesitation, Di Jiu channeled his energy and thrust a palm toward the object. Boom. The sands churned, and dust billowed. Moments later, as the haze cleared, it revealed a massive crater spanning 10 feet across. Upon closer inspection, Di Jiu found no anomalies, as if the entire incident had been a mere figment of his imagination. If this were indeed an illusion, then I should be impervious to its influence. After waiting for a brief moment, he discerned nothing unusual at the bottom of the crater or its surroundings. Doubtful, he decided not to linger any longer and continued his cautious advance. Just as he stepped forward with his retracted right foot, another object emerged from the very crater he had struck. This time, Di Jiu did not retract his foot or attack immediately. He observed the emerging entity quietly, and as he discerned its nature, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. It was a foot, his right foot. Di Jiu glanced at his own right foot, then at the one that had appeared beside it, confirming they were identical. Slowly, he retracted his right foot, and the foot above the crater mirrored the motion, retreating as if it were entering another dimension, vanishing from sight. Di Jiu's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment before extending his right foot once more. The foot above the crater also began to stretch outward. Observing this, Di Jiu halted his outstretched foot midair and quietly condensed his spirit into a transparent spiritual fist, striking down upon the identical foot. Boom. The crater widened to 100 feet, yet the foot that mirrored his remained unscathed, as if it were merely a phantom. Di Jiu squinted, contemplating for a brief moment before taking 2 steps forward. When he did, the identical Di Jiu above the crater also mirrored his movements, stepping forward in perfect synchronization. Di Jiu raised his left hand, and the other did the same. He lifted his left foot, and again, the other mirrored him. As he bent forward, the duplicate did the same. A mirror? A copy? Di Jiu retreated 3 steps along his original path, and the counterpart followed suit without vanishing this time, as if they occupied the same space. Just as Di Jiu was consumed by suspicion, the false Di Jiu suddenly turned to face him, a wicked smile curving his lips. Whoosh. In an instant, Di Jiu struck. His spirit coalesced into a massive fist that fell from above, crashing down upon the doppelganger's head. Bang! Dust swirled through the desert as the crater expanded to 500 feet, yet his spiritual fist passed through the body of the false Di Jiu without inflicting any harm. Have you had enough? Now it's my turn, came the eerie voice of the counterfeit. Di Jiu was taken aback, realizing that the false Di Jiu could speak. He had assumed it was merely a shadow or some other entity. He had read countless tales of protagonists encountering mirror selves or shadowy counterparts in their journeys. No time for contemplation. Before he could think further, the false Di Jiu's fist was upon him. Di Jiu did not flinch. His blood surged, a tremendous force of vitality erupting from his flesh. In a contest of strength, he would not hesitate. With overwhelming power, he launched a fist toward the oncoming punch. Bang! Their fists collided with a thunderous sound, creating ripples in the space between them, stirring the sands below into a whirlwind of dust. A colossal pit formed beneath them, and Di Jiu was propelled backwards several steps, while the false Di Jiu retreated in shock, exclaiming, "Your physical body is surprisingly strong." Bang! That was the last remark from the counterfeit before it burst apart, scattering into the ether. Yet, Di Jiu did not focus on the vanishing figure. As he had retreated, two more false DGs emerged above him and to his left, one upside down, the other symmetrically positioned. Mirrors? Di Jiu realized he was indeed confronting something related to reflections. Before he could ponder further, the two impostors lunged at him without uttering a word, one from above, the other from the left. Humph! He vanished from his spot, reappearing on the opposite side, launching an immediate strike at the figure above. Without pausing to assess the outcome, he thrust his fist toward the false Di Jiu on his left. Neither of the doppelgangers possessed extraordinary strength, and their fists shattered upon impact. However, Di Jiu felt no triumph in this exchange. In the space he had just vacated, 7 more false DGs emerged, all appearing as reflections, symmetrically arranged. Faced with this onslaught, Di Jiu chose not to confront them. Instead, he charged forward, eager to test his suspicion. As he dashed ahead, he found mirrors of himself continually appearing along his path. Nearly 3,000 miles forward, he was pursued by hundreds of his own reflections, each filled with malevolent intent. Yet, their power was not formidable. Some were barely at the level of a demon emperor. Di Jiu's brow furrowed. If this was a trap set by someone, they could not have overlooked his true strength. To deploy such weak adversaries against him suggested an ulterior motive at play. Chapter 46, a flock of fowl and hounds. Di Jiu came to a halt after traversing thousands of miles, and at this moment, the number of followers behind him had surged to over 10,000. A dark wave of more than 10,000 Di Jiu clones surged towards the original. Humph! Di Jiu let out a cold snort, unleashing his prowess as a high-ranking demon lord. A colossal hand, encompassing the multitude, descended upon the heads of the false Di Jius like a mountain pressing down. Boom! Those trailing behind were directly struck down onto the desert floor. As the dust settled, a massive handprint crater was revealed before Di Jiu. Over 9,000 had perished. 7 bodies, flattened yet still writhing, began to reform into the likeness of Di Jiu, rising from the blood-soaked ground. Cackling, the 7 grinned with bloodied teeth, launching themselves at Di Jiu. If one strike could not eliminate them, then 2 would suffice. Boom, boom, boom. 3 giant hands formed from clouds relentlessly struck at the 7. This time, the 7 did not remain passive. Instead, they unleashed their own high-ranking demon lord powers and retaliated with 7 strikes. Rumbling, the energies clashed, distorting the very fabric of space. As the vast desert sands were swept away, Di Jiu's 3 handprints, under the combined assault of the 7, dissipated into nothingness, and he was forcefully pushed back several dozen feet. Stabilizing himself, Di Jiu cast a cold glance at the newly emerged 12 false DGs, who approached him in an arc, each wearing a sinister grin. With a fierce determination, Di Jiu drew forth his long Xianhua axe, striking horizontally with a sweeping arc of white light, fierce as lightning, directed at the 19. Upon seeing the axe, the 19 momentarily froze, their expressions shifting to one of terror as they attempted to evade. However, so close in proximity, there was no escaping. The 19 were cleaved to oblivion, their souls scattered. Silence enveloped the desert world, save for the scorching winds rustling Di Jiu's robes. He remained steadfast, not daring to move an inch, aware that any further movement would summon new false DGs. Observing his surroundings, he resolved to remain still. This realm was but an illusion, and no matter how far he fled, it would still be desert. Perhaps he was merely circling in place outside this illusion. But how could he shatter this veil? After pondering for a considerable time, Di Jiu closed his eyes. The scattered essence of his spirit was drawn back, and the aura of his cultivation receded to its utmost limits. He appeared as nothing more than a lifeless corpse devoid of power. Time trickled by, and after an indeterminate duration, Di Jiu's eyes flew open, his pallid irises darting about. Had he broken free from the illusion? Doubt flickered across his face. As he suppressed all his power and spirit to the extreme, observing this world with the eyes of a mortal, the desert vanished. He found himself within a dark, foreboding forest. Towering ancient trees blocked the light from the sky, with only the faintest glimmers penetrating through the sparse foliage. The ground beneath was damp and shadowy, littered with moss-covered bones and a foul stench of decay. Yet, these details paled in significance compared to the sight of palm-sized mirrors hanging from the branches of the ancient trees. Almost every tree bore 7 or 8 mirrors, each facing a different direction. With countless trees, the forest was a tapestry of reflective surfaces. At that moment, Di Jiu noticed 2 mirrors turning towards him, influenced by the breeze, halting as if they had found their mark. Cackling, 2 eerie voices emanated from the mirrors. After so many years, we can finally feast again. Who would have thought our master would once more utilize this treasure? It is said he is yet to fully master it. In the midst of their discourse, 2 additional mirrors turned towards Di Jiu, stretching out gruesome, bloodied hands from within their surfaces, one reaching for his head, the other for his waist. Humph, we arrived first, you old demon. Take without asking, as if we do not exist. Blood demon ancestor, do not snatch my prey. While Di Jiu remained motionless, the 2 mirrors that had initially locked onto him retaliated, extending their own bloodied hands, transforming into fists that struck at the other 2 hands. Rumbling, the space quaked as the 4 bloodied hands vanished. Yet the energy released from their collision sent the mirrors, which had merely been swaying, into a wild whirl. What began as 4 mirrors quickly multiplied to 7, all locking onto Di Jiu. Within 2 breaths, 132 mirrors had come to a standstill, facing him. Di Jiu's expression darkened. This was indeed an unforeseen disaster. Moments ago, he sensed the power of the 4 bloodied hands, each on par with high-ranking demon lords. What a treasure, and yet he had not enjoyed it. They were turning on each other. Bow before the Phoenix Feather Sovereign. Di Jiu observed the mirrors locking onto him, tilting at a 45-degree angle towards a common point. A basin-sized mirror soared through the forest, landing on the nearest tree before him. Third Great Sovereign. Upon locking onto Di Jiu, the mirror revealed its formidable power. Aha, splendid. Just as I emerged from seclusion, I find a fleshly corpse with such vibrant essence. The heavens are indeed kind to me. The palm-sized mirrors fell silent, ceasing their earlier commotion over Di Jiu as prey. Unable to contain his curiosity, Di Jiu inquired, I am genuinely intrigued. Are you remnants of souls using these mirrors as vessels? Or do you possess complete bodies and identities elsewhere, conducting your clandestine affairs here? As soon as Di Jiu's words fell, all the mirrors turned in unison towards him. What is happening? He can see us. It seems he can even hear us. He must have escaped the illusion. This cursed mirror is too limiting. I cannot fully unleash my power. Humph, without the Master's primordial mirror, how can you esteemed figures of the celestial realm engage in acts typically reserved for demon cultivators? The basin-sized mirror, seemingly unfazed by Di Jiu's awareness of their secrets, boldly proclaimed, why is it still only him here? The catastrophe realm has opened. He should have companions. Chapter 47. Surrender the body or die. Observing the individuals before him, who spoke freely without any restraint, a cold smile crept across Di Jiu's face. Did they truly regard him as a doomed man? Or did they possess unwavering confidence in the mirrored treasures they referred to as their master? The supreme divine weapon, the Xianhua axe, reappeared in Di Jiu's grasp as he resolved to test whether he could shatter these mirrors. Flash! Di Jiu bellowed, merging his cultivation, primordial spirit, and physical form into one, unleashing an explosive power comparable to that of a 5th-tier supreme. He swung the axe toward a mirror the size of a basin. Boom! Di Jiu gasped, watching as a transparent barrier erupted a distance away. How absurd! After soaring through the illusions for so long, his physical form was confined to a mere 2-meter radius. It seemed he had been locked in the moment he entered. Remarkably, he had even concealed his true strength. If you look closely, his actual cultivation is only at the level of a high-ranking demon lord, yet he just unleashed power akin to a 5th-tier supreme. I sense he has yet to reveal his full potential. Fortune has smiled upon me, for I have encountered a prodigious talent. A voice boomed from within the basin-sized mirror, exuding arrogance. Let us wait a moment longer. Surely such a genius will have companions or formidable allies behind him. Today, I am in high spirits. Apart from this individual, every talent shall have their share. Thank you, Supreme Fingyu. As these individuals lavished praise upon the Supreme Fingyu, suddenly their voices fell silent, and the entire forest was engulfed in an eerie stillness, with all mirrors turning their attention toward Di Jiu once more. How is this possible? How did he escape? The barrier set by our master should not allow such ease of exit. At that moment, Di Jiu had already moved several meters away. The attack he had unleashed triggered the barrier, which intercepted the assault but failed to restrain Di Jiu's physical form. When he abandoned all ties to his cultivation and primordial spirit, he found himself free to walk out of the barrier, as if it did not exist for his corporeal body. This realization surprised not only the onlookers in the mirrors, but even Di Jiu himself. Flash! This time, Di Jiu hesitated not, bringing his axe down decisively upon the basin-sized mirror. Humph! I spared you for a moment, yet you fail to appreciate it. Do you truly believe I fear you? Immediately, a bloodied hand emerged from the mirror, pointing at the white arc of light emanating from Di Jiu's axe. Rumble. Just a third-tier supreme. I have slain many before. Seeing his attack neutralized, Di Jiu unleashed a fifth-tier supreme's power, crushing the bloodied hand with overwhelming force. The axe's light surged forward until it struck the mirror, which shattered into countless fragments, disappearing without a trace. Simultaneously, numerous bloodied hands reached out toward Di Jiu. Fully aware of their inferiority, yet unable to resist attacking, they wagered that Di Jiu would be unable to fend off so many, hoping that the unfortunate one to fall victim would be the first to be destroyed, while the fortunate would escape unscathed. After all, these were merely fragments of their primordial spirits, not their true selves. A rabble dares to act recklessly before me, Di Jiu roared, slicing through the air with a multitude of axe lights. Trees within a million-meter radius were obliterated, creating a vacuum. The very ground was gouged to a depth of 100 meters. Astonished, Di Jiu gazed into the abyss below, where not a ray of light could be seen. Without hesitation, he raised his axe and unleashed a furious assault upon the earth. After clearing the soil for miles, a massive mirror appeared beneath him, revealing the soles of his feet. As a thought crossed his mind, the reflection below bent and offered him a natural smile. Gradually, it stepped forth from the mirror, as if emerging from water. As it exited, Di Jiu, originally clad in white robes, found his attire transformed into a black robe, complete with a blood-red cloak. This body of yours is quite remarkable, the black-robed Di Jiu remarked, surveying the original Di Jiu with satisfaction. In the next moment, his facial structure began to contort, morphing from Lin Zhan's visage into Di Jiu's true appearance. This must be the genuine form of your primordial spirit. This body was seized from elsewhere, was it not? Now, if you relinquish it to me, I shall grant you a chance at survival. The black-robed Di Jiu regarded the original with keen interest, speaking as though Di Jiu were already his possession, leaving no room for choice. Huh. Di Jiu gazed at the black-robed figure, revealing a hint of disdain. What gives you the confidence that I am without an escape? Haha. The black-robed Di Jiu threw back his head in laughter. You don't truly believe that what you witnessed earlier was my genuine power, do you? With a wave of his hand, the towering ancient trees of the forest vanished, and he and the black-robed figure found themselves within a house constructed entirely of mirrors. Every surface, floor, ceiling, and walls was composed of reflective glass, their images mirrored in every direction. From the moment you entered, I became intrigued by your body. Thus, I brought some trinkets along to engage with you, to learn about you and this body of yours. The more I discover, the more I find myself captivated. As he spoke, the aura surrounding the black-robed Di Jiu began to swell, reaching the levels of a first-tier supreme, then a second, fifth, eighth, and finally a ninth-tier supreme, only halting when it reached the apex of his strength. I did not anticipate that your body, in conjunction with your high-ranking demon lord cultivation, could unleash fifth-tier supreme power. If I am not mistaken, your strength should rival that of a sixth-tier supreme. This revelation indeed surprises me. Otherwise, I would not have allowed some high-ranking demon lords to test you, wasting both your time and mine. Di Jiu furrowed his brow, taken aback by the formidable prowess of his opponent, realizing he faced a significant challenge. So you mean to say you believe you have me figured out? That you can dominate me? Though he felt the pressure, Di Jiu's expression remained unchanged, even carrying a hint of scorn. Haha. Do you think that a ninth-tier supreme represents my full capabilities? I merely wish to see if you possessed any other hidden surprises. If you do, you may yet survive. If not, I regret to inform you that your only options are to surrender your body or perish. Those are your choices. Chapter 48. The Mirror Spirit of Chaos, is that so? Di Jiu smirked with a hint of mockery. If I am not mistaken, you are merely trying to deceive me. You are currently a ninth-grade sovereign, yet this is not your full strength. Does that imply you have reached the threshold of the quasi-emperor? If you were indeed a quasi-emperor, would you not have annihilated me at the first opportunity, ensuring that I could not even attempt to unleash my myriad abilities? Thus, I am more intrigued to hear what it is that concerns you. This was indeed a source of curiosity for Di Jiu. The other party hesitated to strike, opting instead to threaten him, which seemed exceedingly abnormal. It made Di Jiu feel as though the other was wary of him for some reason. However, he himself was unaware of what it was that could instill such caution in a ninth-grade sovereign, compelling him to resort to threats and cautious probing to achieve his objectives. This left Di Jiu profoundly perplexed. Furthermore, he had not sensed any imminent danger, which was even more peculiar. Logically, if a ninth-grade sovereign, or indeed a quasi-emperor, were to subdue him, it should be as effortless as flipping a hand. Upon hearing Di Jiu's inquiry, the figure in black, who had exuded an air of complete confidence, suddenly faltered. Perhaps Di Jiu had struck a nerve, inciting a mix of embarrassment and anger. Humph, since you have chosen to seek your demise, I shall oblige. With that, the figure conjured an identical supreme divine weapon, the Xuantian axe that Di Jiu wielded. Slash. The figure in black bellowed, swinging the axe towards Di Jiu. The force of a ninth-grade sovereign strike was akin to the creation of the universe, warping space into a chaotic swirl. As the axe descended, it even tore through the fabric of space, creating sparse, minuscule fissures. Its destructive power far surpassed that of Di Jiu's fifth-grade sovereign strike. Di Jiu felt as though an immense celestial body bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. However, this was merely the effect perceived by the figure in black. Or perhaps the genuine pressure Di Jiu felt due to his lack of resistance. A mere ninth-grade sovereign cannot hope to restrain me, let alone a quasi-emperor, he thought. In an instant, a crimson glimmer flashed in Di Jiu's eyes, propelling him to the side a distance of several yards. The axe struck where he had stood, resulting in an explosion reminiscent of an atomic blast, splitting the space apart to reveal a deep, dark fissure. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the fissure healed, vanishing without a trace. The figure in black narrowed his eyes, fixating on Di Jiu with a glint of coldness, his thoughts concealed. "What was that crimson light that flickered in your eyes?" he inquired. Di Jiu regarded him with a bemused expression, responding, "Do you honestly believe I would divulge such information? Must you ask such foolish questions, as if we are intimate acquaintances?" The figure in black did not display anger or rage. Instead, he continued, "How about this? Let us strike a deal. You reveal that ability to me, and I shall allow you to leave." Di Jiu contemplated delivering a counterstrike, but instead, he suppressed his urge, intrigued by the figure in black, particularly noting their identical attire and weaponry. "Ah, I see now. You are attempting to learn my abilities, or rather, replicate them. Your urgent inquiry into my recent power leads me to speculate that there is some reason you cannot replicate it." A wicked smile crept across the figure's lips as he did not deny the accusation. "You are quite perceptive. So what do you think of this deal?" "Not much at all, you fool. I warned you against asking such dim-witted questions." Di Jiu, observing the figure's overly courteous demeanor, sensed that there must be something compelling him to tread carefully. He also wished to probe the limits of the figure's resolve. He had no intention of striking first, as even if he unleashed all his power, he would merely match a sixth-grade sovereign's strength, which would hardly suffice against this opponent and could potentially reveal even more of his capabilities. The figure in black, true to expectation, darkened his expression, his anger palpable. However, he did not act immediately, as if contemplating something. Finally, as if arriving at a conclusion, he declared, "If you refuse to speak, I have ways to extract your abilities." He was determined to uncover what it was about this individual from the demon realm that both intrigued and intimidated him. It was astonishing that he, a being of the Hunyuan realm, felt a sense of danger emanating from a single body. Moreover, why had the crimson light in Di Jiu's eyes so effortlessly disregarded the laws of the universe? The rules of heaven and earth had been so brazenly ignored by a fleeting crimson light. Such a phenomenon was utterly inconceivable. Is that so? Then I, the young master, would very much like to observe. Di Jiu adopted a defiant posture, challenging the figure in black, who appeared ready to consume him whole with rage. "You shall see," the figure replied, and suddenly, 8 mirrored walls around them reflected 8 identical ninth-grade sovereigns in black robes. Simultaneously, one inverted figure descended from the ceiling. 10 ninth-grade sovereigns in black robes, each wielding a supreme divine weapon, surrounded Di Jiu, revealing sinister smiles as they spoke in unison. "Now, please enjoy the feast I have prepared for you." By heavens, Di Jiu couldn't help but exclaim. The combined power of 10 ninth-grade sovereigns surged forth, an overwhelming wave of energy crashing towards him. "What a treacherous bunch. Don't make me find an opportunity, for if I do, I shall surely end you." Resigned, Di Jiu sheathed his Xuantian axe, clasping his hands behind his back as he intoned, "Grow." Instantly, he soared to a height of 9 yards, his head nearing the mirrored ceiling above. The next moment, he sat cross-legged, allowing the torrent of attacks to cascade around him as he remained unyielding. Even closing his eyes as though in deep meditation, thunderous roars erupted as countless waves of assault surged like a raging flood, crashing relentlessly upon Di Jiu. The 10 figures in black swung their axes, delivering 1,800 strikes in mere moments, their blinding axe lights enveloping Di Jiu entirely. As the onslaught tore through space, rifts and storms erupted, wreaking havoc upon the mirrored realm, presenting a scene so catastrophic that an onlooker might believe it to be the apocalypse, leaving no room for survival. Yet, as the 10 figures paused, they furrowed their brows, staring in astonishment at the unyielding figure at the center, their shock evident. "Continue the attack. Let us see how long he can endure," they echoed in unison. Chapter 49. The final stubbornness. An hour later, the mirror-like space fell into silence, with all attacks, spatial rifts, and storms dissipating entirely. The 10 figures cloaked in black, known as the Emperors of Nine, frowned deeply, their faces shadowed with discontent as they gazed at the colossal figure seated cross-legged in the center. Not a single drop of blood marred his form, not even a scar remained. The light of the axe merely etched a faint mark upon his body, which vanished within mere breaths. Thus, the Emperor of Nine appeared utterly unscathed, inciting an unprecedented greed in the eyes of the 10 cloaked figures. The madness upon their faces caused their muscles to twitch uncontrollably. "Regardless of your abilities, I have no intention of prolonging this confrontation. This body is a once-in-a-million-year occurrence, and I shall possess it. Do you think your stillness renders you immune to my will? I shall not wait any longer. Today, I will become a being of flesh, commanding countless spirit tools. Why must I, from birth, be a mere spirit tool while they are born as cultivators? Today, I shall defy fate and alter my destiny. The 10 black-robed emperors of Nine merged in pairs, eventually coalescing into a singular Emperor of Nine, whose aura surged to the first level of quasi-emperor. Simultaneously, all mirrors surrounding them continued to spawn black-robed figures, frantically converging towards one Emperor of Nine. Time became indiscernible as the fusion persisted, and the strength of the black-robed Emperor of Nine escalated from the initial quasi-emperor level to the 9th level. The oppressive power emanating from him stirred ripples in the surrounding space, even without intentional release. The towering figure of the Emperor of Nine remained unyielding. Observing the ascendant black-robed figure, momentarily taken aback, he was astonished that the entity before him was a spirit tool and equally astonished by its strength at the 9th level of quasi-emperor. To take his life should be effortless, yet why was there such internal strife? Moreover, he was astounded that this being sought to defy the heavens and escape the fate of a spirit tool by seizing his body. Explode for me. The Emperor of Nine stared in disbelief at the self-destructing black-robed figure. Confusion washed over him. What was the meaning of this? Instead of striking me down, the quasi-emperor chose self-destruction? In the next moment, he realized that the explosion did not unleash a wave of energy, but rather transformed into a thick black mist that enveloped the entire mirrored space. Within this shroud, the Emperor of Nine was suddenly overcome by a wave of lethargy, akin to having endured 10 sleepless nights. His nine zhong, approximately 3 meters, frame diminished to a normal size, and he promptly succumbed to a deep slumber. What is this? Time passed unnoticed until the Emperor of Nine gradually opened his eyes. Before him lay an expansive, boundless, and abyssal starry sky, where colossal celestial boulders occasionally whizzed by, some striking towards him directly. He evaded the incoming debris, intending to further observe his surroundings, when he spotted, several thousand miles ahead, a relatively stationary celestial boulder, upon which stood a strikingly handsome youth clad in white, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Emperor of Nine, I have awaited your arrival for so long. Today, we shall settle our score. Awaited me? The Emperor of Nine was engulfed in confusion, exclaiming, Brother, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I do not believe we have ever met. Ha! Emperor of Nine, so you are merely a coward. This entire charade was merely for show. You proclaimed to the 6 realms your desire for vengeance against me for the murder of your parents. Now that I have appeared, you claim not to recognize me, and before even engaging, you are already trembling in fear. How laughable that I, Xuantian, would mistake a coward for an opponent, treating you as a formidable figure. Who do you claim to be? Xuantian. The Emperor of Nine's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he not been trapped within a mirrored space? How was he now here? At that moment, fragments of memory surged forth in his mind. The black-robed figure transformed into mist, his body going haywire, devouring the black fog. The mirrored space collapsed. And upon escaping, the Emperor of Nine, accompanied by his allies, successfully crossed the 8th barrier and entered the Middle Heaven domain. The Emperor of Nine and the others commanded millions of demonic corpses, slaughtering for 7 days and nights until they established a teleportation array in the catastrophe realm, leading the demonic cultivators of the Nine Nether 18 domains into the catastrophe realm. In the catastrophe realm, he intercepted the protagonist Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter, rapidly increasing in strength, and upon emerging, led a group back to the demon realm, claiming the title of Young Emperor. The Emperor of Nine descended to the lower realms, entered the Xuantian realm to confront the protagonist, but the protagonist's luck allowed him to escape. Later, the protagonist was rescued by celestial beings, secretly cultivating until, thousands of years later, he ascended as the Heavenly Emperor, ultimately descending into the demon realm to annihilate the demon Emperor Di Jiu and all from the Nine Nether Divine Mountain, save for himself. He fled to the underworld, surviving for 10 millennia before ascending to the Heavenly Emperor realm, proclaiming his desire for revenge against the protagonist Xuantian. And now, he stood ready to confront the protagonist amidst the stars. What is the meaning of all this? After reviewing his memories, the Emperor of Nine found it increasingly difficult to reconcile these experiences with his own. He glanced at his hands, pondering whether he now possessed the strength of a Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor? What realm is that? Is it a level above the Great Emperor? The Emperor of Nine had believed the highest realm to be that of the Great Emperor. Emperor of Nine, you are the son of the demon Emperor Di Jiu. The entire 6 realms are watching. Are you now contemplating retreat? I, Xuantian, will not make it difficult for you. If you truly wish to avoid combat, relinquish your cultivation, and I shall spare your life. The Emperor of Nine regarded Xuantian with a faint smile and replied, You do not embody the character of Xuantian, the pretentious one. Though ruthless and cunning, he is typically discreet and maintains a facade of elegance and politeness. Even when claiming another's wife, he would fabricate a noble justification. In confronting enemies, he exudes calm confidence. Yet you are nothing but a loud and arrogant caricature of a villain. With that, the Emperor of Nine raised his right hand, revealing an ethereal blue ring adorning his ring finger. As he gazed at the ring, a smile unfurled across his face. I have attained the Heavenly Emperor realm, yet still lack a weapon of my own, relying instead on my father's possessions. How pitiful. Clearly, If I cannot even manifest my own Imperial weapon, this illusion is far too rudimentary. If it were truly effective against me, it would be a wonder. Turning his gaze towards the protagonist Xuantian, the Emperor of Nine remarked nonchalantly, I feel a bit restless. Let us test how well you have constructed this fabricated version of me based on my memories. Consider it a preliminary simulation, a taste of what is to come. However, as the Emperor of Nine searched through his memories, he discovered that the core memories from the Blue Star had seemingly evaded the black-robed Emperor of Nine's grasp, as had the true purpose of the Nine Nether Divine Ring and the actual trajectory following the annihilation of the Nine Nether. It appeared that these matters transcended the understanding of this spirit tool. Chapter 50. The Half-Step Emperor Weapon. The primordial mirror at the very moment when Emperor Jiu unraveled the illusion. Atop a towering peak that pierced the heavens within the 10,000 great mountains, there existed an altar. This altar, octagonal in shape, was adorned with intricate patterns and runes representing the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements. At this moment, the runes flickered with beams of white light, resonating with a golden-hued copper mirror that floated above the altar. The golden mirror shimmered with radiant light, encircled by wisps of dark energy, surrounding the octagonal altar. Each side was manned by an elderly figure clad in black robes. Their gaunt faces and emaciated forms exuded a malevolent aura, even more potent than that of Emperor Jiu, resembling members of a demonic clan. Suddenly, in unison, the 8 black-robed figures spat forth blood, their expressions instantly withering. Concurrently, the 8 trigrams and 5 elements runes shattered, and the golden light alongside the dark energy enveloping the copper mirror vanished without a trace. The golden mirror wobbled precariously, nearly plummeting from the air. Forgive us, mirror spirit. We have exerted our utmost efforts. A transparent figure emerged from the copper mirror, its features obscured, appearing flickering and dim, as though it had suffered severe injuries. This is not your fault. We must have inadvertently touched upon some great taboo, delving into unspeakable secrets, resulting in a backlash from the Tao. I too have sensed it. Ever since we conjured that starry universe and the figure in white, the entire mirror space has begun to destabilize. Could it be that the man Emperor Jiu most wished to eliminate possesses a unique identity? Does this not suggest that Emperor Jiu is no ordinary individual? For the one he desires to kill is someone we fear greatly? The 8 black-robed figures furrowed their brows, exchanging their inner speculations. To invoke such trepidation in our master, even manifesting incomplete entities, it seems we have indeed committed a grave transgression. Are you not aware that the memories of everything that transpired in the starry sky are fading? Indeed, I can scarcely recall the description of the man in white that Emperor Jiu had provided. I only remember his white robes. Likewise, I distinctly recall Emperor Jiu's words regarding that figure. Now, I can only recall having heard them, but the content eludes me. I cannot even recollect what garments he wore. All 8 black-robed figures were overcome with shock. I remember nothing at all. Me neither. Neither do I, alas. I too cannot recall. The transparent figure, known as the mirror spirit, let out a long sigh. I must enter a period of slumber. When I awaken is uncertain. In the meantime, gather some remnants of souls for me to replenish my strength. We should have no shortage of such in the time leading up to the calamity's onset. The 8 figures gazed at the flickering transparent mirror spirit, their eyes reflecting unusual emotions. They recognized that this spirit had suffered grievous harm, to the extent that it required slumber. Humph. The transparent figure seemed to perceive the thoughts of the 8. What? Do you dare to defy me? With your current strength? Even should I inflict harm upon myself again, you will find no escape from my grasp. Subordinates, do not dare. The 8 trembled in fear, prostrating themselves. Oh, is that so? While they may not, who knows about me? Boom. At that moment, a massive black halberd appeared abruptly above the golden copper mirror, unleashing a terrifying pressure akin to that of a quasi-emperor, which descended instantly. The already flickering transparent figure disintegrated in an instant. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it reformed. Boom. Once more, a quasi-emperor's pressure surged forth, causing the mirror spirit's transparent form to shatter again. As for the 8 black-robed figures, they had already been grievously wounded by the backlash. Their strength diminished to nearly nothing. They lay upon the ground, spitting blood, unable to rise. An hour later, wait. The repeatedly shattered transparent figure finally cried out in desperation. If this continued, its consciousness would collapse entirely, leading to its true obliteration. However, now it was suffering from the backlash of the Tao, its spiritual essence weaker than a mere fraction of its usual strength, rendering it incapable of resisting even the pressure of a quasi-emperor weapon. The figure of Emperor Jiu slowly emerged above the platform. You say to wait. Then I shall wait not. Emperor Jiu disregarded the plea, continuing to exert quasi-emperor pressure upon the spirit. He had no intention of granting it a moment's respite. For this entity was a half-step emperor weapon spirit. He sought to eliminate any unforeseen complications. Who could say what hidden methods a half-step emperor weapon spirit might possess? Only by extinguishing this spirit could he find peace of mind. He had initially intended to engage in a duel with the conjured protagonist, Xuantian, to practice his skills. However, He was taken aback when the entire illusion suddenly collapsed. Even more astonishing was the sight of the mirror space, revealing shocking fissures upon his return to the octagonal mirror wall, the entire space fracturing without provocation. Having overheard the discussions of the others, he surmised that the collapse of the illusion and the emergence of cracks in the mirror space must have resulted from their manifestation of the protagonist, Xuantian, who had inadvertently touched upon forbidden matters. The child of destiny is favored by the heavens and cherished by the Tao. It is imperative that such a being not be prematurely exposed before its time. This defies certain laws. Whether these laws were established by formidable beings, or by the heavens, or the Tao, remains unknown. Perhaps Xuantian himself is a secret yet to be uncovered. However, judging by the extent of the backlash experienced by all, it was evident that Xuantian's fate was anything but ordinary. For Emperor Jiu, this was fortuitous, allowing him to seize the opportunity to escape. Wait, I shall reveal a secret. I have no desire to know. I can assist you in entering the realm of calamity. Unnecessary. Cease your actions. Let us negotiate slowly. My demand is for you to vanish. I do not wish to die. Propose your conditions freely. I have no demands. I implore you. I am willing to submit to you and serve as your master. I do not believe you. Cease your actions. I am willing to sacrifice my consciousness to enter your soul. You may continue to plead. I will not cease. Alas, the mirror spirit, after enduring repeated disintegration, finally conceded. There was no alternative. It had no conditions left to negotiate. In the next moment, it sent a wisp of consciousness directly into Emperor Jiu's brow. You may refine the primordial mirror through this strand of consciousness. With my intent to submit, you shall swiftly gain complete control over the primordial mirror. You may cease. Killing me will only diminish the mirror's power by half. You should understand what the spirit means to a divine weapon. Having refined the strand of consciousness sent by the spirit, Emperor Jiu finally halted his actions. With the consciousness in hand, the spirit's essence was now within his control. Yet, just as Emperor Jiu believed he had gained mastery over the spirit, a frenzied laugh echoed from the consciousness he had assimilated. Ha! What an effortless acquisition. I never anticipated you would allow my half-step Emperor consciousness to enter your soul space. Lacking the power of rules, you dare to attempt to control an Imperial weapon? You are merely digging your own grave. In the next moment, the spiritual consciousness transformed into a portal, and all the spiritual essence of the mirror spirit entered into the divine soul space of Emperor Jiu, heading straight towards his primordial spirit. Aha! This body shall be mine. Chapter 51. Will it be a smooth journey? What is this? The consciousness of the primordial mirror spirit surged forth. Yet it could advance no further than 1,000 feet. Unprecedented terror appeared on its transparent visage. Alongside it, Emperor Jiu exhibited a similar expression of shock. Though his fear stemmed entirely from the primordial mirror spirit, he had believed he was on the verge of demise. However, in the next moment, he noticed the spirit halted before him, its expression more frightful than his own, as if it had encountered a great horror. He even observed the spirit's consciousness trembling violently. My lord, no. The primordial mirror is willing to submit, the mirror's spirit uttered in a voice choked with emotion. In the following instant, Emperor Jiu's eyes widened, unable to fathom the overwhelming sensation washing over him. He felt as though the golden mirror outside and the consciousness memories of the primordial mirror spirit were entirely within his control. As if he had refined them over countless millennia. It was akin to an extension of his own arm, inseparable from him. With a mere thought, Emperor Jiu summoned the mirror spirit's consciousness into the external world. Return to the mirror and rest, he commanded. Yes, my lord. The mirror spirit bowed respectfully but remained visibly shaken, casting terrified glances at Emperor Jiu while retreating to the primordial mirror's core until it vanished within. Emperor Jiu furrowed his brows and called out, "Come forth." Just as the mirror spirit re-emerged, it appeared again in the external realm. My lord, what are your instructions? It inquired. Tell me, what did you just experience? Emperor Jiu asked curiously. He had always sensed that his soul space was somewhat distinct from others, particularly when he probed the souls of corpses, perceiving their soul space walls as feeble, akin to bubbles that could burst with a mere poke. In contrast, his own soul space felt as solid as steel. Furthermore, during the heavenly tribulation, it had suddenly dissipated upon entry, coupled with the mirror spirit's recent demeanor and performance. His curiosity became insatiable. Additionally, the mirror spirit was the sole conscious entity remaining. Upon hearing his words, the terror that had briefly vanished from the mirror spirit's face resurfaced. My lord, it is indescribable and beyond articulation. It is a sensation that emanates from the depths of the soul, leaving one feeling utterly powerless and despondent. The mirror spirit itself was bewildered by the nature of this feeling. Emperor Jiu's frown deepened. A sensation? Indeed, my lord. He carefully assessed the mirror spirit's state and discerned it spoke truthfully, even sensing a hint of its inner fear and panic. Ultimately, Emperor Jiu gestured dismissively. Go. Understood, my lord. The mirror spirit retreated once more into the primordial mirror's core. Emperor Jiu raised his hand, summoning the mirror, which transformed from a towering size into a palm-sized object resting in his grasp. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. I never expected to acquire a half-step Emperor weapon before even entering the realm of calamity. A half-step Emperor weapon is the byproduct of a would-be Emperor's failed breakthrough. With another wave of his hand, a black halberd appeared in his left grasp. Exchanging a rented quasi-Emperor weapon for a personal half-step Emperor weapon was indeed flawless. Having completed these tasks, Emperor Jiu turned his attention to the 8 figures clad in black robes. Before he could speak, the 8 black-robed individuals bowed before him. I, Xuantian, the Lord of Jiuhua Heavenly Mansion, pay my respects, my lord. I, Wei Kaifeng, the director of Yunfeng Courtyard, pay my respects, my lord. I, Gui Guanyu, the supreme elder of Haoyue Heavenly Sect, pay my respects, my lord. I, Jiang Hanin, the deputy master of Wufang Academy, pay my respects, my lord. I, Quan Yongsheng, the ancestor of Longting Empire, pay my respects, my lord. Each introduced themselves, revealing their identities and affiliations. Emperor Jiu's face beamed with joy. 8 ninth-rank Supremes. He had acquired 8 ninth-rank Supremes as his thralls. From the information conveyed by the Mirror Spirit, he knew that the forces behind these individuals were all top-tier powers, with 2 being from the highest echelons. These individuals, having willingly submitted to the primordial mirror, had risen to their current status through its aid. Long ago, when they were first enslaved, they had been inconspicuous, mere pawns, relying solely on the primordial mirror spirit to reach their present standing. However, as their strength grew, they began to harbor thoughts of freedom, seeking to break free from their control. Haha, Emperor Jiu could no longer contain his laughter. I have heard that you have established the 8th invisible defense line around the central heavenly domain. Is that correct? Indeed, my lord, they replied. Who oversees this region of the northern heavenly domain? 2 black-robed figures stepped forward. My lord, it is under the jurisdiction of our forces, the Jiulong Immortal Palace and Longting Empire. Very well. Shortly, my companions will be passing through. Ensure their safe passage across this defense line and facilitate our direct entry into the central heavenly domain. We obey, my lord. Who is responsible for the southern heavenly domain? Another black-robed figure stepped forward. My lord, it is the Haoyue Heavenly Sect under my command. What level of force is the Haoyue Heavenly Sect? My lord, the Haoyue Heavenly Sect is considered a top-tier force within the Wufang Heavenly Domain. A satisfied smile graced Emperor Jiu's face. Excellent. You shall personally oversee your subordinates, keeping a close watch on all demonic forces, leaving no one unmonitored. Dispatch several experts to firmly guard the line. No one shall pass your 8th defense line. Remember, my order is to spare no one, especially the individual named Di Chun within the Jiu forces. If others escape, I shall hold you blameless. But should you allow Di Chun to slip through, you will be required to lower your cultivation by 3 realms to atone before me, or else I shall take your life from 1,000,000 miles away. The black-robed individual's expression stiffened, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. Neither the loss of 3 realms nor his life was a fate he wished to encounter. I shall obey, my lord. I will prepare immediately. Go, and remember, it is better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape. Understood, my lord. Once this individual departed, the gazes of the others turned toward Emperor Jiu, now laced with a hint of reverence. Who oversees the Eastern Heavenly Domain? It is the Jiuhua Heavenly Mansion under my command. You need not oversee it. Allow your people to eat and drink as they please, merely feigning resistance as a formality. A moment of silence ensued as everyone comprehended Emperor Jiu's intentions. It appeared that he had allies within the Eastern Heavenly Domain. Understood, my lord. Now, regarding the remaining defense lines, you may act as you see fit. Is there anyone unassigned to the 8th defense line? 2 black-robed individuals stepped forward. We are Jiang Hanin, the deputy master of Wufang Academy, and Wei Kaifeng, the director of Yunfeng Courtyard. We pay our respects, my lord. Our assignments do not involve the 8th defense line. What then is your task? I am in charge of Wufang City. I am responsible for Yunfeng City. Are these cities situated along the necessary route? Indeed, my lord. Excellent. You shall accompany me henceforth. Yes. Chapter 52. Stepping into the Central Heaven Domain, Young Master. 9th brother. After receiving the message from Di Jiu, Di Kai, Di Yao, and Xuantian, along with others, entered the 8th invisible defense line in a state of disbelief. The entire process felt as effortless as a dream. Upon encountering Di Jiu, everyone gazed at him with astonished expressions, as if trying to see through him. 9th brother, how many more hidden abilities do you possess that we are unaware of? Di Kai could not resist voicing the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Di Yao nodded vigorously and followed up. 9th brother, are all the people in the 5 directions heaven domain under your command? It feels as though I am dreaming. Haha, Di Jiu chuckled thoughtfully. Had you asked me that before, I might not have been able to provide an answer. But now, while I cannot claim all, I can say that half of the 5 directions heaven domain is indeed under my command. Di Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting Di Jiu to deliver such a jaw-dropping response. Di Kai studied Di Jiu with a look imbued with newfound respect, as if he were encountering Di Jiu for the first time, gazing at his face for an extended moment, an involuntary admiration emerging on his countenance. Xuantian and Yin Yu shared similar sentiments, their eyes sparkling with excitement, unable to contain their joy. Following a powerful figure was a prospect they had never dared to dream of, yet it had now become a reality. They could no longer view the present Di Jiu as the person from their memories. "Oh, I see now," Di Jiu exclaimed, approaching Di Jiu with an expression of understanding. "You were pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along, deliberately feigning weakness and maintaining a low profile, waiting for your moment to shine as the heir. Ninth brother, you are truly formidable. I had no idea your depths ran so profound. I think I should keep my distance," he added, retreating to Di Kai's side with a feigned expression of fear. His words provided a semblance of rationale for the astonished crowd. Di Jiu merely smiled silently at their reactions, offering no further explanation. "All right, I officially declare our entry into the Central Heaven Domain. Haha, I never expected that Di Jiu would be among the first to enter the Central Heaven Domain. Look at the virtual map screen. Seventh Sister has just recently breached the 5th defense line and is nearing the 6th. Young Master, I am eager to see the expressions of those who doubted you in the Xuantian sacred realm. I can only imagine how spectacular they will be," Xuantian said excitedly. Yin Yu nodded vigorously, adding that those who looked down upon the young master must be regretting their disdain now. "Master, after crossing the 800 miles of the Central Heaven River, we will officially enter the Central Heaven Domain." The journey felt akin to a delightful sightseeing tour as they traversed the 800 miles of the river, filled with laughter and conversation. However, the moment they stepped into the Central Heaven Domain, chaos erupted in the Xuantian sacred realm. Countless individuals stood on the high platform, some cheering, some gasping in astonishment, and others rendered speechless with disbelief. Naturally, the elders, pavilion masters, and peak masters associated with the demon queen Fei Ying wore grim expressions. As Di Jiu crossed the 7th defense line, his presence captured the attention of all, particularly when Di Jiu found himself ensnared within the primordial mirror. The stillness of Di Kai and Di Jiu drew the gaze of those around them. The demon queen Fei Ying and her cohorts briefly relaxed, believing Di Jiu had exhausted his fortuitous luck. Yet, as Di Jiu and the others stepped into the Central Heaven Domain, the mood among Fei Ying and her allies shifted dramatically. The jubilant cheers from the residents of the Xuantian sacred realm sounded to her like taunts, further darkening her countenance. Beside Fei Ying, the demon queen Yuling maintained an impassive facade, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of hidden delight. "Congratulations, sister," she said to Fei Ying, her tone imbued with mockery. As she offered her congratulations, she slyly cast a glance at Fei Ying, reveling in the latter's growing displeasure. "Sister, there is still a considerable distance to the Central Heaven Domain. I wonder if this child can manage. Perhaps it is too early for congratulations." Demon Queen Yuling understood that Demon Queen Xuantian was intentionally inciting discord between her and Fei Ying. However, she was indifferent to such provocations. Their relationship had long been fraught with animosity. In fact, she welcomed more of such incitements, as witnessing Fei Ying's unhappiness brought her joy. At that moment, Yuling sensed movement from the cross-dimensional communication talisman within her storage necklace. Upon inspection, she discovered it was a message from Di Jiu. The 8th defense line. Yuling looked at the luminous screen created by the Nine Nether divine ring, recalling where Di Jiu and his companions had lingered the longest, and began to piece together the situation. She rose from her seat and called out, "Silence." The murmurs of the Xuantian sacred realm gradually subsided, and all eyes turned towards Yuling on the high platform. "Senior Di Ling. Yuling has urgent matters to report and hopes that Senior Di Ling can relay this message to the demon practitioners of the 5 Directions Heaven Domain through the Nine Nether body." Her words captured the attention of the entire assembly, and everyone leaned in, eager to hear more. The ability to communicate with all demon practitioners in the current 5 Directions Heaven Domain through a powerful artifact signified the gravity of the situation. "My son, Di Jiu, just informed me that he has discovered an ambush at the border of the Central Heaven Domain, specifically within the Northern Heaven Domain's 10,000 mountains, where the 8th defense line lies, along with a scheme to lure the enemy deep into the 5 Directions Heaven Domain." Yuling relayed the information accurately. In truth, Di Jiu had not instructed Yuling to disclose this information to everyone, but rather to communicate selectively with certain individuals. As for those affiliated with Fei Ying, he deemed it unnecessary to inform them. However, Yuling perceived this as an opportune moment to secure merit for her son. Only by making the announcement publicly would the credit be safeguarded from potential siphoning by others, especially by Fei Ying's faction, who would undoubtedly seek to diminish his contributions. What? The 8th defense line? Luring the enemy deep? So that's why the 9th young master lingered there for so long. Is that true? Such a formidable array. How could they allow the 9th young master through? It seems implausible. I find it hard to believe. How could the 9th young master and his companions contend with those of the 7th, 8th, or 9th rank? If this were true, the 9th young master would have achieved a significant feat, a grand achievement indeed. Some believed, while others remained skeptical, and some envied Di Jiu's potential accolades, knowing that such merit would yield a vast amount of contribution points. Those who benefited from this news would not only express gratitude to Di Jiu, but also undergo a profound shift in their perception of him. Among the first to change her opinion was Hua Xiaoling, one of the 72 concubines, who found herself surrounded by admirers, all offering their congratulations. Although she felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Demon Queen Fei Ying, she could not suppress a smile, especially since her 2 children had taken the lead. She was doing her utmost to conceal her joy and contemplated that if Fei Ying truly sought to confront her, she would have no choice but to align closely with Yuling. Demon Queen Yuling also conveyed her actions to Di Jiu, ensuring he was informed. Meanwhile, as Di Jiu stepped into the Central Heaven domain and received Yuling's message, a look of resignation crossed his face. He thought, while gaining contribution points is beneficial, I have no need for them myself. They are better used to reward those beneath me. However, Di Chun cannot benefit from this too easily. I must present him with some challenges. Chapter 53. Misty Immortal Ridge. I recall that the Western Celestial Domain is under the purview of Ren Ruffin, the proprietor of the Wushuang Inn, and Wu Feng, the master of the Jinwu Pavilion. Is that correct? Di Jiu discreetly conveyed this to the figure in black beside him. Jiang Hanin, the deputy master of the Wufeng Academy. Jiang Hanin was taken aback. He had not anticipated Di Jiu would communicate with him in such a manner, and he subtly responded, "Indeed, master. Relay a message to Wu Feng. Let them put on a show for the Upper Alliance regarding the Western Celestial Domain. Lead some personnel to the Southern Celestial Domain, and ensure that the Haiyue Heavenly Palace staunchly defends that region, sparing no effort against any denizens of the demon realm. Additionally, you two should cease guarding your respective cities. Dispatch some of your forces to the 8th defensive line in the Southern Celestial Domain to collaborate with their factions in ambush." Understood. I shall arrange for personnel to proceed immediately. Jiang Hanin and Wei Kaifeng replied in unison, promptly initiating various communications. Observing their actions, a faint smile graced Di Jiu's face. The 4 factions, even if they cannot obstruct you, Di Chun, will certainly make you suffer some losses, which should buy us some time. I eagerly anticipate the expression you will wear when you find yourself left behind by the others. Brother Jiu, your smile is rather unnerving. At some point, Di Yao caught sight of the peculiar smile on Di Jiu's face and teased, "Brother Jiu must be plotting something again." Di Jiu affectionately ruffled Di Yao's hair, choosing not to respond. 3 days later, Master, here is the map from Wufang City to the realm of calamity. If the young master intends to establish a teleportation array, this location is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Misty Immortal Ridge. Di Jiu examined the marked spot. Upon merging his spirit with the map, he perceived a series of volcanoes within a 30,000-mile radius. Some were dormant, while others were active, spewing forth streams of lava. Within 100,000 miles, a thick gray mist enveloped the area, its density so profound that one could only see within 10 zhong. Beyond that, everything was shrouded in the fog. Your celestial realm certainly excels in nomenclature. How can this place be called an Immortal Ridge? It should rather be termed a Fire Ridge. It is indeed suitable for constructing a large-scale interdimensional teleportation array, concealing its movements while temporarily obscuring the identities of personnel. However, there is a concern. Please clarify, Master. Do refrain from addressing me as Master. It feels overly formal, akin to addressing a robot. From now on, simply refer to me as Young Master. Understood, Young Master. Can you not fathom that if I can conceive of this location, others from the Wufang Celestial Domain might as well? You do not intend to lure me into your trap for a total annihilation, do you? Young Master, you misinterpret my intentions. This place is unsuitable for prolonged human presence. While we are aware of its significance, we cannot station personnel here for extended periods. What do you mean? These volcanoes are not ordinary. The gray mist lingering in the air is not commonplace either. Though it is called Misty Immortal Ridge, we privately refer to it as Poison Immortal Ridge. One of the forbidden zones of the Wufang Celestial Domain. Here, one's primordial spirit cannot leave the body for even a moment. Should it do so, it would be instantly corroded by the gray mist. From celestial soldiers to the highest rulers, none are exempt from this corrosion, and the speed is unimaginable. Furthermore, the gray mist also erodes the physical body. A typical body can only endure within the gray mist for 9 breaths. Even a mere mortal would face no issues. However, exceeding this time limit, regardless of one's realm, will result in the body being reduced to a mere skeleton within less than a breath. Those who have specifically trained their bodies or possess robust physiques can withstand it for varying durations based on their strength. The current record within the Forbidden Zone stands at 109 breaths. Di Jiu grasped the implications. You wish for me to establish a teleportation array here and transfer others within 9 breaths? Indeed, Young Master. Jiang Hanin suddenly conveyed discreetly. I have witnessed Young Master's formidable physique within the Hunyuan Mirror. It is the strongest I have ever seen, without exception. This is why I suggested this location to you. The longer you can withstand the gray mist, the more optimal this site becomes. However, the danger level is quite high. Please contemplate it carefully. Di Jiu narrowed his eyes, regarding Jiang Hanin with a glint of coldness and sharpness. Jiang Hanin felt the intensity of Di Jiu's gaze, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, eyes wide with trepidation. Di Jiu slowly raised his right hand, resting it on Jiang Hanin's shoulder, causing the latter to shudder involuntarily. Sometimes, do not overestimate your cleverness. Am I not aware of what occupies your mind? Allow me to be transparent. Should you faithfully follow me, I can ensure your ascendance and burgeoning power. Even grant you dominion over the celestial realm. However, if you insist on playing games with me, I assure you, I am not as accommodating as the spirit of the Hunyuan mirror. That entity feigns ignorance of your hidden agendas only because it requires your assistance. I, however, will not hesitate to eliminate you should you harbor any ulterior motives. To me, your demise is inconsequential. I can simply replace you with others, requiring merely a bit of time. So I advise you to suppress any thoughts of evading my control. I can assure you, the only way to escape my grasp is through death. Di Jiu's words rendered the two men visibly distressed, their eyes reflecting fear, unease, and indecision. Consider your responses carefully. You shall not have another opportunity. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to reality, for they did not wish to meet their end. After years of servitude, they had only just begun to savor their newfound power and status. They could not afford to bid farewell before truly enjoying it. Though they were subjects of servitude here, they were regarded as influential figures outside. Now, back to the matter at hand. I shall venture to this misty, immortal ridge. It is indeed perilous, yet undeniably an optimal location. Young master, your wisdom is unparalleled.